understand, Dow's protest too much, I think, on this.
Well, am I hearing this correctly, that the original drawing of the map was the correct way that should have been done in your mind?
I didn't say that, but if you ask me, that's not what I just said. That's not the argument that I'm making, but I'd be happy to make that argument. But that's not what I'm discussing. What I'm saying is, obviously, the decision to redistrict based on the Supreme Court ruling, which was based on race, is therefore based on race. And I don't know why you're protesting. Why don't you embrace it? If you think that those original districts were wrongly established based on race, then say it. Just say what you believe. Don't try to pardon the terminology. I'm going to use the terminology. Don't try to whitewash it by suggesting that it isn't based on race.
Oh my God. Well, I mean, if it was based on race originally and it was improper to have that based on race, and you're correct in that, I don't see any problem with it. And here's another thing. If you do that and you correct what was ruled by the Supreme Court to be improper, then you go to the motivation of why you're doing it. And I would say that political animals operate from the motivation of power, which the conversation up until now doesn't address that. It's all got to be some nefarious, shadow group of people meeting in a cigar-filled room somewhere.
I don't know why you would.
Well, I mean,
I don't know why you portray it as such. Nobody said that.
I don't think anybody. In my example, that's not what I implied.
No, and Marshall talked about Reconstruction far more than I did, and I don't think he implied that. But Marshall, you can speak for yourself.
No, I didn't imply that. My entire point was to say, for South, which the Voting Rights Act had purview over. There is a state, Louisiana, who drew maps after the Supreme Court hearing, and they got sued because the maps were racially gerrymandered. That is an element of DNA of the South. It just is there, right? It doesn't mean those people are always in power. It doesn't mean they're always influential. But in Louisiana, it certainly meant or else it wouldn't have gotten struck down on racial gerrymander because they would draw an appropriate map. And that is an example of what some of these southern states are doing. Right? And my point is,
let me ask you this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me ask you this in all sincerity. Where it wouldn't have that appearance, do you not think that power is more important to the politician than race?
Oh, I think if a politician can service their racially biased views as well as advancing power, they'll do both.
But my thing is the motivation, and in the era that we live in, the motivation of politicians is power, primarily. Can there be racial undertones?
Yes, but not in Louisiana. Louisiana is difficult.
But Marshall, we're taking that one example and we're painting the whole building with it.
Okay, I think everybody's made their point. I think everybody's made their point.
I said it was part of the DNA of that region. So it pops its head up all the time. I'm listening to this book called Nations Apart, and one of the things it describes is the Deep South. The Deep South, when it was settled, was aristocratic and authoritarian in nature, and it was settled by former slave planters from Barbados, from the Caribbean. And that DNA is still in the South, in the same way that what this author calls Yankeedom, which is essentially the East Coast, the Northeast Coast, they prize more communitarian, they trust government more, they tend to see government as a positive force, right? So the regions of the country are different, and they manifest today, yes, in different ways, but because of those seeds that were planted, that'll always be part of the DNA of the region. It'll never go anywhere. It doesn't mean that those people will have concentrated power all the time. But
Marshall, that's the Confederates in the attic. That's the thesis.
That's the thesis. See, I have the book. I just haven't read it.
Okay, I think at this point, everybody heard what I had to say, Steve had to say, Marshall had to say. I don't think there's anything more that Steve, Marshall, or Gary can say. That's people will have to sit. You know, we have a huge audience, and they're going to decide, and it's their prerogative to agree or disagree with any of us.
Well, can I finish?
I thought you had.
Gary, can you clarify the format of this room for me?
The format of the room is I run the room and I call people one at a time to speak. And moderators are allowed to interject.
Got it.
You're welcome.
Okay. I'll just, at the risk of being redundant, Gary, it's my fundamental belief that politicians are primarily driven by power. And I'll leave it there.
And in answer to your question, no, I do not agree with the Supreme Court decision. Andrea, followed by.
Thank you. I also don't agree with the Supreme Court decision. I do think the recent gerrymandering in Tennessee in particular was based on race. I think you cannot, as Marshall or several others mentioned, I don't think you can separate this from some of the history in the region, though unlike Marshall, I do think regions might change over time because if we remember, Marshall, there were the Southern Dixiecrats that I believe were part of, the Jim Crow era who were Democrats. So racism, I think we're grappling with a new spotlight on this in our country for some, not new for others. I believe that, with the emergence of the involvement of Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys and just the increased spotlight on those groups from January 6th and recent involvement in ICE, that it's just becoming more in the headlines, so to speak, something that perhaps has been, existing for quite some time and never fully resolved, as Marshall said. Just a couple of other quick, and Gary, it's so interesting always to hear you and Francine speak, though I know there is an age difference there between you. I love the intergenerational rooms because of the perspective of people who have lived through history and know friends who have fought and bled and advocated and died and lost family members fighting for this right to vote that the Voting Rights Act was meant to protect. So, but I do want to. My heart broke today, though I wasn't surprised, and it broke when I saw Tennessee, and then when I saw Virginia come through. And I would say that I want to zoom out because rather than get into the nuts and bolts on the redistricting, which Marshall can do any day better than me, we are looking at this in a time where Trump currently is extremely unpopular in the country, though he retains a certain commitment from a segment of his base and perhaps is gaining ground in places like, Indiana, or where he just won several seats. But, there's a reaction to the fact that the Democrats have flipped 30 seats in special elections. And I do actually agree with Steve about a main motivation from many politicians being power. And then, obviously, I think it's possible for any single one of them to be racist as well. But I actually tend to agree with Steve that things are more, they're more motivated by power. And then I just want to say a couple other things. This notion, the point that Francine mentioned about secession, not the Civil War, about an economic boycott and a reaction by some of the blue states, that this is actually, I believe it is gaining ground in a way that's not very public. So I think it's, no, I'm not advocating one thing or the other. I just believe that it is out there as a tactic, that people have been, it's in the ether that people are talking about it. So it's not I don't think it's totally off the wall. And then the other thing I just want to say is, Marshall, I disagree with you on the deficit, even though all the administrations have maybe gotten us to this point. Ultimately, right now we have debt far outpacing GDP, and it's just accelerated. And what is, even though we're at war with Iran, we are currently still in relative peacetime here in America. And I don't see that we have a big economic boom projected or coming, post-war to save us, unless we're all relying on those 5 AI companies that are propping, or however many that are propping up the stock market. So I'll land there. I do think it's racially motivated. I think this is a very important subject. Gary, thank you for hosting this topic tonight.
Thank you. And again, a reminder that on Saturday night at midnight going into Sunday night at midnight going into Monday, we're going to be holding forth on Substack Live, something new we're going to try just to see what it's like. It's not a replacement for Clubhouse. It's a completely different environment. But if you want notifications of all that, feel free to subscribe to my Substack, which is linked above, which is a free subscription. You don't pledge any money, just subscribe.
Gary, can I just say one other thing, which is that I think the only other big picture comment I want to make, and it's just that we're also seeing a rolling back of other civil rights, in particular for women. So to pretend that isn't partially what is at play right now in this current environment, I think is just not really looking at the whole picture. So I'll land it.
Thank you. Obviously, I agree with that assessment too.
Hey, Gary, can I add just a comment real quick? And Andrew, thank you so much for that contribution. But Gary, we've talked quite often on this stage in the past on the subject of anti-Semitism and how important it is to call out anti-Semitism. I also want to call out language that I've heard on the stage so far today. It's the comments racial undertone or racial undercut. What exactly is that? And to me, that's a racial-based statement for someone to say racial undertone. There's no undertone. It's either racist or it's not. So I just wanted to share that I feel to be consistent, since we'll call out anti-Semitism, let's also call out those smoke signals that talk about racism. Thank you.
Yeah, well, as I pointed out earlier, and I thought it was just great that you mentioned it, some of the racist rooms that appear on Clubhouse and elsewhere, that it's not often that people call it as it is, especially people who are politicians or in the political sphere. They try to hide it through euphemisms and use of semantics, and I think it's important for us to recognize that, and I'm glad you just did. David, and I don't know whether the other people we've invited up on the stage are going to make it, so you may or may not be our last one.
Let's hope not, Gary. Yeah, Gary, great room. I wish we had maybe a greater diversity of thought up here. Especially given the import of this court decision.
I think we heard some diversity of thought. What have we missed? I mean, I'm pretty sure that my position and Martha's position, our position was countermanded pretty darn well.
Tonight I'm ordering an
Steve, although he was probably the only one to challenge us in that matter. But I mean, there was a diversity there.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, I'm going to some of the how fast time moves in terms of how long these laws have been on the books in relation
also,
to
though, when
the
people
totality
let
of
me
racism.
to when I'm trying to come out of a driveway or let me I also always give the
recall that when the march on putting in play the new amendments of the post-Civil War Reconstruction period, that arduous, heavy lift that we asked white America to do in the face of years of their oppressive behavior, it wasn't easy. In fact, I take people back to 1912 where there was a court case involving a gentleman that wanted to vote in the great state of Alabama. And Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes ruled in 1912, you have a right to vote, sir, but we don't have a way to compel the state of Alabama to give you the right to vote. So therein lies, in 1912, the difficulty and the power of entrenched systemic racism against a large majority of populations in the South that were facing the inability to overcome. I just found out as well, Gary, that the term grandfather law refers to a slave having the right to vote, or excuse me, not a slave, but a former descendants of slaves having a right to vote if their grandfather was able to vote. And so the South used some of these very onerous, arcane terms because how many people actually...
I mean, that's where the term grandfathered in comes from?
That's correct. That's right.
I never knew that.
Yes, exactly. So 1911, in Giles versus Harris, Oliver Wendell Holmes made that majority opinion. So anyway, marching toward the Voting Rights Act, we saw what happened with the ascendancy of the Warren Court, circa 1950s, I believe. Earl Warren, by the way, was one of the most popular governors in California's history. He was a bipartisan governor for 3 terms. He promised then President Eisenhower he wouldn't challenge him in this election, but in exchange for that, he wanted a position on the Supreme Court. And it just so happened that the vacancy that opened up was that of Chief Justice. So Warren never served as a jurist. He was always a politician. But this guy was able to obviously lead the march when the cases were brought before him in terms of Brown versus Board of Education. And obviously that they overturned segregation with a 9-0 verdict that came down on high. However, the Deep South and their politicians were calling for Warren's head. They were calling for impeachment. They were saying this is legislation from the bench. Well, this is the very exact thing we're seeing right now, I believe, Gary, in the way that the Supreme Court has surgically dismantled this law. And let me explain. In 1982, when Congress passed a strong amendment to the Voting Rights Act in 1982, a then emerging jurist by the name of John Roberts didn't like the decision. He didn't like the arguments. He said, wait a minute here, this isn't right. Well, in the Deep South, Gary, the 82 provisions were challenged in the state of North Carolina, resulting in a Supreme Court case affirming with 9-0 these very amendments that were passed in 82 in a case of Thornburg versus Jingles. And so here we have not just the legislature enshrining law the way it's supposed to be done in this country, but you have the city Supreme Court justice affirming that. We see a total takedown of one legislative victory, and then we have the Supreme Court affirming that, only to have this Supreme Court decide in all its wisdom that this is bad law. And we, in our wisdom as 6 jurists, have the right to override this precedent. So that's very important. It also is important to note that in 2013, when then District Attorney Eric Holder fought the Shelby decision with Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, recall that it was Justice Roberts who said, hey, wait a minute here, we still have the Section 2 provision in play here for you folks to lean on, if and only then you need to do that so it's not completely gutted. So here we have that messaging, that articulation by Dan Roberts in that 2013 decision. And then recall that it was the vaunted legislator, civil rights warrior, John Lewis, who marched in 1965 on the Pettus Bridge, named after a Grand Dragon wizard of the Ku Klux Klan, Southern leader, who marched Bloody Sunday, 1965, into the mob of guys and cops and cops with badges and batons, and they all got beat up pretty bad trying to march for their right for freedom. And of course, we shot down the John Lewis Rights Act, could not get the votes, trying to re-enshrine those things that were lost in 2013 by the Supreme Court decision. So, Gary, what this could potentially portend is the emergence of politicians in the Deep South who don't necessarily want equality in this country. Recall that in the Great Pelican State, it was David Duke who almost won a governorship, Grand Wizard, I believe it was circa 1991-92. And were it not for the massive groundswell of voting by the black community in that great state, we might have had a Grand Wizard leading one of our 50 states in this country. And so does these decisions open up the floodgates for these types of politicians to emerge, not being able to check their racism at the door because the black voters won't have any power to keep those guys out of office? So I think that ultimately is a potentiality with these decisions that does not advance the democratic and racial principles of this country. And I like to just end on I really appreciate Dr. Francine's comments as one who lives in a blue state. Although I like her comments in theory, I don't like them as far as being able to execute them. But I think there's some room to maneuver on some of those ideas, because here's the thing, Gary. If you can have these kind of laws by 6 jurists, not laws, but decisions that are essentially laws, because when they say something, it has to be supported. And then as the minority populations of this country begin to expand, where does that leave us if this is not done? If it's a colorblind society, Gary, then the arguments that Steve makes and all those other persons on the stage, maybe they're few and far between, then we don't have anything to worry about. But this is not a colorblind society, and that's my issue with that. And I'll land there.
Thank you, David. Les, followed by Chin.
Hi, sorry, I got a new phone. To get back to the question of redistricting, I think the root problem is that politicians can choose their own voters. It should be the opposite. Voters should choose their politicians, their representatives. And we just need to get rid of all of this gerrymandering. We had that in California before the recent election, and I understand why California did that because of what Texas had done. And the only thing good I could say about that California gerrymandering thing is that it's sunsetted for 2013, so 2030. Hopefully we'll go back and we will do that in California if the other states do that as well. And so that would be my wish. In terms of racism, Mr. Trump is a racist. He was not, his properties were not renting to black people, and he tried to find that in the courts in the 70s. And in terms of racism, we did make progress in the 60s. The big thing was the Voting Rights Act, because we had people like Strom Thurmond that was a racist and was, voting against, of course, black interests. But then South Carolina had a huge black population, and after 1970, he had to cater to the black population or not treat them with as much disdain as he had been doing before. And so I think that things aren't perfect, but I can tell you things are much better. And I have personal experience with that. In 1980, I was picking up my daughter and my wife at the airport, and there was this racist cab driver. I should mention, she was black, probably still is, as far as I know. And he was just giving me all this racist crap on the ride over to the airport. I was picking her up in a cab. And I don't think cab drivers would do that anymore. And, you know, I do think things are better. You know, they're not perfect, but I do think things are better. And I guess that's all I have to say, unless someone has questions.
Thank you, Les. Ching.
I'm sorry, this app sometimes I touch certain button without knowing it, and thank you for having me. And I'm gonna pass this. I don't have enough knowledge to make comments, but seems like it's not a good thing that you know the court is striking down the House map into.
At the end of the day,
Thank you, Ching.
the energy's got to stop and so forth. I mean, Americans, we're going into the summertime period. I mean, we all, America.
In manufacture, because when you rely on that, when you have manufacturer, they
Eastern time on Substack Live. So until 5 o'clock New York time on Monday for the next edition of the.
It's time for the court.
Everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
To 64 was 11, and 65 plus was 6%. And I think that's interesting because, I remember a time when we were talking about sort of the loneliness.
Broken Pentagon bureaucracy was doing the same thing for decades. When our warfighters needed more weapons, aircraft, and ships, the Department of Defense allowed contractors to double dip at your expense. They charge you, the taxpayer, to build their factories, and then charge you again for the final product.
Now,
and despite paying companies to make weapons faster, schedule delays were constant, and cost overruns.
I think that's interesting. I think that speaks to some of the things that help explain what's going on now. I'll just say that, religious belief is funny because there's a way that we talk about religion as, in sort of the formal way, and that's appropriate, right, for this conversation. But I think there are also other beliefs that But we're seeing generationally, right, that younger people aren't receiving the opportunities that previous generations have. We talked about how, and we see that sort of manifest in the way that they're looking at homes, right, the way that they're looking at relationships and marriage, the way that they're looking at even children, the types of jobs that they're getting, right, the fact that they're not going to school, right, or going, higher education, right, they're dropping out of the workplace at rapid rates. There's a lot of things that people hold on to that is not about the big man upstairs, but those beliefs are not transferring over to younger people. Younger people are not constructing the world in similar ways. And in moments of crisis, in moments of disruption, over and over, right? The cycles of economic disruption that we continue to have over and over and over, right? People are looking for, not everyone, but there are people who are looking for other ways, who didn't grow up with religion, who don't have the same sort of relationship with religion. They are looking for something that sounds or feels there's some structure in a disruptive, seemingly normless world. And it's not completely, this cycle is not new, which is one of the reasons why, people often laugh when they say, religion is going to die off now, right? God is dead. The world is, the world moving on. We're much more modern and much more sophisticated. And a lot of people laugh because these cycles are not necessarily.
I just want to mention one thing, brother. Mel had put in the chat earlier, like a long time ago. I don't know if you saw it, but it was an actual article from the Washington Post on the decline in male jobs more recently. And the thing that stuck out to me in the article was the researcher from the University of Michigan said that it's not all retirement and education. There are guys just dropping off the planet. They're not looking after their kids. They're not in school. They're not in the labor force. Across the board, when we look at men, we see challenges that they face that leave too many men disconnected. That's one of the reasons why I brought up the sort of religious piece and sort of the revival that I was talking about and put in the chat, the Porch Church in I think it's in Texas. Because that quote from Betsy Stevenson, who's a professor of economics at the University of Michigan, made me think that's what I was seeing in the eyes when I went to the revival several months ago now. I went to this revival, and I'm calling it revival. It was a 3-night little service, but it scared me so bad I didn't go back after the first night. But it reminded me of the look I saw in those young men, the young men's eyes. But I understand this has been happening. In fact, it showed the trend line from like 2008 and the men in the workforce up until the present. And it does speak to some of the things you were saying, but that quote really, really stuck out to me because of the way in which I, kind of saw the sort of those young men at the revival a few months ago.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, and I apologize. I wasn't. I was reading the article as you all were talking, and so I didn't mean to sort of speak against that article. I actually agreed. I was sort of trying to talk about some of the other things that I've heard in the conversation, but I agree with it. I mean, I know I'm not trying to start a gender war or anything like that, but like we have talked about on this app, we've heard in other rooms, the conversations around sort of gender and people's, sort of the constructed quote unquote roles around gender and expectations and all those things. And at some point, those are right. Gender is an organizing principle, right? And
Brother Ricky, can you expound on that? What do you mean? Gender is an organizing principle?
So gender, one of the ways that we sort of organize identity, responsibility, norms, right? Sort of the expectations about what we expect from certain people, right? How we socialize kids is around gender. Like there are certain expectations, and I'm not saying every single individual down to a T has this, but we can generally talk about sort of all of us, even if we don't sort of ascribe to them, what our quote unquote I'm just gonna say it, and y'all just deal with it. But we generally have an understanding of what society understands as a man, a boy, a girl, right? And so those are, when I say sort of gender as an organizing principle, it sort of organizes and constructs the way that we expect others to behave, what sort of assumptions we have placed on ourselves. We have a certain expectation of how people are supposed to talk, behave, look, dress, engage. When we assign them a particular, or we assume a particular gender identity.
Okay, thank you.
Right? Does that make sense?
Yep.
And so as such, right, in the same way that women are, often confronted with, marriage, children, the expectations around parenting, chores, the penalty for having a child and coming back to the workplace. There are similar, not equally, but there are similar expectations around men. And as individuals, we often take on those identities, right? So one of the issues around toxic masculinity that people talk about are, one of the reasons why it's toxic or pervasive is because people internalize those. And so what happens when you are not able to fulfill the expectations that your parents have of you, the way that you can socialize, the way that other people expect of you, the way that society constructs what it means to be a heterosexual man? How do you sort of wrestle with those things, right? Now, you can say, well, I don't care about those things. Yeah, okay, fine. At an individual level, there are people who don't conform to those things, but that doesn't mean that everyone does, and it doesn't mean that you are free from every sort of pressure. And so people are being confronted, young men, boys, are being confronted with realities that men behave in particular ways, but the economic circumstances that are befalling all of us don't necessarily make that that a reality, right? Women have entered the workforce. They've been entering the workforce. They are economically independent of men. In the past, we've done a lot in our society, right, to construct the dependence of women to men, right? Like, it's just a fact. You can read the accounts of all the ways, Charlotte Perkins Gilman, talked about all the ways that, that society was set up to construct the dependence of women on men, right? So now that we've moved away from some of those sort of forced ways that women are dependent, what are men to do in a society that still expects them to uphold traditional aspects of masculinity, maleness, malehood, but not have those realities, right? They're not entering, they're not going to college, right? The jobs that they have, because we have a real and true gender division of labor, what happens when male work leaves the society, right? Starts dwindling, right? What happens when, I was just reading another article that talked about all the sort of ways, so you got declining health and disability, you have a skill mismatch and educational gaps, you have technological disruption and automation, stagnant wages and low status, right? Like the ways that we have formed the jobs that have been successful for men with the declining, I'm all over the place. We have a diminishing and dwindling middle class, right? What does that mean for the jobs that have traditionally been a part of that middle class, lifestyle, right? All of these things sort of are connected, right? But we don't have, as a society, we still have the expectations, right, on men and women to perform tasks that go far beyond the realities that we live in right now, right? And so we have disruption. We have men who are finding finding ways to deal with their realities, right? And I'm not excusing people's violent and aggressive and antagonistic behaviors. I'm just trying to give a larger context, right? This is, and so what I mean by this has happened before, and I'll end here, and I'll shut up, and I will not speak for a few hours. But this is consistent with, I'll just say this is sort of traditional sociology. Traditional sociology has talked about sort of the rapid increase of, or the shifts, right, in sort of the norms, values, and expectations, and then the larger sort of societal and structural changes that are taking place. And when one moves faster than the other, you have disruption. It's called, Durkheim talked about normlessness. Merton talked about, anomie, right? The strain between what individuals are facing and what their, what the expectations are, and the realization that they can't meet those expectations that society has for them for whatever reason. All right, I'm done. Sorry.
We was waiting for Baber. We was waiting for the Baber drop.
Yes.
You done ran through the whole thing. We got one-on-one, and we got one-on-one in a 30-minute lecture. I mean, let's go.
Your mama, that was less than 30 minutes, but that was good, brother. Thank you.
Hey, brother, I need you to sign. Sorry, I just get my 3 credits, by the way.
Oh, trust me, it's even more painful.
This is the largest intro to sociology on all of the internet, in all of the world, in fact. Shout out to Nubia. Shout out to Karen Hunter and Greg Carr.
Well done, brother.
I'm just playing.
But thank you, brother, for substantiating what the data actually says, right? Men are losing their minds because that traditional concept, which, by the way, was not very favorable to men. And I would be curious one day just to hear you speak on those things and expound on them. Men had higher rates of death than women because they typically work to death. Men were not, especially black men, were not allowed to really, be human, in a sense, right? Like, you're gay if you do this, you're gay if you do that. I think we should really have those conversations without the trolling, because it's become so normalized. Like, I kind of get it, why men are just, I don't know. It's just, yeah. I think that this is a great opportunity for men to redefine themselves, to be perfectly honest. The old views, and I'm not taking up for men, I'm just merely looking at the data, but y'all didn't have it so well like before with that idea of the patriarchy, right? Like, it didn't really work out for y'all. You just kind of worked and then you died. Like, I'm just saying.
Can I be heard? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Brother, the part about, women on the rise, taking, some of these positions, and then the men feeling like, well, what am I supposed to do? And then holding on to some of these old traditional ideas versus adapting to the, place of where you are today. I thank you so much. I mean, I really wish, you would, allow yourself to present this, on a recorded conversation.
Yes!
Because I think the message, a lot of times in the midst of the conversation, I don't think some people can receive it because it's like they might feel like it's tearing them down and they want to obviously fight. And that's rightfully so. But perhaps maybe just, somebody glazing over a recording and they hear such, it might just be able to plant the seed. A lot of times really appreciate how you articulated it in such a way. I think it was gentle enough to be able to pierce somebody's heart. So thank you. And it wasn't antagonistic. Also, encouraging. Okay, I'm gonna.
I love whoever that was.
It's my child.
That was so sweet.
Everybody loves cheerleader.
Brother, I'm gonna just tell you something that I won't tell you in the back channels, but I need to know how you come. You know, see, we holding each other accountable.
I think that would be fascinating just to present the data, because I hate the conjecture, right? I just love looking at the data. Like, I think that men have a right to be upset in this regard, right? Like you said, when things change too quickly, it can cause severe disruptions.
I think so. I think it is, and this is where it becomes a little diabolical, because there is a lot of voices that are sort of reinforcing that everything is fine, and that it is that everything is fine. And so what that does for a lot of folks is, with, I think there are a lot of things, but again, sort of the growing isolation of people. I think that also makes those narratives even louder, because I was looking at I was reading some stuff about hookup culture, and this was a while ago. But you talk to people, and they'll tell you, these are young people. They'll tell you what they do. They again, we've seen sort of the trends around sort of not having sex, not engaging sexual activity, and it's not it's not the majority, but it's a significant group of of that population. And they'll say, okay, I'm not having this, but I think everybody else is, right? Or I think, and so then there are other questions where they'll ask, and so they have this sort of warped sense of what's going on, but they believe that they're the one who's the outlier, right? And so I think the same is true with some of the struggles that men are having, where these narratives exist about what it should be, what it is, or what's happening, right? That don't speak to what's actually going on, and people aren't talking to each other, and and so they believe that they're the only one, right? And then they find out that other people are struggling, and then they become resentful because they're the only ones. They think they're the only ones who are going through something, and we haven't really provided narratives. I mean, I've talked about this before. Again, I'll show back to this. I think institutions are really important. What institutions communities build for their people? Like, these narratives don't just change on their own. And the issues that people are dealing with, if they feel isolated, they will make their own news. And when people, and this goes for children, right? This is why, like, not having conversations with children, not having age-appropriate conversations with children about things is frowned upon, because people make their own meanings, and oftentimes those meanings are wrong, but they are trying to make sense of the world around them. And so when they do so in isolation, and when they think that they're the ones who are sort of getting the short end of the stick with the old reinforcement of what they quote unquote are supposed to be doing, they can't achieve that because, either something they did, right, or something, something they're not doing correctly, or, they just got the wrong end. You have a lot of resentment. And social media often does not help those conversations. It can, but yeah, I think institutions that are purposeful and sort of reaching out to people, and I think that's one of the reasons why the church is people are seeking the church, because that is an institution that more or less is in every community, right? There's a visible, people know where they can go, or at least have an idea of where they can go.
And in the past, I think.
I'm gonna be real quick. There's power in testimony. And what you say, if people are speaking about the good things that are happening, and someone who's young and who's struggling, it's very difficult for them to have hope and believe. But people got to get back to testifying and, telling their story so that someone else can dream and believe. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Brother, I was going to say, I think there's some scholar who's written about the ways in which churches provide social structures, or sort of what politicians might call wraparound services for communities. We're waiting for, I wish we could bring him on the app. That's what I wish we could do.
Brother Messi, remember when I was arguing with a certain your favorite atheist, and they kept saying the way that we save the Black community is we get everybody to be an atheist, and I was trying to tell them, you think that would be the answer, but these niggas that don't go to Black church are worse. They kept telling me, the Black church is the problem. And I was trying to tell these niggas, like, no, it's not the problem. Your beef with religion, it doesn't mean you should shit on the institution, because we see when these niggas fall out of this institution, what happens to them?
At the library card, I was there when you had that conversation. And wait a minute, want to create an institution of their own without a purpose.
That's what I'm trying to get them to understand. So, like, when you shit on the Black church as an extension of your beef with organized religion, it creates an environment where niggas start doing this multiracial shit where the values are all fucked up. Like, it's all mixed up over there on the other side. But y'all's beef with organized religion makes you shit on something that is not politically what you believe is problematic, but that's just how it all gets wrapped up in.
That's good to have.
I'm not even gonna get into the Black church in this space, because
I know you don't know nothing about that.
It's a rough topic. I mean, I'll just say that having spaces to gather in person are important. Not saying social media, social connection, like any form of social connection, can be positive in the sense that it can help with emotional well-being, sort of the feelings of isolation. But also, I mean, I've said this in other spaces, one of the things about the churches and religious institutions is that it also allows for people to gain a sense of cohesion, collectiveness, shared understanding. I mean, not everybody in the church historically has believed in everything that the church espouses. Not every member, not every person who's been in the church is a Christian, right? Especially in the Black church right now. But it has been a space where people have developed language, have developed a sense of connection, and those things are important. They just are, and it could be maybe another space, but religion as a sort of a cohesive unit has been useful and valuable outside of the Black religious tradition. Like, religious belief has been sort of another organizing sort of unit that people have used throughout history. And it's been a valuable space, right? Like the Black church isn't unique in that aspect. We just, talk about it because it created, in more modern times, a culture and a group of people. It helped shape. It didn't do it, exclusively by itself, but it helped shape sort of a culture and create a culture of people in a more modern time that did not exist before. And so we just have a lot of historical, tracking of this sort of modern phenomenon. But yeah, it's important. Institutions are important, and so again, and I think that's a consistent thing that we've talked about in other days in this room, right? Going back to the importance of institutions, valuing the role of institutions in American life and society. It's kind of fun.
I've said this before, and it's just my own conjecture that the church also like helped to enact shame. Because the church was community. The church was also a social place. But I remember hearing lots of times, not directed at me, but just like better to marry than to burn, and a lot of those things, right? Like, to be fiscally responsible or conservative, that's the manner in which I was reared. And I think that without that community judgment, so to speak, not like clubhouse judgment, right, which is based largely on boredom. You know what I'm saying? Like, I said this before and it was taken the wrong way, but it's just my thoughts. I think that like when we as a society kind of moved away from that it kind of took away shame, right? Because you can be anonymous and be a fool, but when we were all more so in community by proximity, you really didn't have that option. And I think that has also made a lot of changes. So I do agree with what Dr. Library Cart put in the chat, that church has hurt a lot of people. But I just remember there just being more of community accountability, if that makes sense, for both genders, the expectations, the desired outcomes.
Also, personally, like, we don't have to get into more like social structures of it all, just a personal accountability to. That's why I be giving on the niggas that claim to be Christian here and they don't go to church because they're afraid to be held accountable or to be disciplined, to follow a hierarchical structure within the community, or to do what you said you was gonna do and show up. They scared. So
yeah, I would agree. Or more like what I see sometimes is more like an entitlement, right? Like, you're not going to tell me what to do, that kind of thing. Because there's also like a submission in that regard, right? I don't mean
I agree with you, but that's what I was saying. Separating it from gender, there is a sort of submission to the structure, to the leadership that these niggas don't have, because they the mouse and the Dorito.
That's nasty word. I was gonna say Cheetos because that's messier. But
hot Cheetos is hot Cheetos.
The Doritos are good because the breath is stinking.
Takis, they love.
Y'all got yourselves together because y'all was going crazy. But I just want to say something about his trolling. He put down the sword of trolling to give us an opening into his brilliance, and I'm grateful, and we're better for it. That's number one. Number two, this is why I often come here, and y'all think I'm playing, but I'm dead. They gotta get it together. They really do. I mean, there's a thing so y'all hear me talk about this sometimes as well, which is this idea of ordos amores, the order of love. Y'all gotta get together.
Can you say that louder for the people in the back?
I'm done speaking, Sherry.
I know y'all trying to tempt me into a gender war.
No. We actually want you to just stay.
A circle.
They're going for hours.
We call
I've been moderating from the goo. They've been going for hours with very fruitful conversations.
It was great conversation.
No one is trying.
Am I allowed to speak? May I speak, please?
No. If you gonna try to, I'm gonna be honest.
That's the problem right there.
No. We see. This is the thing. You come in. I see what you wrote, Chad. Like, why can't you come in and try to engage in a conversation?
That's what I just tried to do.
Add to it and move forward.
That's what I just tried to do.
No, in the chat you chastise because you don't even know what we saying.
No, I didn't. Listen.
You heard one thing and you trying to take out your belt. Put your belt on.
I'm not fighting you today.
Put your stomach in your pants and pull your pants up.
I'm not going to
zip them up.
I love you too much. I'm not doing it. So I will say there is a misunderstanding and a conflation between your pastor, how he interpreted and presented the word, and the church being the body of Christ. That should be distinguished. And you should understand that there are some men who don't know what they're doing, but have the ambition, and I would even say the desire, and they would say that they have the calling, but yet they don't know what they're doing. And then I would say that there are certain denominations at certain time periods that don't know what they're doing. Why? Because the church is just men trying to figure it out, human beings. So we have to try to understand that, the body of Christ is imperfect. I would even say a work in progress. And you got to be able to distinguish between the church and some man's interpretation of the word and presentation of the word. Thank you. Have a nice day.
But your mama, and before y'all respond, y'all don't have to, please. I just want to say, your mama, one thing that I feel like I learned from the church when I'm always talking about discipline, there's a certain, because of the hierarchy, and you know what people, even the way that we use like the term elders in the church, you know that people put an amount of work in, whether that's committing to attending services, committing to volunteer in the community, committing to read something weekly or 2 times a week or 3 times a week. That level of commitment, it shows you what you have to do to be esteemed in that same way. And when you were saying there's a lot of people trying to be the head, they're trying to be the head without doing what being the head requires, right? So they don't want to uplift their community. They don't want to reach out and uplift the kids. They don't want to read the Bible. They don't want to be held accountable to doing things that they say they're going to do, but they want to be crowned the head automatically. That's why these niggas need to go back into the church. They think logging on is the same amount of work as people who commit their time and their money.
And also the church took care of the community. I remember when my kids were little,
this is anecdotal, but I didn't want to take them to a daycare just yet. So where did I find, an elder who, was needed a little cash and or just watch the kids out of the love of her heart? The church. When you needed a babysitter, when the church took care of the local neighborhoods. The churches have food pantries. My church has Black dentists. We do free all kind of stuff. There's a food pantry. There's like a Tide pantry. They, all kinds of things, right? So I think that's also important. And I love what Brother said earlier. I think I caught him saying that not all members of the church were Christians. And I think we need to kind of get back to that, right? But anywho.
I think that's right. I mean, when you think about, and I saw that video of those kids trying to read a few sentences.
Oh, Lord. Wasn't that bad, Michelle?
That was terrible. And then you think about, yes, you can talk about the things about church you don't, the church that you don't like. It's not perfect or whatever. But you had Sunday school teachers that were actual teachers that taught children how to read. The importance of reading texts like the Bible so they can first become better readers. And if they recite it out loud, they become better speakers. Their speech is much better. I mean, there is a cultural component to Black churches that we seem to also not want to appreciate enough. Yeah, Sherry, I put it in the chat. Every fifth Sunday, for Youth Sunday, having to get up there and read the announcements, having to get up there and do whatever it was my grandmother told me I was supposed to do that Sunday. Having to do your Easter pageants, your Christmas pageants, your Mother's Day pageants.
Reform, there's another politically correct room open with John Kitover. Streaming this conversation. It's in the chat, just FYI. Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, am I the only one in here? Oh,
it's only Maria.
Wait, Penny's down there.
Yeah, I'm about to go. Y'all want me to boom it, right?
No, they can have the conversation.
Oh, okay.
They're not having a conversation. It's a fake.
Oh no, I'm about to go in there. I'm gonna report it.
I don't see it though.
It's in the chat.
I just put the link in the chat.
He's got a fake house though.
Oh,
what the fuck is the title? Ultra elite liberal. Look at here, you son of a bitch. I wasn't gonna troll anymore.
Reform.
Record this, you crackhead motherfucker.
Oh my God. I went in there and I was like, why is he talking?
Okay, he has a whole fake house. Y'all, please report this house because he has a whole fake house. But y'all, please continue.
I thought it was another. I thought he opened a room.
No,
politically correct.
He got a whole fake ass politically correct house. Weirdo. Because he's not a mod. He can't. An admin. But y'all, please continue the conversation.
Sorry, Brie. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I.
Oh no, you're fine, Doctor. Particular said we should play music. I guess in an effort to stall him out or whatever. But
yes.
But yeah, I was just saying that having to do that, from the time I could read up until when I left for college, if you are a very shy person, all of a sudden, it's not saying that you're not shy. It's not to say that you don't have nerves. It's just to say that as you get older, having to build that skill, by the time you go off to college and you have to give your presentations, it's no different than having to give those Easter speeches. And the things that I had to do in effort to
get through an Easter speech, as far as learning where to focus, having to enunciate, having to make sure I, can pronounce the words properly, all of these things. You're able to do it once you get to college. You're able to do it once you matriculate on through life, and you might have to do presentations for things and for people. It's just, there's skills that are taught there. And even though, as a kid, hate doing it, as an adult, I can be very quick to accept the fact and admit the fact that, part of the reason why I'm able to speak the way that I am and do the things that I do is because I had to do all of that in church as a kid.
You can keep talking. I'm just playing this song over.
Oh, you good? We have a little background.
Okay.
Institutions provide. Well, I'll say this. I mean, I think, there's a, rites of passage, I think, are important, right? Celebrations and these moments of highlighting moments in the life course, I think, are really important. I know that people have talked about, the excess of, the celebrations of, preschool and high school and all that stuff. And, I don't need to mention those to go down a rabbit hole. I think, and I'm not saying those specific ways of engaging are, great. You got to spend $1,000 and all that stuff. But I do think, thinking about how, what sort of moments we celebrate, again, as a community, right? As an ethnic group, what sort of collective ways do we acknowledge sort of transitions among our people, right? How do we talk about the experiences of, of changing, right? Is it just that we have, I'm being a little facetious, but, is it just that we have the talk about what to do with the police officers, right? Is that, that's a consistent narrative that we have. And I'm not saying it's not important, but I often don't hear about other ways that we celebrate or we acknowledge or we instill what it means to transition over time, right? I was reading a really awesome piece about the way that other cultures, or that cultures in general, celebrate the baby teeth, right, when they fall out, and what it means for different cultures, right, and how they actually engage in the process of, acknowledging this sort of moment of change, and what it means for parents. The role that the celebration has for parents as they are dealing with, children getting older, and what it means for, their relationship to them, and all of this. It was really, sort of a beautiful discussion of that. And it, thinking about what does it mean for, other cultures, celebrate, 15 or 16 and all those things. And what does it mean for people to celebrate that? And what are the messages that they're also instilling at that time, right? What does it mean for who that person, what are the expectations, right, about a person. And, it doesn't mean that everything that gets, instilled or, it sticks. Culture is not something that's just sort of that's passed down and kept the same way, preserved. Not all aspects of culture work like that, but there are those moments where if a culture is to live and exist beyond its current moment, there has to be some transmission of it, and there has to be a way to articulate that that resonates with the generation that you were trying to instill those things in. And then what does that mean for what they take, what they adapt, what do they continue, and what do they change, right? And then how do they disseminate it and pass it? I think those are important, and I think we often miss those. And it can't just be, I'll stop there because I don't want to put that.
Dr. Rabbit Hole.
I kind of cleared out the bottom because y'all haven't been in another room or no followers. I'm sorry you got booted. Well, I'm apologizing. They've already been booted, but I'm determined to figure out. I wonder if it's the Anon, what they're streaming from. But I'm sorry, y'all. It was a really great conversation.
How you doing, Mickey?
Hello, crackhead.
Don't do that, man. I'm trying to be nice to you, bro. Don't do that.
I already messed up my no more trolling, so I might as well be authentic. Which also gives glory and honor to God. I'm going to eat dinner, but y'all have the conversation. And please report that house. I have reported that house like 10 times. Patty should tell them she's going to not have politically correct anymore unless they close that other house down. But y'all are welcome to continue the conversation. Any conversation.
That was a good plan. Thank you for the just for opening my mind a little bit today. I appreciate it, and everybody who contributed. It's really great to listen to.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Messi. It's so much better being friendly with you. Remember the rooms that James used to do, y'all? Didn't he also do like sociology, psychology kind of thing?
I was actually thinking about James because you said you.
Yeah.
Where is he at?
I don't know. He's been gone for a minute, but I always appreciated those rooms. Plus, he was funny as hell.
Oh, he's working. He's getting work done.
Oh, well, congratulations to him.
Yeah, we're also being streamed to YouTube, but I'm sorry, y'all. That title just took me out. Wait, what is it again?
That's why she played the music. Because it was streaming on YouTube.
Ultra. Oh, yeah. Ultra elite liberal intellectuals. Thank you, I guess. Ultra elite, goddamn.
And when I went in there, Sherry was talking, and I was confused.
Yeah, he doesn't stream all the time, but y'all that belong to that house, shame on y'all.
People probably belong to it thinking it's this one.
They do, but it's like some of the same people, yeah, because this house has, well, most of the people aren't on here anymore. But yeah, we've reported him. I reported him on YouTube. I reported him on Clubhouse. I have all iterations of him blocked, but oh well. Thank you, Maya, because, yeah. Ugh. But yeah, I wish you would do those rooms, because I loved when James did those rooms, and he would break down that topic and everything.
It's really big. No, I mean, listen, I can't keep a room. That's all. I had a good discussion. I just to the end of line. That's all. So y'all will engage with that. So this feedback, I appreciate it.
Oh no, F. I think Manfinity irritated First Lady so bad, he's gonna be blocked for at least a good month or two. He's gonna get that TC level block. I think he's done.
I just don't understand what the purpose is, but I don't want to also fuel a conversation that will center people being weird. It's just very interesting, different.
What was that, Penny?
As I was saying, I just don't understand what the motivation is. It's just weird.
As Black people, we are never alone. Not even on Clubhouse. At least he called us ultra elite liberal intellectuals.
I'm proud of that, even though I don't fit into that. I'll take it.
Thank you, Mr. Streaming Weirdo. I'm sorry. What? Am I really getting old? Because I really did raise my voice like when you... We are not the only group that he streams. But yeah. If y'all go in a house and you see a weird white man that's modded, you're probably in the wrong politically correct. There's only one Anon in here. It must be him. Oh, wait, let me look again. Yeah.
Now, if every mod blocked that person, they wouldn't be able to be anonymous in there. Is that correct or no?
No, you can be anonymous even if you're blocked. I mean, you know what? I don't know. I think it just, I think he did do a loose room one time, Corey. I think when you're anonymous, because I do that, like if I go on the dark side or something, I'll go anonymous. Did y'all see they had all of that mess? The other couple, anyway, Penny said when you talk about it, they come in here, so I ain't saying nothing. You can't like chat or like react to anything because it's like you're anonymous. You can't even like a comment. So maybe override.
Your mama, may I speak now?
Mm-hmm. I say my room.
Is that a yes or no?
It in my room. Look, I can't help.
So I can't speak no more. I still can't speak. Would you inform me when I am allowed to speak?
Just speak. She's playing the music for the streaming. Just speak.
I'm waiting for an official notification from your mama that I'm allowed to speak.
Thank you, Mama.
Speak, please.
Thank you.
Can you send a notification to him when he goes to the goo?
Don't do that.
Why are you being so difficult?
Your compadre got banned. You better behave.
Wait, who got banned?
I didn't realize y'all were two different people until y'all were both on the stage at the same time.
They do sound alike.
They really do. I swear to God, I thought y'all were the same person for years. Yes, Manfinity. He got banned to Hades yesterday.
Y'all need to leave that good brother alone. We don't sound nothing alike.
It's crazy how you're calling him a good brother now when generally you call him a liar and a dishonest person.
Look, nobody's perfect. So, and as a Christian, I have to forgive my brother 7 times 77. So there you go.
I used to try that when I made people I'm dating mad. I was like, you gotta forgive me 70 times, 70 times.
Listen, just because you use the word nefariously don't mean I would.
I didn't. That's true. I was saying you can't be. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Mama, you are diabolical.
Why is people in the chat telling us I'm on the dating apps? No, I'm going on the dating apps.
Who?
If the dating apps is Clubhouse, because Clubhouse keep the back channels hot.
Oh, God.
Your mama's a high value woman.
Your mama, what celebrity, just so I can paint a mental picture, what celebrity do you
No. Okay, 1 second.
Wait, who said no?
I was talking to my dog.
There is one that people often tell me, especially when I have my hair cut really, really low, but I will not tell y'all because then y'all will be going Googling, looking at the lady, and then thinking that I look like the lady. It's just because I got a skinny face like that. That's the only reason why. But I'm not going to hush, brother.
You're not going to divulge the celebrity that you look like?
Okay, so let me know.
You already know kind of who it is, brother, because I already gave you that much. Hold on, I'll send you.
What type of paranoia is this? We're talking about a proxy, your mama.
There's a boundary.
Oh my.
Wait, can I ask why you need to know? Or you
I already told her to paint a mental picture.
Whatever mental picture you currently have is enough for your mama, I'm certain.
This is insane. Why do people need to paint a mental picture?
Right.
Let my voice be sufficient.
Fine. You was talking how the back channels were back channeling. You was talking about...
Yeah, because her voice is popping. Have you not heard your mama?
Let me just tell you, concrete, there is nothing attractive about your mama. I'm funny looking. I got one leg longer than the other. You know, that's it.
Your mama, do you have a googly eye like Cash Patel?
No. I don't have a googly eye, but you know, I got a funny looking smile. You know, my teeth are jumbled up on the insides.
Oh.
I'm trying not to laugh.
Somebody tried to call me asking for a mental picture creepy. Is that creepy to say? Why people try so hard to be weird?
Somebody said I was fat and worked at Walmart. I mean, I did used to. Why do people keep saying I'm fat? Do I sound fat? Hey, maybe let me go eat some almonds. 1 second.
Y'all done turn your mama into an almond mom. This is crazy.
Lord.
Well, I think we killed the room and the content.
Well, I mean, the goon's still heavy, which to me is indicative of the room not being dead, just the stage is dead.
Can I ask a side question? Sherry, was it you that said or suggested that I watch, was it Nature Boy documentary? Was that you?
Oh, no, it wasn't me.
Oh, that was, okay.
Did you watch the Nature Boy documentary?
I am on 3.
Okay, yeah, because I'm not watching it, so.
Oh, you're not? Okay,
informed, or your mama, can we get a little assist? Thank you.
Yeah, I just blocked him first, sorry.
Oh, thank you.
That was in concrete?
Yeah, that was somebody.
No, that was somebody else.
Yeah, because I'm about to.
I say never, but yeah, that wasn't. No, it might happen by mistake. You know. Oh shit, you're right. Damn it, I was aiming for accuracy, and I should have been aiming.
Just say thank you. Just say thank you.
You're right. I'll do it now.
I kind of don't want to say anything until I finish because I really, really don't know how it ends or anything like that. So all I can say is that it's almost like verbatim how all these cults operate. That's all. It's pretty predictable in that sense.
Style work about the Nature Boy cult. I've been hearing the Hulu documentary, from what I've heard. They're not covering all of the scandals that everybody from just like watching the streams and stuff saw.
Right. They have some of that. They have some of the, like YouTube and the real time people who were commenting on what was going on in real time. So in that sense, it's been interesting, but I haven't really seen the whole thing. But it's it's fat. People are fascinating.
Hey,
and more so, it's not the leaders; it's the people who follow the leaders that are the ones that I'm most worried about. In the same way, in the Manosphere documentary, it wasn't like the head Manosphere types. It was the people who were so enamored by those people that were the ones that I was most.
You gonna create news?
Hey everybody, how you doing?
Some murder.
I'm late to the party. Amen. I'm late to the party. Can anybody tell me really quick what happened last night? Because that shit was crazy.
I didn't figure it out yet. I think it was just an outage on the Amazon cloud data center.
Is it you having a mental health crisis? Why are you creating news about this? You gonna create news on the next robbery happens?
Is this why when I was asking my Alexa for the weather last night that it couldn't give me the weather?
Yeah, probably. There were a number of apps. I don't know if Amazon's own products were impacted. I don't know, but there were a number. FanDuel, Coinbase, Canva. A number of apps were down yesterday. And this morning, let me look to see what the latest is on it.
I mean, isn't this something that is a big deal when a platform like Coinbase in particular, just as one example, when that goes out or is down? Isn't this something that should be a bigger deal than...
No, I mean, apps go down all the time, to be honest. Especially if they don't have... This is why people disagree with me on this, but I think a large reason why the platforms decided to build their own data centers is because they didn't want to have to rely on other people's servers. And so...
zoning landmark. You can do it up now. When you get out to the passenger side, we're sitting in the middle of the lane of traffic. Chicago 3408, 1050 vehicle was just struck in the lane of traffic.
So, but a lot of I don't know. Amazon the first time said it was I believe it was like something that one of their engineers did, but I'm not sure what. I think they said something like a terminal outage. So they said it was overheating, I think.
times. It was crazy. It was absolutely crazy. Was anybody else in the room when everything happened?
What was crazy about it? You were in the room and then it happened?
We were in the room and politically correct. It was going one by one. Yeah, people started disappearing one by one. And then it got to me, and I kept trying to get back in. And it was only like a couple of rooms in Clubhouse, and you couldn't get in the rooms. And it was crazy. It lasted for like 4.5 hours. I finally came back and got into Brandon's room, his music room. But I couldn't bring nobody up. I couldn't do anything. And it was just weird. I was just like, what the hell is happening? So, yeah.
I'm just concerned about the reliance on the Amazon Web Services for like important shit that involves, money and transactions in real time, things like that. I don't give a shit if Clubhouse goes down. It's probably for the greater good that it's down every once in a while for a few hours unexpected.
I've never had this happen. I've been on here since 20. I'm not talking about Clubhouse. There's been other earlier iterations of the app. But I was talking to Spirit saying that he was worried about AWS. AWS causes business disruptions all the time. Some of them just don't make the news.
Yeah, no, I understand that a fair amount. I'm wondering what percent.
So y'all focus on AWS, but Google's had something similar. The Google Cloud also has support.
Well,
in fact, this is why many companies, many apps don't just rely on Amazon Web. They are also on Google. So sometimes what you'll see is some people in certain parts of the country will still be able to access stuff because part of the servers that the apps that they're working through or they're accessing are on another server. So you see this happen all the time. In fact, during the last AWS outage, it was the longest. This actually wasn't very long. It just takes, because it was degraded for some time, it did take some time for some of the apps to come to be restored. But the last time this happened, I know engineers from other companies flew to Seattle to help with the outage because it was so long and they didn't know what happened initially. So I think these are technology companies. I remember one time at a company where that I know several years ago, they had their own servers, they had their own data centers, and their apps used to go down all the time. And people would freak out. Advertisers would freak out. So I think it's not a normal thing, but like it's technology. Things happen. There are bugs that get in and different things. I don't think this was a hack though. But we'll see what Amazon says about it.
But yeah, Mama, weren't they hacked the first time? Like, remember that I DoorDash dinner, so now I have some time. Remember that really big one? Like, what was that, a couple of years ago? I think that was AWS. And I was in the office. And I remember with the firm, the first thing is that we always think that we're being hacked. But one of the tech guys, one of the big wigs had a conversation, and he basically scared us. He was like, don't tell clients, but we're attacked 24/7 daily. And they thought that it was actually an attack, but they weren't going to say that. Because, like, we couldn't place trades, like, nothing. It was actually, like, we really did think that it was, like the firm was being hacked. Because, that's what you think at first, like, this is, just where I am right now. And then, do you think it was a hack or just, like, a disruption? Because how does something like this happen, honestly? I don't want to fearmonger myself, because I do that plenty enough, but...
I think cyber hacks have increased. I think it's, a weapon. I think there are people who just do it for fun. I think there are groups of people in other countries who do it. I mean, I don't know if y'all followed the WhatsApp case where an Israeli company had hacked it some while ago. It's like, but the Israeli company said, well, it was like something. There was a security flaw in the code or something like that. But that happened like a while ago. I think cyber attacks happen all the time. I think if y'all put in your alerts cyber attacks, you will see that like data is exposed all the time. Personal data is exposed all the time. So I'm not saying that like I'm not trying to downplay it, but it is like a very common thing because it's technology and things happen, and that's why a lot of these large companies try to change. If it's like an app, they change code very frequently. This is why companies, these large companies want to do more in encryption because it prevents these sorts of things. And when if there is a hack or a leak, your personal information is not included because it's encrypted. But the governments around the world, particularly Western governments, don't like encryption because they can't get data for when they're investigating criminals, and they can't spy on people in other places. So I mean, there are definitely trade-offs, but I think a part of security is having more private networks for sure. But that's separate from what I think happened at the data center in Virginia. I do think it might have been something to do with one of their terminals, as they said, but we probably will never really know the real reason. They'll only tell us so much, partly because there are security risks in telling exactly what happened. But also they want to keep confidence in their customer base because, people pay them to use their services. So.
Thank you. That is why I like Gen Z, because they will hop on a TikTok in a minute, won't they? Let me tell y'all what happened.
I need to go to TikTok with information, because I was just like, that's weird. But I guess I've just never experienced it because I don't really do a whole lot, especially on my phone. And like my computer, I don't do no banking and all that stuff on my phone. So I'm old, so I'm old school. But it was just weird. And then I bumped into Ashton, and she was freaking out. She said she paid this guy a whole bunch of money to fix her phone, and I was like, what? It's only been a couple of hours. Yeah, she gave him a whole bunch of money to get back in love.
Oh no, that really. Oh God, has convicted me tonight.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
Wait, what happened? I'm sorry.
There was too many people talking. I couldn't hear what you said before.
No, you repeated because everybody didn't hear that.
Oh, but in the Ashton, I can't remember what room we were in because it was only like when I was scrolling on Clubhouse when I got back in, I could only find like maybe four houses that were open, and I went into a house and Just was in there, and I think Lisa was in there.
Get to what Ashton said, please. Before
people start again.
The reason I asked that because I kind of heard the opposite. It's like, I got my own money, I got my own car, I have 250,000 followers on Instagram, I have all these several links. I don't need no man. Because the lady that spoke recently called MJ Gray, I don't know if you know that person. She's labeled as a dark feminist that was always pretty she would never get engaged. Like, it's all like kind of mirroring what you're saying, but not in totality. I think you've explained.
I'm not opposed to marriage though. Like if it happens.
Oh, I never said you were. I never said you were. But like I think when someone would hear you without you actually saying that, they would assume so. Well, I think because I've heard you speak sometimes, I don't believe you're someone that doesn't believe in marriage. But this person was always speaking this whole fact of this and that, but she actually got engaged recently. Those needs that you were highlighting, do you think is analogous to men when they want to marry a woman?
I feel like men do the same thing. I feel like we did the same thing.
Work for the exact, like the men need women for social
We're not
status.
talking about what about is.
When did women about social? When men need women for social status, men need women for financial gains, men need men for everything you mentioned. Basically, do you think it's analogous?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that there are men that marry women for their money. I think there are men that marry women for their social status. I think there are men who marry women for a whole plethora of things. We see it happen all the time. And we even see it from like damn, I'm trying to think. Fuck. Fuck. I don't know why I'm drawing blanks, but even like in the celebrity world, like there's a lot of those like dynamics that have.
Nah, I think it's kind of
where the woman makes she's the breadwinner, and the man. And again, I just want to throw this out there too. I'm saying this from an objective point of view. This is not to throw shade or be, because that's why I put in the chat. Family is what you make it, right? Marriage is what you make it, right? It's about what you want in your life, okay? So if in fact there's a woman who makes more money but the trade-off is that man loves her, he worships her, he showers her, he shows it in different ways, etc., etc. He's a great man, a great father, all of those things, and that works for that dynamic, then who's to say, or who am I to say that that's not a bad dynamic? Vice versa. If a man is making more than a woman and the woman wants to be in that traditional role, if it works for them, it works for them. That don't mean that it works for me, though.
No,
you get what I'm saying?
No, that's fair. I'm trying to understand your points. I'm trying to challenge.
The point is that the point of the matter is that what's for me is what's for me. What's for you, Luffy, is what's for you. Just so you know, I'm not a Christian, right? So
that's fine.
My ideology when it comes to marriage doesn't come from a biblical sense. Does that make sense?
No,
I'm not looking at it biblically.
Because I'll land at that like I'm not trying to have a nice. So I think because when you say traditions as well, I know traditions, especially African culture, it tends to get married. The man was the man does have a child, does have a destiny. They kind of phrase it whereby if you don't find truth in this world, it was never fulfilled as a man, as a person, as a woman, as a father, whatever it is. But I think the foundation of what they preach, I want to believe, is like, we don't want you to be lonely. We want you to have more responsibilities in your life. Not saying you can have that as a single person, but I feel like when people kind of have...
Can you be lonely in a marriage, Luffy?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, you can. I'm not opposed to that. But even the thing is, when parents even preach that, they never ask that question. They never like what you just asked. They don't want to think that question is even a reality. They're like, no,
we'll
you
be
working
into cycle shortly.
But when you start having these conversations with them, they don't want to see that perspective. So I hear what you're saying. I just think that
for all the teachers and college
need parties
we'll work into cycle shortly.
I don't think people really need I feel like it's just like a social status. All my friends are married, hence I gotta get married.
How can you be so selfish? This has nothing to do with me and Ralph. Then how come I don't have any say in this thing? You do. Are you okay? Oh my God. I'm so sorry. Yeah, you should be sorry. This is an outrage. I'm not blaming you, but I need an extra chair. My girlfriend just kind of jinxed when it comes to furniture. Hello? Shallow Hal wants a gal. Mauricio, what the hell are you talking about? I just saved your life, baby. Look, I got a situation here. I'll call you later. Look away! I was just talking to the hostess. Sir, I'm the only hostess in the restaurant. He hypnotized you so that really ugly girls that you met from then on to you look like supermodels. Now, let me put it this way. It's like he gave you beer goggle laser surgery. So when I found out what Robbins was doing, I convinced him to take the trance away. When I said, Shallow Hal wants a gal, you were
you know that? I'm going back to the...
Hey, Daniela.
What's up?
Nothing. Just making a little coffee. What are you doing?
I'm on the Stairmaster.
Oh, nice.
I know. I got it. I'm only 8 minutes in. I got like 60 to go.
Yeah, I was at the gym earlier. Had a good workout. There's a girl there that is so hot. Her butt is like, she's something else. I don't know. She's like Latina.
Is it real or fake?
Yeah, it's real. She's all real. She works out hard. She does a lot of squats. Yeah.
Yeah, there's, they got, some of them got good genetics, but some of them have a lot of Brazilian butt lifts, BBLs. Do you know how to see those?
Yeah, it's possible, but she's so young, I doubt it.
No, a lot of them do. Like the other gym I go to two. The one in Kirkland, it's a lot of Brazilians. And a lot of the girls have BBLs. A lot. Like their butts are bigger than mine. And I work out way harder and much longer than them. But like, it's BBLs. You can tell because it's like a shelf. It's like a shelf, and then like the cheeks don't have like an indentation on the cheek. It's just like round. I mean, if they were in like a swimsuit, you could see like there's no indentation. Like Nashville muscle has an indentation, but also it's like a big shelf.
Yeah.
Like the booty's like a straight up shelf. Like that's a BBL.
It looks like a disc that they put in the ass.
Yeah. I mean, it looks good. I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying that the Brazilian girls are definitely very focused on the booty.
Don't you think it would be weird to like walk around with like this with the silicone in your ass, and then you sit down and you're like sitting on these bags implanted in your butt cheeks? Like, how fucking like you're thinking about it probably all the time.
Like coming, just walking into the gym. There's this girl, her and I are always training, but she's talking about it. I can't remember from where she is. But I was like, oh, I slapped her butt. I was like, your booty's growing. You know, she's got a big ass. It's almost like competition. She's always like, well, let's do the same. I'm just saying. She works hard. She does work hard. But she does have a big butt. Not me, I just got a little one. How have you been, John?
Life is good. Doing well. I got thousands of flowers coming up in my garden. I spent like $100 on seeds, and I've been like watering every day, and it's like they're coming in.
That's nice. Well, you know what's a copy of mine?
What's
that? We laid down this turf in my yard last summer.
Oh yeah.
And really pretty turf, big grass. Turf, like it's like big grass. It's like a carpet. And there's fucking rats just running around outside, like all over. Because in front of my house, it's a big park, but it's a park now. But it used to be like a garbage dump at some point back in time. So I think the rats still like are just like, you know, they'll infiltrated the area.
You gonna get the hantavirus.
Huh?
You gonna get the hantavirus.
Oh my god, so they peed all over the turf. And my mom and I were just like, I cannot stand the smell. This is so unsanitary.
Yeah.
You know, my mom's like, yeah, the grass is not renewing itself. And my dogs are going out and laying on it. You know, I don't want that shit inside.
Yeah, gross.
I don't want my dog getting sick either. So I had my guy pull it all up. And then today he's been laying down like topsoil mixed with manure and grass seed. So I gotta wait for it to grow. So, yeah. Yeah, so it's a whole thing.
Well,
So,
yeah. The squirrels kept eating all my seeds for my flowers. So I got a slingshot and like these little plastic beans. And sure enough, after like a couple of days, they're just like terrified of me. As soon as they see me, they run for their lives.
Oh, you're slingshotting the squirrels?
Yeah, but not with like not to kill them, just to like shock them and scare them.
I know, but that's dangerous.
Yeah, but it's amazing. They're like so indignant. Like they have pride and honor. Like they walk away with like, you know, an attitude. Like, how dare you fuck with me? I'm a squirrel.
There was a raccoon that got in my yard last weekend. I was out of town. I went to you've heard of Coachella, right?
Yeah.
So the weekend following Coachella, there's another music festival called Stagecoach.
Yeah.
Which, like, there's some country music, singers, but not all of them. Like, Pitbull was playing, and like some 90s hip hop, Third Eye Blind. Like, it was kind of eclectic.
Mm-hmm.
So we went to that, and I'm down there. Have you been to Palm Springs?
No, I never went.
Oh, it's straight up desert.
Yeah.
It was super hot, which I like, dry heat. And then by the afternoons, the wind like picked up. Like it felt like there was gonna be a tornado or something. So the concert festival was 3 days long.
Mm-hmm.
And on day 2, at like 8:30 at night, all the stage screens went bright red and said immediate evacuation. I was like, what? Oh my god, no way. So, yeah, so then I was like, what? And I wasn't that concerned for the weather. I mean, the weather was turning, the winds were really strong. But I was more, all of a sudden it just changed to like thousands of people trying to like scramble for these exits. And like, you can't walk, you can't run because there's too many people. And you can't walk any faster than the person is in front of you. And all those people. So that was kind of scary.
Yeah.
Because it probably took me like 15 minutes just to get out to the exit. You know?
Yeah, stampedes. Stampedes must be scary. Imagine being in a stampede.
Yeah, exactly. It felt like, and everybody was calm because the winds weren't that strong yet. But I felt like it could definitely like turn in a second with people getting crazy. So I don't know. It was kind of, I don't know if I'll go again. It was super expensive. Everything, like the flights. I happened to get a cheap flight, but then like hotels, and then I had to buy a shuttle pass, and then the concert tickets. Like the concert tickets for a 3-day pass, it's $20. The shuttle, they charge $130, but they have different shuttle stops, and you still gotta get an Uber to the shuttle stop for the pickup. So right there, that's another $20-30 each way, right? So it was super expensive weekend. Yeah. So I don't know. I didn't have that much fun. It was okay. And then Sunday ended up like.
Wait, did you see Bieber?
Concert.
Did you see Bieber? What? Did you see Bieber perform?
No, that was at Coachella. This was Stagecoach.
Oh, you went to Stagecoach. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. No, Coachella's like nothing. I'm not going to that. Way too many people. Yeah. Yeah. So. Yeah, it was just so many people. Oh my god, I don't think I've ever been around a crowd like that cannot get out of. It was a little intimidating.
I know, you really have to like do deep breathing and just like stay calm.
Yeah, it's like literally, I'm like, how do you get out? Like people were walking, you know, but what if there was a shooting? Like you cannot get out. You cannot get out quickly. I'm like at one point.
I read horrible things about Seattle. Seattle has like horrible crime. It's just like as bad as Chicago.
Yeah, it does. Oh yeah. Oh shit. Yeah.
It's very dangerous there.
It is. It is. And then you're in California. The one thing that's good about a country festival is that you have more like Republicans out there, right?
That's what you think. That's what you think.
But that's what you think. That's what you think.
That's what you think. It's like 80% of the girls there are all hardcore liberals, actually.
Yeah, I don't know. It could be. Yeah,
for sure.
Especially because it's still in California, right? So, yeah. I was like, oh. I mean, for the people that I met, everyone was like really cool, like chill, like kind of laid back. But yeah, I think like Coachella's like way worse.
Yeah.
Coachella's like everyone's on fucking drugs, and you know, like isn't there one guy last year who was holding up like he came from the UK, one of the singers, and he pulled out a Palestinian flag on stage. Yeah. Shit like that. So, yeah. The thing about it was, it's like, you're not even that close to the stage. You're basically watching everything on the screen, you know? So, it was, and like, there's just so many people you like, literally, you're not holding on to your friends. You're gonna get lost. You literally can't find anything. You get lost. It's just like, so how I felt like all of this stuff. It was there. I didn't even see, like, there were apparently 4 stages. I don't even know what which were. Like, I saw 2 of them. And there were a bunch of, like, booths on. Like, really big at 2 entries. You go wander off, like, you can lose your friends. It's not the worst, but it's like the whole idea of, like, you know, trying to be a team player. So, anyway, it was okay. And then, so we're supposed to be 4 of us. So, the best flight I could get was coming in on Friday. And the other ladies came in on Thursday. So, before I even arrived, those 3 got a flight. And one of the ladies left. She moved out of the Airbnb. And she asked someone chat to her about the hockey. And I was like, oh my god, so much drama. Like, those 2 women knowing that whole thing. I'm like, what are you guys talking about? Well, the beds, like, they were not doing sleep with me. I was like, no, I sleep with you today. And I was joking, honestly. I'm like, oh my god. They don't all that shit and that's going on there. Like, I didn't actually know it was going to be like that. And I signed up to go. I was like, yeah, I'll go. Like, it's supposed to be like, the woman who put it and like her fireman friends. That's how I understood it. I was like, yeah, I like firemen. I'll go. But, yeah. And overall, it's like, it's women's trips. I can't do it. It's not my testosterone.
My grandmother went to Florida with our neighbor one time, and like after she got there, my grandmother called my dad and was like, "You never have to get me a return flight ticket. I can't stay here with this woman."
Yeah. Oh, I know. And like even with like other women and like my friends recently, like other women did the same thing. We got like one of the pictures and all the down there, like this one. And then like she went to China with these 3 other women, also 4 women. And she was supposed to be like a 3-week trip or something. She never wanted to go. So one of the Chinese ladies, one of the friends who was staying there, like started like throwing her shit across the room.
Holy shit.
And all that stuff, so she had to book a flight. Yeah. It's like, yeah. Yeah. So.
Wow. I mean, I'm like, I have a huge garden going here. Like, I'm so happy. I wouldn't leave this place unless, you know, there was a there was a rainbow with a pot of gold out there or something. I'm about to drink a beautiful wonderful California wine from 2023, bourbon barrel aged Cabernet Sauvignon from the collection. Good shots. Yeah, we're going to show them off. She's good. I think so. Her husband's always fishing, so I think they like travel and stuff.
Oh yeah. Is she gonna have a kid?
No, she can't have a kid. He's probably had a vasectomy, and she probably can't have a kid. And why would they have a kid? He already has 3 kids. He doesn't want any more kids. Yeah.
Yeah. My friend just had a kid with her husband. He has two older kids, like in I think in high school, and she's just like, "Wait, how many years?" So they just have baby.
Well, you could move here, and we could have a baby here. If you want to have a baby.
A baby. Everybody wants a baby. Mama had a baby. You had a baby? A baby, mommy. A baby. Well, that's what your mama's doing.
What?
Well, that's what your mama's doing. She's having trouble big. Well, my kids should have a baby.
You know, my mom was probably just like,
I don't want any grandkids. I don't even want to think about it. Really?
yeah, probably. Probably, yeah. It's 2026. I'm 43. My sister's like 45. Like, you know.
I know, but you might marry like some 25.
I doubt it. These people are so fucking brainwashed nowadays. I don't think I'm compatible with anyone. What was that? You must have sweat. I know you sweat profusely, so your microphone is filled with sweat molecules. Can't hear you. But look at the link I texted you if you want to come to Chicago if you're not traveling. It's a good concert. I'm going to that. I can't hear you, Daniela. Your sweat molecules have filled up your microphone. Alright, I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
his weird fucking C.S. Lewis bullshit. You think Anthony was better?
Yeah.
Well, I disagree with you on that. I hope that's okay. And I want you to mistake that for defiance. It's just a difference of opinion. Okay? Don't be threatened by that. It's okay.
Fuck you. Keep going.
Is that a green light?
A green light for what?
Fuck you, keep going is the green light. For anything. I don't know.
What other movies are there?
Kat, is that what you're really asking right now? What other movies are there? Is that what you're asking?
Well, you said.
You're a bit confused right now, I think.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. You're so confused. You don't know where you are, what you're doing.
Don't tell me what I am.
That's ignorant. That's ignorant.
Oh, well, that's ignorant. You know what? Didn't say I touched all those kids. It's just bad. Who's the guy, the journalist, like Bashar or something? Like I don't know why Michael Jackson did it.
My object of sublime, I keep it in my mind.
I have a lot of like
A needle made of light, through the night.
If not, where does not determine
I mark the hidden sea, I sharpen up the dream.
Sounds closer to runtime because it admitted where the current implementation breaks.
The case is cold but clear. I waited long enough here. So let it come around like the ghetto kiss. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything. To make the punishment fit the crime. You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gale kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything. To make the punishment fit the crime. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden scene, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear, I waited long enough here. So let it come around, let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. And if I'm wrong, but I have held on long to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the my object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden seam, to sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the gate kiss the ground. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything to make the punishment fit the crowd. Make the punishment fit the crowd. My object goes sublime. I shall achieve in time. And if I want, but I have held on to the shadow. To make the punishment fit the crowd. Fit the crowd. Make the punishment fit the crowd. Fit the crowd. My object goes sublime. I shall achieve in time. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. I trace the line, I pay my dues, I keep my face by the mirror's edge. I learn the taste of every pledge, and when the night comes down, I hear it in my bones. A careful kind of vow. Wait, in my mind. A needle made of light, thread into the night. A mark they didn't see, to sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the game kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. And if I run, when I have come, hold on to the shape of who's lost to the prize, to the prize, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, thread into the night. A mark they didn't see, to sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. And if I won, would I have come on to the shape of rise to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. My object all sublime, I'll keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. A mark the hidden seam, to sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace, but every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. all so blind. I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. A mark the hidden steam, to sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object was sublime. I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the game kiss the ground. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object goes sublime.
Okay, Nero, what about the X? What is X would be stain?
It's supposed to be teeth.
Oh, teeth would be stain. Okay, that makes much more sense. No, I had to ask. And mine should have been he'd be sleeping with the birds in Central Park.
You gotta be better.
Right.
It's important.
It affects the joke.
Yes. You see it a little bit? Sam?
Wait, what's the room code again?
Well, don't. Are you on the main screen or are you on the same screen?
I get back on this main screen.
Oh, okay. Well, if you already returned to the main screen, like if you're on the game summary page, the host can just click a button to restart a new game with the same players. But we just have to go to the main screen and start a new game. So the new code is 1366.
Maybe y'all can get some more players because I'm tapping out, I think.
Alright.
I'll see y'all later.
Alright, thank you, Mark.
Good night. Alright.
Yeah. We can play just one more. Okay. Let's go for it. Teach Sam a little more about it, you know?
I'm sorry.
You got it. No, you know it. You got the gist of it. What? I'm interested.
I mean, at the end of the day, the hemorrhaging's got to stop at some point. I mean, America, we're going into the summertime period. I mean, we all.
Oh, that PC. You were last to submit your question, but you last this time. What a bitch. tongue.
Oh my.
What if my cat itches its behind?
I would fall in love.
Okay, we're done. Exit out of this one so that we can let all that.
Okay, so just do you have any second device besides the phone you're using Clubhouse on?
I do, but not conveniently.
Okay, so it's okay. So you could do it if just make what?
No, it's okay. Just ignore it.
So copy the link and put it in a mobile web browser. Don't just click it from the room because it'll like open up a fake web browser.
Oh, yeah. Right.
So put it in a separate mobile web browser. Just leave your mic open and keep the screen visible on your phone the whole time. And don't click any notifications or go out of the screen. So here, let me give you the code 1 second.
Let me know when I'm ready.
4177.
Thank you. Oh, it is already installed.
I would have liked it done by a different human being, but it's what we got. He's doing something that I don't necessarily completely disagree with.
To kind of, we just have
To show that, how bad the Democrats are, and in doing that, we got a guy, how bad the Democrats are, and
This is really tricky. Yeah, no, it's difficult the first few times, but you did really relax that time. Oh, wow. No worries. Take your time. We're good too. Oh my God, this is it's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
What if
I'm gonna. Alright, it's kind of stupid, but I'm gonna. What? Like, also, I'm sort of cheating because I'm sort of using autocorrect to fill up. Like, I wanted to see what autocorrect was. Yeah.
we all do, bro? It's fine. It's fine.
I'm trying to find it.
Okay, now answer the question and then press submit.
Oh, okay.
that's not how that.
Okay.
That
And my answer is sometimes I do, and sometimes I don't.
It's a very much an oversimplified translation of the verse in the Koine Greek. It's actually jawbone, not cheek, right? And the turning is an inward turning to self-reflection, right? And the idea is that in the more correct translation of that verse from the Koine Greek is, if someone backhands you across the jaw, which was considered to be an extreme insult, right? Do not adopt a militant stance against that person. Turn inward and think about the situation.
Right, I get it.
That's the point.
Yes, exactly.
I know, I get it. I'm just trying
Was
to
there any truth there? Was there any truth there? Is there some you can take one from learning experience? Did you learn something about this person on their reaction to you?
I'll take a second example. I don't want to go down a whole list, but I'd love to take a second example.
So you call it meditation. We'll say prayer, right? When you don't, someone treats you bad or they're an enemy of yours, whatever, you're not going to meditate on their better good. Not saying you specific, but what I'm saying is there's not a standard where you have to meditate and say, hopefully they are still blessed. Hopefully they are still, the good comes out. You're going to still hold grudges because you don't have to forgive. You can stay unforgiven if you want. There's no standard.
Why are you thinking probably
because the reason I'm saying that is by you not objective morality.
We can come those references through reason.
Yeah, through reason. Yeah, I get it. You can sit down for a minute and think about, should I forgive or not? I get it.
Meek, if you keep saying atheism is a standard, that's right. The only thing atheism has is everybody, if they ask them, whether they get insulted or whether they get strike the master the their reaction is on that individual. Same with you, right? You're saying you have an objective morality. No. If you're saying it's objective because God gave it to you, that is subjective upon the mind of God. You are even following your subjective morality. So you got to understand that.
Sure, but our paradigm is God is not subjective, God is subjective.
God has a mind. Conclusion come to by reader.
Okay, y'all everywhere.
No, we're not everywhere. So, no. You said God is not subjective, right? God is a thinking agent, yes or no?
Sure.
Great. So anything coming from the mind of God is subjective to that mind of God. Now, a Christian may make their objective goal to follow those rules, but that doesn't make the rules objective. You understand the difference?
Okay, I use an example of I'm a nerd about zoning and land use, right? And they say that in order for a land use ordinance to be valid, it needs to have clear and objective standards, right? The actual law in and of itself is subjective to the place and time and goals of the jurisdiction that puts it in place. The objective standard is that those standards are set and applied to all situations in the same manner. That's what it is, but it doesn't make the ordinance in and of itself objective and universally true and mind independent.
I got it. That's a subjective opinion. And look, because I didn't just want to leave, but y'all saying so much, it's hard to respond to everything. But look, I love y'all. I wish the best for all of y'all. And just keep on striving for truth. Keep on.
You don't love me. You don't know me. Why do they do that?
Because Christians are supposed to love everybody in the vision of God, even those you hate.
I think Mick's pretty alright. I don't mind Mick one bit. He's kind of funny a little bit.
He sounds okay to me.
He's okay, but I really, it just, as soon as people start calling other people emotional, stopping thinking about it.
Yeah, when he accuses me of being like all other atheists, that's where I just get he loses me. I know plenty of atheists that don't want to be like me. Thank you.
Right, though that I also hold Christians to a higher standard. In fact, whenever I'm on a criminal jury, I always if I know that the guy is a Christian, I just another 10 years on the side.
So in other
what? This is Deepak's humor.
Oh, okay. I was like, really? That's unfair.
All right, slacker. I at least give him.
Yeah. So Deepak does not fulfill his vow under penalty of perjury and lies to the court by saying he'll judge the evidence on the.
Oh, I mean, the guilty or not guilty is still based on the evidence, but the punishment is based on whether their religious beliefs.
Yeah, and I seriously doubt that religion, whether or not the defendant is a Christian, is ever mentioned once during the trial.
You do know it's a joke, right, Steve?
Of course I know it's a joke. Of course.
Hey, Cora, glad to see you're feeling better.
Yeah, I'm pretty good. I've been finally getting out swimming, and stuff, getting a little more exercise.
This may not mean much to you, but we put you on our prayer list for church. I know you're not a religious person, but we stuck you in anyway.
Yeah, Cora, glad you're feeling.
I hope you're feeling okay.
Thank you.
And the world is just essentially that attitude that controls a number of our experiments. Also,
awesome, Deepak. Yeah. Well, I'm going to sign off for a while and take my dog for a walk, but it's been lovely, guys.
Adios.
Let's see. Hey, what's up, Jacob? Hello. What's up?
Where's Cora?
Just said she took off.
What the fuck is that profile picture?
That's a female.
That's a man.
It's trans.
You don't believe in God because
He's transitioning for God. And Kitty's a nun now.
Oh, no way. You serious? Or are you pulling a Deepak on us?
Well, just by her profile. Her PTR.
So why is it that these things are notorious, murderers?
Because we're heathens. We're evil. We're the enemy.
What is it? What's going on? Do you think in a theist psyche that most of the time I'm hearing this, and I think there's a lack of reflection.
Actually, you got it reversed. Most serial killers and people that kill people that they don't know say they're doing it in the name of God.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I can't recall. I mean, I'm sure it's happened, but I can't recall anybody killing a bunch of anonymous people in the name of atheism.
Allah Akbar! Now I kill you!
Yeah, that's true.
Jesus.
But there's also like a self-righteous high horse riding, a comparison going on, you know, like within the theistic circles. My morality is better than his morality because my God is better than his God.
Well, that's a cop-out. See, if whoever's saying that really wanted to put it to the test, they should take one moral and see how the two people feel about it, and then they can decide which one is more moral. Rather than saying my God versus your God, you say my morality on this issue is better than your morality on this issue. That's the way you really want it.
Yeah, but like for situations where like sometimes Andrew posits the most grotesque scenarios, like necrophilia followed by some rape followed by, and I know it's done for like emphasis, right? The theatrics is added on, so like to see what like how an objective, how an atheist sets their metric, right?
Well, allow me to give you an example. I could make a very convincing argument that the highest form of morality is a right to life. Very few people would argue that the highest form of morality is a right to life. Therefore, question, is it okay to kill? And if it's okay to kill, when is it okay to kill? Then listen to what each person says, and then you can find out whose morality is better. You know?
Yeah, agreed. Existence is the highest worship.
Oh my gosh. It's like, that's one of those like little mysticisms.
Good Lord, look how I'm getting political. Now close your eyes. Take a walk by the lake.
I think those are deepities. When we think about it for a minute. This just shows like how widespread moral disagreement is, right? Because you guys think that like whatever right to life is the highest moral like good, but Nargis thinks that like apple cushioning and like sperm heel support is like the most moral thing. Oh, she's left. Shit, this joke doesn't land. Damn it. Yeah.
Like your loser.
He's here. Oh, that's fine. Whoa, who is that? Ew.
Who do you think? Who do you think? It's your baby, Bubba.
It's my baby Bubba. I actually think the highest moral good is making sure that the capitalist economy flows smoothly somehow. He's doing God's work. I don't really know if I'm interested in it.
Ce qu'il faut bien savoir également, c'est que pour ce qui me concerne personnellement, j'ai attendu 2 années, ainsi que M. Calais, pour pouvoir réaliser cette opération. M. Casty, quant à lui, a attendu 5 années pour pouvoir réaliser cette opération. Par conséquent, je pense que les forces de police peuvent attendre quelques minutes, quelques heures. À quelques centimètres de nous, une balle a fracassé l'objectif de la caméra de la BBC.
Your voices also come back, right? Like perceptions of what a debate, but you got to really track the arguments and what's big.
The thing is, it's the exact same because they even stayed on the old kalam, right? I think probably maybe Craig would have requested that because he doesn't know results about that. It's not as much as Mapas about the new causal infinity stuff, so they didn't do that.
But I thought he has his whole inductive argument and all that, right?
But the thing is, when you push and push, it comes down to out of nothing comes, what it ends up in. Because, he tries to say it's like a metaphysical thesis or whatever. Because if you say it's induction, it can be attacked. Like, oh, what's your sample? Have you left something out? So eventually, he wants to just say that it's just something that makes sense, out of nothing comes.
But I think actually examining the strength of that induction could be a productive discussion, right?
They didn't even do too much of that, but it has been done before. I think it just ends up maybe it's a draw, maybe no one's winning. I don't know. But, he likes to have that in his back pocket. Because he even confessed that initially when he started running the argument, he didn't use to defend the first premise. He just said, well, this looks obvious. If you want to challenge it, and once you look stupid, how about it? He says, well, anyone who disagrees with this, quit doing serious metaphysics, something like that. I think that's when a quote from one of his books that later he tries to.
If that's the story, right, then that actually it's a good sign for something like a debate. Like maybe if it's been through debate that he's been forced to actually think about what really reasons are for premise one, rather than just saying, oh, it's obvious. I feel that at least he's made some progress, right?
But the layers he puts on it, once you push and push, he ends up still saying, well, it's been backed by out of nothing comes. Which is and then he will say that that's just intuitive to me. And then Mapa says, oh, what if someone else has the opposite intuition? So then when you got to change them to this intuition, you're like, it's turned into a joke.
I don't understand how he can go back to that. Once, if he's saying that his reasons for premise one is inductive, right? That's more than just saying out of nothing comes. He's saying that something in every instance of something coming, we always see it being preceded or caused by something else, right? So now then you can ask,
yes, guys.
I'm saying then the question turns to okay, well, is there grounds to generalize to something as general as the whole universe? Just because every single thing in the universe has a cause, does that warrant generalizing to the universe as a whole? And I don't see how you can go that's okay. Yeah, I guess if
the thing, they didn't talk about that one too much. I think maybe there's some kind of weakness about it that's not coming to me. But he has 3 defenses or something like that, where that inductive thing is just one of it. The other one is just metaphysical arguments, but that is the one that boils down to saying out of nothing comes, and that's the one they talked about. They didn't even debate oh, can you use induction here? Does it work? They didn't.
It's
try it out before, right? His videos that he did with various abstractions, where to put the abstractions. Some people have toyed with, oh,
has a material cause or something like that. Like there's some like more restricted versions of that. It's very obvious where if they were true, it wouldn't work for Craig.
I think that that is a good class of responses. How many other inductions will then follow if you allow yourself to.
Yeah, so he would just end up being cherry picked because people would say, why that one and not this one? Why not my one? Yep.
You could make some argument this is the most modest version, right? So even if each more specific one, you'd have to have more and more doubt about, right? And maybe you could say that the property of materialness is just almost by definition something data management is so simple internal to the physical universe, right? So it doesn't even make sense to say that the universe has a material cause, right? But that doesn't necessarily apply to a concept of just a cause.
He has tried this before. I think he probably should have come with this today as well. That's what he did with this guy who used to go by theoretical bullshit, by forgetting his actual real name. That they had the debate, and this came up. They went into the induction, and he was saying that I was trying to give reasons why the more generalized principle should be what we should go with that. Why are you making all these little restrictions? Try to offer that. Maybe that would have been better because the one he went with ended up in nothing counts. People have criticized that is just the first premise we were there.
Nothing. I can't do it.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Dog eats every day, but he wears a collar. Oh. So that's what it is. They had it was a face to face. They were real life in front of each other, and they had somebody controlling the debate, right? So it was, and then they did it into 4 sections. So once they ramble on, it took an hour and a half. So once they ramble on, the first section, and the second premise is where Marpas has written premises, and they debated all these kind of counterintuitive.
Is it you having the mental health?
Hey everybody, it's Alder Person Andre Vasquez 44. I'm here by a Winchester.
How are you creating news about this? Are you going to create news in the next murder and robbery happens?
All these kind of things, right? They did all of that. They
A lot of it.
All right, did we chase all the goofy religious people away, except for Michaela? I like Michaela.
Oh shit! I think I was Justin. I was funny. I was trying to make a comment, and then I had my mic open, so I was unmuted. Then I muted myself, and I said my thing like that up. I was gonna my thing was should we think of intuitions as a kind of, we characterize them as a kind of feeling? When you say that Craig and Pass, they got down to well, I don't know if it's Craig, they just got down to well, it's just an intuition that I have about it.
Yeah, the philosophers like focus on what the theory is. There'll be an SCP article where they'll say, no, intuition doesn't mean day to day. The way we speak. Intuition and feeling end up coinciding, but they like to make little distinctions and stuff like that, which I've actually forgotten about.
But I guess
getting trained because I'm getting ready to get a couple of pistols. I have a shotgun, and I'm not going to go out like that. If this is what they want to do, they want to take away our rights. They can take away our rights, but they ain't taking away my life without a fight. Period.
And okay, so I was addressing both countries. No one suggested to have an armed insurrection against the government. That was not being argued or being said. So if that was the understanding, I apologize if I wasn't more succinct, because that was never proposed. What I am saying is that yes, Tiffany is right that systemic and any government issues you're supposed to try to fight them civilly. But again, here's also the reality of people. People do also descend into violence because out of repercussions of basically failed or whatever it is. And it's better to be prepared than not prepared, because if you think that I feel comfortable surrounded by a bunch of people that have weapons and I do not know about you, but I sure as hell would not. And I do not encourage people to solve their problems with violence. But when violence is brought to you, my friend, I highly suggest you respond in same balance.
I think for me, and I just want to say,
hey, Robert, we're having a conversation. We'll get to that clip in a minute. Right now, let them.
This is a different one. I'm just going to get on to it. I'm quiet.
Yeah. Let this conversation kind of wear itself out, and then we'll jump to that.
So, Miss Sandra, I want you to always know that I absolutely love you. I back channel you. I do know how isolating it can feel for you. I've had these conversations with other people, and I live in the same world. I think that sometimes, because we live in different parts of the country, sometimes we don't think about what the racial tension feels like, and it is very thick in the South. It is, literally, you can drive through any neighborhood and you still see Confederate flags everywhere, right? Like, literally, at the state capitol, there are always Confederate flags outside the state capitol whenever there's any kind of votes going on, because, we are a red state. They very much could care less about the rights of Black people than us here. And it's wild. Wild to think about, right? Like, even, I'm sure y'all heard Marsha Blackburn is crazy as a dodo bird, but the same white people that sit next to you at work voted her into office, and she's been very clear. She's the one that originally called Bill Lee about redoing the maps, right? So the things we're going through are very systematic. I am at work every single day. I'm paying attention to how these political issues make it into the workplace. And when I tell you, it will not be the way that we think it is. It's not going to just be one day that there is this uprising and that we will get to, go to war as we believe we will. It is to the point where, think about all the people that lost their jobs earlier this year. In addition to losing their jobs, they've also been cutting all the social safety nets that would support people who've lost their jobs. It is one of those things where they are slicing in a way that it's sorry, it's so difficult to explain it. I think an attorney probably could explain some of the laws that are coming through and some of the precedents, but literally when I'm getting briefing from our legal team, it's so deep, and it's just you can't stop it. It's just all of these things were a ripple effect or a domino effect, and I think that we really have to talk to people about how they're going to help and support at the local level, how they're going to try to get their local bodies to help stop the bleeding, because it's just not going to be what sometimes people believe with this. We'll just need our guns to protect us.
I agree. And
I understand what you're saying, and I'm not saying that is the only thing that we can do. I'm just saying because I was raised in a family that didn't believe in God. A family that was oh no, you don't have to do that. All you have to do is, merge and sign your name on this line. And everybody caught me. I started working at the Michigan Democratic Party when I was 14. 14 years old because my best friend's mother was president of the Lansing, Michigan Department of I'm sorry. And I was stuffing envelopes when I was 14 years old for the Michigan Democratic Party. All I'm saying is, at this point in my life, I want to be protected. I want to be protected. And if that means that I have guns, I want to have guns. Because I'm not just going to let somebody come in here and tell me what they want me to do. I'm not saying that it's going to solve anything, but it's also, they're not going to force anything on me either. And I'm just at the point now where I don't want to fight back.
I just want to say, Ms. Sandra, I absolutely agree with what you're saying. And you're talking to somebody, you're talking to somebody who actually got shot inside of his car during the social unrest in 2020, the day before Valentine's Day. And since then, I have not considered, I have considered, let me not embellish, getting a firearm. I've been told by my family and friends, you need to get a firearm, you need to keep yourself protected. And I just want to say, I'm not targeting anybody specifically on stage who may have said something that I didn't quite agree or resonate with, but it really comes off as disingenuous when you speak from a place of where you're looking at a perspective, or you're looking at a group of people who are talking about equipping themselves with armor with rosy pearl colored eyelids. And when I say that, I mean it's easy for you to say that when you're not on the receiving end of it. I've came in here and talked about how I was in another space, and because of a matter of differing opinions with a Trump supporter, you were willing to sacrifice your life and my life and shoot me down like a dog because I said you can't call yourself a Christian because you follow behind MAGA, you follow behind Trump. That's a matter of opinion. I don't see anybody from the left, unfortunately or fortunately, who have threatened anybody's lives that I know of on the app talking about I'll blow your head off if you don't vote for AOC, or I'll blow your head off if you say anything about my first black president. I have not heard that. So it just comes off disingenuous when we hear certain individuals say, well, you trying to encourage other people to get themselves armor or to equip themselves with guns as if that's going to solve the problem. No, I think it does no one any service if we ignore the fact and we act in a sense of oblivion to believe that we're not living in uncertain times. We are living in uncertain times. I do intend on exercising my right and becoming armor with some form of protection. Not because I'm trigger happy, but we are living in times where so much so people are able to dox you, find you where you're at, and when they say that they're going to shoot you and kill you, they're ready to shoot you and kill you the next day, and they're showing up at your home. So I just want people who may not quite understand where some of us are coming from, where we talk about where we want to become armored, we want to strap ourselves up, be mindful of what type of things we're dealing with, what type of situations, conversations, arguments, disputes, or whatever have you. Be mindful of what type of slack, or whatever you want to call it, that we're receiving on the opposite end. Because whether anybody wants to agree with it or not, and Sandra kind of spoke to this, they've been preparing for barbecues like this since the inception of this great country. And they're preparing for the greatest barbecue of all time. Even when the election was going on, they were talking about it being the Civil War. So for those coming on stage or maybe in the chat talking about, hey, there ain't no need to talk about trying to equip yourself with guns. Like guns gonna solve things. It's not about solving anything. We're living in uncertain times. They just said there's gonna be a Civil War. We're just preparing for it.
And I just want to clarify something. Sorry, Daryl, you want to Cherokee, I know you want to speak. Just give me a moment. Just in case anyone thinks, you're in Canada, so it's not the same situation. I understand where at least not right now. I actually can't say that because I know you guys don't keep up with Canadian politics or what happens here, respectfully. So you don't actually know what it actually is like in Canada. Not to the same extent as the States, I will say, but we do have our own problems. And if you think for any minute that there are not pockets of this country, especially where I am now in Alberta, that are not full of just pure white people and are racist as fuck, I'm going to let you know Canada's not that much evolved and above everyone else, okay? So again, I'm in Alberta. There are places that they would literally, like, call you out your name in front of you and not feel anyways. But obviously I live in major cities, but I'm not naive or gullible enough to think that nothing would ever happen, considering there are Trump supporters in Canada. Explain that. So if you know, say, that you're in a position where you can and be literally outnumbered, you don't want to, I'm not going to walk around naive and thinking that I live in this ideal world, ideal country, and nothing will ever happen, especially as a woman. Anything that happens, it happens also to women first immediately. So no, I'm not in any kind of pure safety. So please don't be misunderstood of where I'm coming from, okay?
Yo, now I like to go.
Kaz, please go after Daryl. Daryl actually has been holding on. You can go after Daryl, please. Thank you.
And then after that, I guess we'll give Rumpus a chance to play his clip, and then we can jump back in because it kind of sets everything up.
Okay, so all you know is that I live in Texas, and I joined the Texas Army National Guard during the Operation Iraqi Freedom. And I remember one of my colleagues working on White House detail during Barack Obama's second term. I had this bright idea to take my family to D.C. because I just wanted to see the White House because Obama was there. But curiously, the Smithsonian opened up that same weekend. That was like late September of 2016. While I was there, I had the opportunity to go to a lot of the memorials, but one of the ones, every memorial has a bookstore at the bottom of it. So I went down to the Lincoln Memorial and I bought this book called African Americans During the Civil War. It's a great book. I encourage anybody to read it. But one thing that I took out of that book was these proud black men. And some of these people were in leadership positions, captains, things that I've never heard of in my life, things that was never in social studies at all. These were men that some of these people were not far removed from slavery, coming through the transatlantic slave trade that people say never happened. It did. Okay, this is what I've noticed. What I noticed about the people that were there, these were very proud people. These people were fighting. These people were fighting on the side of the Union to kill, and they were sanctioned to kill any Confederate that stood in their way. Right? So this is what I'm saying. The battle, if there ever was a battle, is not going to be fought by ourselves. We have allies all over this planet. So this idea that 13% of black people on our own is foolish. There is a lot of people, brothers and sisters, that are Christians, Muslims, atheists, that know right from wrong. And if this fight was ever to happen, which I doubt it will, because the Civil War that did happen had the most U.S. casualties in any conflict in U.S. history. That's the Continental Army from going back to all the Indian Wars from the 1600s throughout, even to present day. Nearly 1 million people lost their lives. The second largest conflict with American soldiers that were killed was during the Vietnam War at a mere 80,000. Right? So all I'm saying is, guys, there's nothing wrong with you operating with your Second Amendment right. Places like Texas have Catholic doctrines. I hear what Sandra's saying. I agree. Marlene, look, there's nothing wrong. And then the other gentleman that got shot, man, hate that happened to you. Man, get your firearm. I'm not saying that you got to go out there guns a-blazing, but if somebody bring that smoke to you, dead they fucking ass. And be willing to die for what you believe in. There's nothing wrong with that. That's not saying you're some crazy black, disarranged black person that wants violence and choose violence. That's bullshit. What that's saying is, motherfucker, I'm going to take you and the motherfuckers with me. God damn it. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Look, our ancestors came here to the transatlantic slave trade, and even the indigenous people that are already here for over 10,000 years, all the way up and down from Alaska down to the Central America to South America. These people were warriors. And you got warrior blood in you too. So pony up. And I will say this, last thing I'm gonna say. Not everybody's built to fight. Even in a modern day military, you have your infantry, what they call your combat arms, and you have your support arms. We need cooks, we need people that can drive, logistics supply, we need medics. Everybody's not gonna be a fighter. So when I hear people say, oh well, I think, we should be some kumbaya, that I can listen to, he's just not a fighter. They just don't see what it takes. There's people right now that have died for, I know so many people are my battle buddies, have lost their lives fighting for your freedom. For you to speak freely as you are, but don't think for 1 second that there wasn't a lot of black people who have died, and they died for this. They didn't die in vain. These people died for what they believed in. And some of us have forgot our way. I don't have my mic, man. I don't over the top, but I hear people want to give up their rights and shit like that and get all scary. Man, come on, man. Quit being pussy, man. Fight for what you believe in. Die for what you believe in.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Thank you for that. I forgot who was talking. Somebody has Matt Cool blocked. If you have Matt Cool blocked, please unblock Matt Cool, please. Also, hey, everybody, welcome to the 420. Tonight is going to be this discussion because they're saying that we're on our way back to, it's going to have to be one or the other. It can't be Jim Crow and slavery. So we're just going to suss it out. We know what we're talking about here with the gerrymandering, the taking of districts, pushing all black people out of the House in certain states. And then somebody came in the room and said they have a clip of somebody saying we're trying to get them as close to Jim Crow as possible.
Rhombus is going to play that.
I want to hear that so bad. But unblock Matt Cool because we're going to need his input on this conversation tonight. And we welcome everybody. Listen, let's start out by saying this. We have a different stage tonight, so we're missing a lot of people. There's no dropping anyone out of the room. Try your best not to block it. I'm sorry. Let me start over. There's no kicking anyone out of the room. Try your best not to drop people off stage unless they're being quite disrespectful. But other than that, this is going to be a tumultuous discussion. And just because somebody asks you a question, it's not an open invitation to start an argument. I know we can do it tonight, you guys. I know we can do it. So we're going to try to have a good conversation with grown folks and hopefully learn something and maybe have some fun tonight, okay? So welcome. Ping in your enemies. Here we go.
Yeah, Miss, I'd like to say...
it's Misa. It has an A on the end of it.
I said Miss.
Guys, we promised Rhombus he was next.
No, they didn't. They promised I was next.
No.
If you wanna lie,
let him go.
about it, I just want him to go over me. Just say you want him to go before I.
Yeah, so somebody's gonna jump back in and let him play this.
You can let him go. You can let him go.
Let him go. No.
Go ahead, you can go.
All right, how long is this clip?
Real quick, okay. Jim Kitover.
And everybody check your blacklist. And see if they have this man blocked.
It's a quick one.
Drop down to the audience. We'll bring you back up.
Thank you.
Okay, here it is.
The moderate Republicans and supporters who want to make America great again want to be remaking it in the image of the antebellum era. I just want to be clear. Are you saying you think they want to reinstate slavery?
No. They wish to get us back as close to slavery as they can possibly get us to without violating the Constitution. They can't do it. Jim Crow. Yes.
So do you think they would reinstitute Jim Crow? Or
a little bit. But I think the Supreme Court is well on the way to doing that. Remember, all of this started with a Supreme Court decision called Dred Scott. That's what defined and laid the foundation for all of this stuff. And then we got the case called Lester versus Ferguson. That's established separate and equal.
Well, of course,
okay, I'm gonna stop right there now. Now, just think about that. Now, I'm gonna play this one thing about Nick Fuentes. He just released this, and he's far right, and he's pretty much trying to articulate his values and people that think like him. And this is even more disturbing. So let's just hear it. What they're willing to sacrifice. Yes, what
my show would certainly prefer that we undergo a Great Depression or a Great Recession if it meant that we could have some semblance of a white constitution. Everybody knows that. No, it's not about economic opportunity. We would all prefer to have a smaller house and maybe a smaller TV and a smaller backyard and a smaller car. And maybe we eat out less than we did before. By that I mean restaurants. And I don't mean box. My Tucker is another favorite of Tucker. Find out Tucker. We would all prefer to have less and then we could have more white neighbors. We would all prefer to have less stuff and we could have more society, more coherence, more of a social fabric. And that comes from, marriage, where family comes from. Like each other, talk like each other, like each other.
Okay, so that was it. So I don't think it's carnage, but I do think it's definitely a push out, push away, a relocation, and it's just going to be a disenfranchisement at the most, for sure. But I guess carnage.
Yeah, man. It's so crazy that first of all, this is a good thing. I don't know why people are saying slavery is coming back or Jim Crow. These people are insane, fear-mongering people. There's not going to be a civil war between black and white people. I don't know why people even think that would be a possibility in today's time. That there's no way for that to happen. There's a lot of factors at play here, right? A black Republican has the seat still. So it's like people are mad about this, but they're not mad when the Democrats have all blue and Republicans have no seats. I don't hear, what's the opposite of Jim Crow? Democracy? What the fuck? Nobody cries when the Democrats do it, but now they're crying Jim Crow. Jim Crow what? In the next 10 years, Jim Crow is coming back. I've been hearing Jim Crow is coming back for years, bro. Where is it? Come on, bro. Y'all need to chill out with this shit. You will see all these states will get better under Republican control. And, we're headed towards good things.
I sprayed that too. I sprayed everything in it.
I appreciate it. You too, brother, Frank? So you support everything, right? Yeah, bro. This is crazy, though. I don't know why y'all fear-mongering. And slaves didn't have a problem with picking cotton. They just were mad they weren't paid for it. Because anybody would happily pick cotton if they're getting paid a lot of money to do that shit, bro. It's not about picking cotton.
Some fucking cotton. Is he crazy or is he high?
I can't even take you seriously.
You think slaves had a problem with picking cotton? They had a problem because they weren't paid for it. You think if they were being paid to do this?
What's up, everybody?
And I want to see you pick some cotton. I ain't talking about the flag. Talking about you. Let me see you pick some cotton. You dumb fucking bitch. Whatever. Let me see you do it. You tell me how happy. Tell me how happy you are. Picking some fucking cotton. And then when you do it, because I love working in the garden. I love working. Excuse me. I love working in my garden. I love planting my food. I'm not attacking you. I'm just saying that's what you said. That's what you said. And I'm just saying I love working in my garden. I love picking my tomatoes and my peppers. You let me see you pick some fucking cotton and tell me how much you like it. Tell me how much you like it. I tried.
There's three people talking at one time.
But he was talking and she interrupted him.
And then I heard you in the background as well.
I interrupted.
Okay, so be ridiculous on mute though. Nothing. When you start
somebody needs to spank me.
So let me get this out, you guys, and I'm gonna just say it one last time. This is going to be a difficult discussion. Everybody's going to have different opinions, and I don't care. I welcome it. But what we can't do, because because everybody in the audience did not come in here to hear people argue. They came in here for the topic of the discussion. So one person at a time. If you want to retort to what that person said, just say, excuse me, I like to retort. And that's it. We're not going to be like 4, 5, 6 people offline. I'm telling you. I don't want to drop people who will drop you. Okay, so who was talking over, I think it was Cass. Responding to Sandra?
He left. He's not even here anymore. Or somebody dropped him.
Okay, don't do that either. I'm not kidding you. You guys just totally disrespect me on a regular. I asked you not to drop people off the stage because I'm not stationary and I can't be bringing people in while I'm trying to drive. Okay? So
I didn't drop him, Lisa. I talked to him, but I did not drop him.
I know you didn't. Okay, you guys, go ahead and enjoy the.
There's only 4 mods, and it wasn't Lisa, and it wasn't Sandra, so we did Marlene.
No, it was not me that dropped him. I was having too much fun laughing. It was just ridiculous.
Yeah, this is crazy. Okay, so go ahead, baby cakes.
Yeah. It wasn't me, but let's just go back. So he. That was funny.
That was funny.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say.
But it really was funny.
No, but hold on, Darryl. He did say there was people who, if they were getting paid.
There are people that were getting paid that wouldn't mind. There's people that pick up garbage and pick up trash from the highway.
Let's just go with that, right? But like the fact that the way slavery was instituted, like you think that these people really was doing it, even, and you know how much they were getting paid. Like we were talking about getting paid, like they were not getting paid a little.
My family just made $1 million selling 60 acres.
In 2026.
Yes. Hold on.
Okay, we're talking about.
But you gotta understand, man. My family immigrated to Tipton County in Covington, Tennessee in 1904. Okay, my great grandfather had over 1,000 acres of land. What I'm saying is, my grandmother, who was 86 years old, picked cotton, and her parents picked cotton too. Like, come on, man. Like, why do we got to do all this extra stuff? Just because you don't like what he said.
Oh, well, we don't have to. So, hold on. Let's just make it clear. I don't think anyone doesn't need people to like what I said. I don't need people to tell me I'm wrong. I just, I think Ms. Misa's talking about is.
Okay, Omari.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna have to interrupt you for a second. How many mods are on the stage?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I just got somebody a second.
I know you did. Did somebody leave who was modded?
Yeah, it was a patient.
Wow. Okay, so Cass got kicked out of the room.
Oh.
Okay, so I will start this room all over again and have just 1, 2 mods on the stage. I asked nicely not to do something, and then it got done anyway. So that's crazy as hell. I don't want to have to start the room over because I'm driving, but this is what I gotta do, y'all.
And there's a lack of integrity because there's only 4 mods. Haitian wasn't even a mod at the time. There was you, Lisa, Omari, Sandra, and Marlene. Those are the only mods.
Haitian was. Hold on. I modded Haitian, so yes, he was a mod before he left. He came up and I modded him.
Talking when Cass was talking?
Darryl, you may not know this, but mods can actually see the activity in the room via the keyboard.
Okay, so you guys, can you see who kicked Cass, you guys? Just tell me. You don't have to make a big deal about it. Just tell me who kicked him.
It doesn't say. The only thing, the last activity I can see was me making Haitian a moderator, and then you also made Reformed a moderator. Those are the last 2 actions.
So he might have just left, Lisa, because it would show.
He's in my back channel.
Yeah, you know what? Hold on. So there's something going on with this app because no one has.
No, man. You people are so
Darryl, sorry, Darryl, just give us a second because we also don't have the ability to.
Investigation right now. We're trying to fix this, okay? So give us an opportunity. At least we're doing an effort to fix it.
Right.
Like Cass is not that important, but I just want to make sure that we don't do this tonight because this is just not fair when I ask.
So one of the things when Matt Cole and I was messaging each other, it kept saying the system is having issues.
And none of the mods had him blocked. Not Sandra, because he was able to message everyone.
Yeah, he said he was blocked. Meku said I'm blocked.
I know, but if you can message, like if someone blocks you, you can't message them. That's part of the block features. Like you can't send them a message. So with that being said, my only other logical explanation is that there's something going on with the app. Again, remember the app was down yesterday, if y'all remember.
And it's still messed up.
And it's still messed up.
I made sure. Yeah, I made sure that I don't have anybody blocked.
Okay, so good. So can we
And
just
Kaz
let
is
these
not
people know?
Yeah, we can let them know. Kaz is, if he was kicked out, it would show.
It would show in the chat.
Happened to be talking. No one liked. No one.
And I was the one that had.
happened to kick him out.
Oh, Lord Jesus Christ! Stop.
He just happened to get kicked out.
But Lisa, I'm gonna move down because I had Mac Cool blocks, and if you open a new room, just wait. Give me about 5 minutes before you reach out.
I can't open up a new room. I'm driving. It's gonna have to be when I get home.
Okay, but
you get home. Let's wait till
does anybody know if he chatted? Because his chats would be gone too. But if it doesn't show it in the little clipboard, I mean, maybe he can't get in now because somebody has him blocked. But it's also anybody on stage. So tell him to go, because I had to do this. If someone is on, and we can get back to Misa's conversation. If someone just on stage has you blocked, you can't see the room in the hallway. So like I had to go in the house.
Does anyone have a backup account that you can bring in?
No, just tell him to go in the house, click on the room, and then he should be able to get in that way. But it's not going to show up in the hallway.
Oh, okay. So can you tell him? Oh, you're not following Cav.
Absolutely not.
Amari.
Oh,
okay, so give him those instructions, babe, so I won't have to break this room down and start all over again. And if you guys are wondering why we're doing all this for Cass, it's really not for Cass. It's out of respect for me. If I asked them to do something, I would just love it if they would just do it. That's it. And you had a room, if you asked somebody to do something, just out of respect for you, I would more than certainly do it, okay? That's what we're just saying. So anywho, let's get it all straightened out so we can get back, because I know some of y'all gonna need to go back to slavery. Some of y'all need to have the whip and chains, because you can't follow instructions. Unruly.
Lisa, this was weird because people keep coming into the room, and then I go to see, like Michael just came into the room, and he disappeared, like before I could bring him up or invite him up or anything. So there's still stuff going on. Yeah. Is there still stuff going on from last night?
Does anyone have a burner?
No, I don't. I can't afford a burner.
I don't. It might be shadow ban too, because I have a burner. Let me see if it's in the hallway. I always go to the house, y'all, because hallway is I can see it in the hallway.
I don't know why it would be shadow burner.
It's not shadow ban. I can see it in the hallway on my burner. But
anywho, we're having a good conversation, and I wanted to continue. It is so juicy.
You know what? It's not. You know what? I just looked. It doesn't show you if you did drop someone, because we had. You had that naked guy on the stage, and
naked.
No, not if you drop them. It shows if you kick them. No, it shows if you remove somebody from the stage. Because see how it says Tiffany Denise removed Tiffany Denise, reformed, removed, reformed? It shows if people are moved or kicked from the stage.
So she had a troll on stage that came up, and we removed them, and it doesn't show that we removed that troll.
Oh, well, maybe something's wrong with the app. But anywho, I mean, yeah, there may be something with that.
Yeah, it doesn't show.
Omari, you should try to ping him then.
I just sent him a message.
It's in the hallway. I seen it. That's how I came in. I would like to respond to the comments that were made in the video.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So first, from the person that was speaking, that was Nick Fuentes. I'm not really sure how another major recession a la 2008 would help make the country white. For example, there's technically more white individuals that are on food stamps just because of the sheer number of them. So that would not make the country white. That would contribute to making the country impoverished.
I think people are talking about his level of sacrifice, not that.
Well, so is he conjecturing? Because how would that happen? I don't understand illogical economic consideration. So I'll just respond as if I'm taking him seriously, which is to say that wouldn't happen. So I don't understand why that Nick Fuentes person would theorize that their existence. That didn't sound right, but y'all know what I'm saying. So then I'll bring it into the other person, what the other person was saying, Kaz. So he's saying that we all address the slave thing, but honestly, the slaves were a form of payment. Like, their labor was paid. It just kind of went to the person that owned them at the time, which was the master. So I'm not really sure how he doesn't understand that if slaves were paid, they did not own their wages because they did not own themselves. But anywho, just in case anybody was unclear about that. And the last thing, the poorest states in the nation are actually red states. So I'm not really sure, again, why we seem to confuse democratic economies versus, Republican economies. The red states are literally the most lacking in education, lacking in literacy, lacking in jobs, lacking in all the things. We know what Republican leadership looks like. I'm not sure how we continue to be confused about that. Back to the
I think you're missing the point. I think he's not trying to make this a matter of fact. He's just saying, I hate not having a white country so bad. I would love to do this instead of that. It's not an idea to say oh well, this is better than that. He's not saying that. All he's saying is he wants a white neighbor so bad. He's willing to be stupid, to be ignorant, to be poor, to be everything that is deplorable if he can have more white people. That's what he said.
I mean, okay, I'm going to take one last stab at it, Romas, because I get it. I'm taking him too seriously. There are literally places in this country that are majority white. I mean, really majority white. White. I don't understand if he's in Idaho and the black population is not that high. If he wants a white nation, why can't he just take his ass to live in a country in Montana or something? So that's all I'll say there. Nick Fuentes, just the way that he framed it would let me know that they need minorities and immigrants, because that's a really stupid theory. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, I'm done.
I agree with you. And not only that, I live in Texas, right? And actually, Texas is a red state. It's the second most populous state in the country, and it's a red state. And then the most populous state would be California, and then followed by New York. So those are your three biggest states, and then Florida, Georgia, whatever, right? But number one and number two, right? It's going to be California, which is obviously very blue. It's 54 electoral votes. I'm not quite sure we have. I think it went 38, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, I digress. The reason why I didn't want to say that, I'm in Dallas. Dallas is very comfortable, right? I live in a predominantly white neighborhood. I can count my black people. But it's an upper middle class neighborhood. There's no freaking Confederate flags in my neighborhood. Now, are there white people that prefer white people? Well, it's a predominantly white neighborhood. Sure they do. But when they come out and bust a grapefruit, probably not. Because that's why. Because they're working. They're working a lot of hours trying to get their kids to the top schools. Whether you can hear in Dallas is probably UT Austin or maybe Texas Tech, A&M. I mean, they're living real lives. I remember when January 6th happened, I was just like, you know what, let me take a peek out and see if there's any white people, doing anything crazy.
I'm sorry, is this addressing either my rebuttal or the original?
I'm not even responding to your rebuttal.
Oh.
Because you basically said that you don't take it seriously. And I knew you didn't take it seriously, so there was no need to respond. I'm kind of speaking on the overarching about the Nick Fuentes guy, so I'm not even responding to you at all. If that makes sense. I'm not centering you at all. No offense. But you even said you were just kind of like...
Oh, no, continue speaking. I was just asking for a point of...
Yeah, I completely disregarded what you said. was like just.
You can continue. Thank you. You may
But she
continue.
came off the app to speak to me, and I just felt that I was
all right.
overemphasized.
All right,
Take
child.
your medicine. She was just talking.
No, so am I.
Well, you keep going and going. Just go with whatever you got.
No, she interrupted me, and I lost my train. Right, and she did it on purpose too.
I'm sure you're not that special, but continue, please.
Ma'am, neither are you two of us. You're not that special.
All right, well.
You actually had nothing.
Okay, Jesus Christ.
You had nothing to say, but you said something. But you had nothing to say.
Do you talk to the white people in your neighborhood like that?
I'll talk to anybody like that. I'm not scary like you. You're scary, not me. You're scared to die, not me.
You think the white people are going to kill you?
Ma'am, shut up. You sound like a fucking retard.
But you actually are one. Off to the goo he goes.
Wait, is that him in his PTR, y'all?
You know, I don't care.
Bye, Felicia.
Oh my God.
Old to be talking like that.
I really was. Okay, you gotta go But I really was asking him what point he was referring to.
You really was.
I didn't understand I was going to interject. I'd rather people be annoying us on the staff than out irritating us. Start yelling at old black women and call her a bitch or something. I'm sorry. But don't we already have a vestige of a modern day Jim Crow? Didn't we just witness that just in the last couple of days that the state of Virginia had a statewide vote and then it was shut down and then we find out that the Supreme Court shut it down? Didn't we just witness Tennessee months before primaries literally say that they're going to remove black districts, and we're literally removing duly elected people out of office? Isn't the same thing happening in Louisiana? Was Jim Crow not actual legislation that was put in place? It was not just sentiments. It was not just MAGA. It was actually legislation. Wasn't a core part of the Voting Rights Act struck down, having pieces of legislation that have been in place for over 50 years been struck down. So I would wager that we are facing a modern Jim Crow. And this president hasn't even been in office for 2 years. So what else is going to come?
That is the question, but I think that we are going to respond, and I think now we are catching up to understanding, how this is being happened, or how this is happening to us. I think that we're at a point now where we're about to get activated, and the strategies need to change because they change. They need to change with the strategies, and they come up with new creative strategies.
So, Ross, tell us, what do you see, Shelly? You said we're catching up, so what do you see
coming down the turnpike, since you know what's going to happen?
I don't say that I know what's going to happen. I think that we are going to be in a position where we're going to have to like sit back. How do we take this shit down? Clearly, they had moves. Clearly, they came with a plan. 2025, they came with a fucking plan.
So, Rhombus, 1 second. So, Rhombus, I asked you a question because you're rambling. You're talking. You're being vague. You're not giving specifics at all, and I'm afraid that you're going to continue doing that for the next 10 minutes. That's why I asked you what you see coming down the turnpike. If your answer is I don't see anything yet or I don't know, then that's your answer. But I don't need we need to sit down and strategize. We just need to get ready. That's not saying anything.
Okay, so let me. It's
okay to say you don't. It's okay to say you don't know. It's okay. It's okay to say you don't know.
I did say that, but what I'm suggesting is we are going to start early. Republicans, and I mentioned this months ago, the Republicans started breeding these monster Republicans, these right-wingers, since elementary school. They have had them in programs, in clubs, making speeches. They started early. And what I mentioned a long time ago is, when are we going to start to do that? I think we have a reason now to do that, to start fucking in elementary school, right? While we're fighting now, we got
to start what in elementary school? To start what?
Building some coalition, building some training, something to keep our ability to vote at the top of the list of things to do. I think civics, certain civic things started maybe in like, I don't know, high school. I remember in high school we really started to learn about government. Other than that, it was like social studies, talking about history. I think we need to start talking about making a change, understanding what our positions are, knowing how to support it, being in volunteering for, registration.
Who's the we?
Elementary school.
Who's the we? So you say we need to do X in elementary school. Who's the we?
We are the opposition party.
So we have elementary school.
How dare you? How dare you? How dare you?
Only take them serious. Really start teaching it when they're about to graduate high school. That's way too late because the other side.
And you're still talking about the Democratic Party when you say we.
Let me be specific. I think it's not just the Democratic Party. I think it's anything that's not a far fascist right.
I'm gonna get this from off the damn stage.
Rhombus, I don't understand why you feel comfortable being this vague when you talk. It's hard to follow because you're just not specific enough.
Okay, I'm gonna step away. Please.
No, I'm being honest.
Okay. I've said my 2 cents. If I don't translate, then I'll just try to find some other things to do.
So, what is that you're looking for now? What is that? Oh, go ahead.
Just tell him all the specious speak is true. That's good.
Yeah, Hurricane, what is it that you are specifically looking for him to respond and which, like, what will satisfy you?
Oh, just something intelligent, meaningful. That's all.
Something intelligent.
I mean, like, so.
He's full of shit.
If you ask yourself that question, how would you respond?
I wouldn't ask myself the question that he was trying to answer.
So, okay. So he was trying to make his point, and then you asked him a follow-up question. But like, just say it's to his point, but you were clearly looking for a specific answer to respond.
You know, I saw Narja's. I saw a woman dressed like that today, but even over the full thing, she had a second one just in case. So it's like a Muslim JIC. Just in case that one falls off, she's got the other one to, make sure. But isn't that so crazy? It's like, where did you come from? How are you driving, nice new car? And, who are you? And, how long are you planning on staying here? When are you going to go back to Damascus? Hello?
Damascus is beautiful. It's a very open culture. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Good night, Joe. Let's sing. We're supposed to have a karaoke. Where's Daniel Nero? Can someone call him? He's not picking up. Oh, I don't know where he is.
Narja, you said something earlier today that was wrong, and I just wanted to question you about it. You said something like the experience is the virtue, or you said just life is the virtue. Existence is no. You said existence is the virtue, not a virtue. Oh, it is a virtue. So there are many virtues. Do you think the other virtues supersede just mere existence?
They're identical to existence.
Oh, it's identical. Oh, got it. So there's actually no learned ethics or morals or virtues, correct? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying all virtues exist. That's all I'm trying to say.
All virtues exist. You're not actually saying anything.
I'm saying that it is, because see, the argument is it better to exist than to not exist, right? It's always better to exist because that which exists always holds potential to actualize. So such as hope, patience, these are virtues that become like the mechanism.
Well, see, that's where I would. This is where Christianity. Because in Christianity, shut up. When you're doing charity and you're dying for someone that you love to save their life, that kind of supersedes what you're saying.
Why are you so sensitive?
Because, if you made a pleasant sound as opposed to the racket that's coming out of your mic, I wouldn't be objecting, to the sounds that you're emitting.
No, I'm just asking, are you okay with my voice or no? Because
I think it's good. It's acceptable.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, what you're saying, Narjas, is kind of it's not the full.
Because maybe I'm not a summer rap, but you have to look at my Instagram and you can talk to me.
You want me to look at your Instagram, then I can talk to you? Oh, joy! Joy now!
Yeah, that's what you said. Okay, thank you. Rabbi, your audio. Yeah. Your audio is also shit. میگه بابا درس خودتون برش کن اینقدر جریان بازی در نیارید همین میگه دیگه چه کاری حالا جریان بازی در نیارید اوکی من میام میشینم خونمون شما بریم باز خودتون اشغال کنید دبید اتاق کی دیدم تو رو سکپتیک بود؟ من نمیدونم بابا من الان نشستم اینجا من سگم آخه از توی دامپزشی گرفتمش بعد اومده بود
همینجوری داشت یه جوری لایک به دوست من مثلا عشق و علاقه نشون میداد و من گفتم خدایا من اینو نگرفتم اینجوری باشه بعد یه جوری خرط و خر شده میشم.
من سگم همین الان بردم سر راه.
آره همین الان سگ من یه جوری چسبیده بود به این بازیگر مثلا من اصلا مونده خدایا بعد اصلا یه جوری مونده بودم که خدایا اصلا سگ من اصلا احتیاجی نداره اینجوری باشه ولی اینجوری شد دیگه چیکار کنم.
حالا بذار بخیره شاید دعوا چیزی بهش دادن اونجا
که بچه ها یه ذره حرف زدن گفتم جوابشون رو بدم دادست.
پرندم داری سپیده؟
آره جوتی دارم الان اینجا اگه خاموش کنم همه چی خاموش کنم میتونه بگه که سپیده بعد جدا از اون سپیده رو میتونه بگه که بدش کن بعد حرف بیادبی نظرم بدش کن بیا نه بیادبی آخه بیادبی
بگو بابا چیه کس بیادبیه بده کس خال چی میگه اصلا
نه میگه که ریدم دهنت Okay. Hey, Flo, can you tell them you're like reading the Hanet, please? I'm just literally asking you. خیلی بامزه. What the fuck? این چی به من زنگ زنه؟ Daniel. Do you know I don't know this person at all? You don't? And you just fucking spoke to her fluently in Farsi and it sounded partly Vietnamese. I don't know why, but... Mine doesn't. She had little accent. Oh my god, what is her problem? I don't know who she is. How did she fucking know that you could speak it, though? I don't know. She's stalking you, bro. Seen her in a room before this too. In one of the rooms I was in. That's crazy, bro. Oh, no. They're coming to get you. Should we sign now? Yeah, I'm just putting clothes on. Hey, Daniel. Hey, sweetie. Daniel, why aren't you speaking?
Wait, no, just I got a question for you. Do you think the IRGC is hiring, meaning like because they killed so many of them, like they're not putting out job solicitations to Iranians? They're like, hey, we need to recruit you. Join today. I mean, they are, right? Absolutely.
You know what? That could be possible. Really, I think so.
I mean, if the U.S. was engaged in a major war, they would be soliciting for soldiers left and right. I mean, they would have a draft. Like, where's the draft in Iran? Oh, wow. Good one, Nero.
I know that song.
Welcome, Dr. Brian. Welcome, Dr. Brian. Welcome to Liberal Elite Intellectual Democrats. Okay, I want to give you a quick sample.
CBS, I mean PBS.
I think this would be, Amari, this is important enough for us to listen to it in its entirety because for us, we can chop it off every 5 minutes. But for us to be listening to out of sequence clips that are not going to give me any understanding, because he started in a different spot this time. You notice that?
So let me, I do apologize. Let me see if I can bring this up in the YouTube long format. And just so that you know, it's called Firing Line, right? With Margaret Hoover, right?
Oh, okay. With Margaret Hoover?
This is Friday night, and if they're talking about Jim Crow, and Clyburn is a good, he's a good interview. I mean, he's gonna say something right off the cuff. I mean, you know what I mean? He doesn't hold back too much, so I think it's worth us listening to it. Anybody disagree? And then we can move on from there and continue having this conversation.
I think it's worth saying. So South Carolina, I mean, I think I know who said, Mara said this. I mean, and then another lady, another part, Sandra, another part of the country. I think it's worth noting that, I mean, the United States is a pretty big place. There's a lot of different people, a lot of different views and ideas. South Carolina, I mean, there's slave ports there. My great grandmother was from Spartanburg, South Carolina. It's a pretty racist place. I don't think South Carolina is representing all of the United States. I think we need to take that note. We're looking through the lens of the first Black American in 1971 to be an advisor to a governor in South Carolina. Right? That's simple. We're talking about the same guy.
Hey, Daryl. Yeah, hey, Lisa, I have an answer to your question about the clip. Okay, I found the clip on YouTube. The interview was done in January this year, so before the Supreme Court issued its decision in the Calais case.
Hey, brother, I just wanted to correct you on that fact.
What?
So the Jim Crow laws didn't come before 19.
Oh yeah, I'm talking. Yeah, so there's nothing to correct. Just mute up.
Wait. Oh, sorry.
No.
Sorry.
Mute up. When I'm done,
okay,
you can talk about what you want to talk about. Okay. I'm talking about a YouTube clip. Mute up, please. YouTube, Chris, mute up.
You guys mute up on the stage if you're not.
Don't mute. Don't yell at me, gay boy. Mute.
Whoa. Stop, you guys.
We're not going to do that.
This is a long night. Y'all already hyped up and
yeah, so Lisa, the clip was posted on YouTube in January this year. It's about 30 minutes long. I can post the link in the chat. I don't know if you guys want to listen to 30 minutes, but it's Jim Clyburn talking about America, race, and where we're going in terms of civil rights. It's a bunch of stuff. So here's the.
Okay, you guys have the link. Omari, you have the link.
I mean, I don't know if I can play 30 minutes of what's that, but we can try to, because you might not got nowhere to go, but I definitely got to run up and down those stairs.
I just posted the link. Because it said firing order with Margaret Hoover, and that's what I found.
I'm about to settle in and go to a cigar lounge. All right, so 27 minutes.
You don't have to play the whole thing, but I believe that's where Rhombus got the clip from. So.
And we can just stop it. Okay, so we can stop this clip I'm gonna take a little too long every 5 minutes. I'm not sure. So you want to run Omari every 6 minutes?
I think Rhombus said he'll run it.
Okay,
yeah,
so
I'll run it every 6 minutes.
Okay, so every 6.
Yeah.
Oh my God, what do you guys like? No, seriously, because I'm trying to get to the 3 minutes. We'll be forever.
Well, we're not trying to get through are you trying to get through this whole thing tonight?
Oh Lord. Okay, go ahead, Rhombus. Start it. Do every 5 minutes. Is it 5 okay?
Oh yeah, 5 times 6 is 30. So yeah, that's fine.
All right. 5 minutes, y'all. You guys need to. ADD is for real, and I think RFK. Just relax. We might hear something that's going to help us with the conversation. Maybe help you make some informative decisions about what's going on with voting and should you vote and what's actually happening. This is informative. Look at it that way. Informative.
Not if you're listening to mentally ill people.
Who are you considering mentally ill, sir?
The homosexuals.
Oh my God, I can't. I just cannot.
I'm gonna shake up.
Cannot tonight, sir. Can you keep your
I moved him to the audience. That was absolutely called for, and that's not what this room is about.
Okay, this is just too much. I cannot control the crazies. So, all right.
Don't even try to control the crazies.
No, I'm not. You see what I'm doing? I'm trying to find something to eat. I'm just trying to get you guys to have a room until I get home. That's
some of the mods agree with what I say. That's why they brought me back up.
Oh, okay. Well, those mods are not going to speak up, so. And can you just not talk until we get through 5 minutes of this?
What's our mod that dropped you?
It's that.
Come back up.
Yeah, and I just realized that, so I dropped it again, and it'll stay that way. My bad. I do apologize, everyone.
Talk about hypocrisy.
You know, I make mistakes. I am not perfect.
We're playing at 5.
Go ahead, Robert. Calm down. Go ahead, man. Let me get Little out of here first.
A warning for the future. This is on firing.
By cautionary tale, discuss anything that's happened before can happen again.
South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn is talking about segregation.
All it takes is a role Supreme Court, and I'm not so sure that we have not gotten there.
So do you think they would reinstitute Jim Crow?
Absolutely. I think the Supreme Court is well on the way to doing that.
Clyburn's recent book, The First Eight, is a reminder of Black Americans' political advancement and deliberate political suppression. It tells the story of the 8 Black Americans elected to Congress from South Carolina immediately following the Civil War. There wouldn't be a night until Clyburn was elected in 1992, close to a century later. And you say that it became more urgent to you to tell this tale after January 6th.
Right. I am convinced that whoever put January 6th together used the roadmap that became right out of them. Thank you.
At 85 years old, Clyburn is a national power broker. His famous fish fry is a mandatory stop for any Democrat with presidential ambitions. What does Congressman Jim Clyburn say now?
Firing line. Margaret Hoover is made possible in part. Well, I think that Mike Washington District has always been a part of this country, especially the Civil War. The people who came out of the Civil War and had lost the war decided that was just a battle. They would continue to fight and to continue the South in its pre-Civil War days. And in my book, I refer to them as redeemers.
The Redeemer Democrats were the Southern Democrats. They wanted to redeem the South.
They wanted to redeem the South to the pre-Civil War days. And constitutionally, they can get it done. But you will see instant death against us. They made the decision. We're going to take our side back as close to slavery as we can get without violating the Constitution. So now, there was that they formerly enslaved were now free. The 14th Amendment gave them equal protection of the laws and, of course, the 15th Amendment, the right to vote. But the implementation of constitutional amendments
was I don't know, Misa. Did you hear? Okay, so it looks like they clipped a part where he talked about Jim Crow, and then they seemed like they mashed it with another section of your original clip. Did you hear that?
I was hearing the conversation, and it sounded like the original one, but still, let's move from here. The conversation is, do we really think this is viable? Like what he's saying, because this is what the room is about. He is coming out of his mouth. This is somebody who's been serving for a long time. Hopefully he won't be reelected. But
85 years old, right?
Yeah. Time to retire, buddy.
But he sounds good though.
He does, but he should be what do they call emeritus right now? Yes. He should be bringing somebody up behind him.
He should be on his porch drinking lemonade, riding away.
No, he should be pouring all this knowledge into somebody who can come up behind him.
While drinking lemonade.
Don't forget the lemonade.
You guys are just
or sweet tea.
Silly tonight, right?
Really
this will be the silly room. This will be the silly room, or
in a hall.
I think that there's more. I think that there's more interview to listen to, and so she will ask that the question that we originally heard again, and then that was when the rest of the context will kind of roll out. But she's kind of teasing out some of the conversation, and this is kind of like the first time we heard the word slavery come out of his mouth, because the last one he didn't say slavery. He said they don't want slavery. They want as close to Jim Crow as possible. But what I heard just now, he said they want to get as close to slavery as possible. Right.
He's talking about Rainey, though. He's talking about the congressman. So when he was talking about that, he was talking about in that context. That's what I heard. So, I mean, I didn't realize he was the person that got the picture in the halls of Congress. So shout out to him. That was something that I wrote down. That he did, that he was a big part of. So shout out to him for that one. So
I'll roll out another
go ahead and press play again if you quick it. Lisa, you gotta mute up because I can hear them.
Okay, sorry.
The Chinese chicken wing with feathers on it.
Okay.
But we said that that's what they said. So don't be surprised that he said slavery, because that's what we said earlier, over an hour and a half ago. They said slavery.
But you didn't ever say collab when he said it. Yeah, so I get what you're saying. But go ahead. But he didn't say slavery and the Republicans trying to bring it back in that sense, though. So you're still distorting it. But go ahead, Roberts, we're here.
I have grandchildren, but I have full great granddaughter. I think it's important for her to know who she is and what she can.
Robert Small was one of your first dates. He was born enslaved. He became a Civil War hero.
Right.
You called him, quote, the most consequential South Carolinian who ever lived.
Yes.
Why?
Because he was.
What did he do?
Right. Well, Robert Smalls was born enslaved, and his mother never told his father who was what he did, because his father was not African American. And he put together a scheme to escape from slavery.
She met with Abraham Lincoln.
Yep, he escaped his May in August, just out of Abraham Lincoln. Smalls had become a celebrity all over the country, having escaped slavery the way he did, having been rewarded with his freedom and with significant amounts of money. He was asked to go to Washington, sit down with Abraham Lincoln, Well, as these things evolve, you see various approaches to Robert's laws in places not really official. I have not seen out of talk with the legislator that was working on this likeness in the Capitol. He represents people that happens to be a Republican. And he explained to me, well, Robert Smalls was a Republican. Well, all 8 of these people
were Republicans. Well, but this is the
my mother and father were Republicans. But this Republican Party today,
it's a little different.
a little bit different.
It's a little bit different. You say that, as a result of the tumultuous and challenging times in which we live now, this book has become much more than an introduction to heroic figures.
Absolutely.
Heroic figures have been lost to history. It is now a cautionary tale.
Right.
And you say that it became more urgent to you to tell this tale after January 6th.
Right.
You say that the Redeemer Democrats are echoing the tactics of MAGA Republicans.
Absolutely.
Tell me more about that.
Well, all the stuff that they did, a guy named Witherspoon Gary, in general, they could put it off.
Completely unrepentant, believe that Robert E. Lee should not have surrendered.
Absolutely. And he did everything he could. He, like the particular figure in the White House today, he overtook the entire mechanism. He wrote and given instructions as to how they conduct themselves. And one of the things he instructed them to do, always wear a red shirt. A red shirt. Today, red caps. He instructed them, rifle clubs, Ku Klux Klan, use violence. Crown Lords said, you can look at what's happening today. If you want to know what all this is about, you get a nice, concise understanding of this book.
So are you saying these tactics echo the past?
Absolutely. In fact, I am convinced that whoever put January 6th event used the roadmap that came right out of this era.
How far do you think the current MAGA Republican Party, because you say it's Proud Boys, which are different from run-of-the-mill MAGA, how far do you think MAGA Republicans, and you even Donald Trump as the leader of the MAGA Republicans, I mean, when you reference the echoes of history, how far do you think, or are you warning that they're willing to go?
All the way.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by all the way? Because you write at one point in the book, the MAGA Republicans and their supporters who want to make America great again want to be remaking it in the image of the antebellum era. I just want to be clear. Are you saying you think they want to reinstate slavery?
No. They wish to get us back as close to slavery as they can possibly get us to without violating the Constitution. They can't do it. Jim Crow. Yes.
So you think they would reinstitute Jim Crow?
Absolutely. I think the Supreme Court is well on the way to doing that. Remember, all of this started with the Supreme Court decision called Dred Scott. That's what defined and laid the foundation for all of this stuff. And then we got the case called Lester versus Ferguson that's established separate and equal.
Well, of course, the Supreme.
Okay, so that was what we heard the first.
Yes. Okay, I'm glad you
Hope you defeat her.
And I can't wait to hear what comes after that, because that's the part that, like Tiffany and others were stating, we need to hear that second part. But he said slavery, no. Jim Crow, definitely.
Yeah.
He said definitely. Okay, I heard that loud and clear. I have a little bit of pushback. I think since I've been coming on these stages, we're trying to have a conversation. I would say since I've been coming to the space,
I think people take policies disagreements as wanting to go back to a Jim Crow slavery. Voting, because you want voter IDs, voting, to have an ID to vote, that you want Jim Crow, right? Because you may have stricter immigration policies, right? That you want to go back to slavery. I'm not sure how you can put tens of millions of people in that bucket. And that's just my one pushback there online.
And not only that, Amari, it's a very abstract thing. It's like you can't approve or disapprove that statement because it's just too abstract. It's too obtuse. And that's the issue that I have with it. I mean, he's just having a conversation. And we're hyper-focusing on this conversation, and we're all going to take away our own meaning from it. But, I mean, God's also still in the book, too. Let's not forget that, right? Like, follow the money, find the truth. I mean, I think this interview, obviously, I understand Jim Crow, Clive Barney, as we all do. But I think things can be taken out of context or lost in translation. I mean, I want to know where's the book? Did the book get published around this time? Is he on a book tour? What if we came out and found that this guy gave the same interview 30 different places, that little Rotary clubs, Kiwanis clubs, all over South Carolina? Would we give it the same amount of,
Okay, I got issues with that because the thing is this: everybody who was going through this administration, even the first time, has written a book, right? There are, I think, multiple reasons for that. One, you want to get that person's perspective in selling. If you're living in a MAGA world, you're going to get fired, right? So this is going to be his last hurrah getting paid. Secondly, it needs to be archived from multiple perspectives, as many perspectives that have the closest to the power as possible, adjacent, direct, indirect as possible, so that we can get the most accurate depiction of what is really going on from many different angles. It is absurdist that we get this black man's perspective down, right? And he gonna make some money on the side, okay?
Let's not forget that.
It's Friday. It's Friday. Come on.
Now, Robert, let me just have a little quick. I want to add to that, and I really want to pass the mic. But here's the other thing that's interesting. And it reminds me of the book that I was talking about earlier that people would say was so irrelevant to what I was trying to say. I mean, I don't know why, but how he described, because I just read about this guy, Robert Small. I didn't know this guy existed, and I went and I read about him, and I shared the link. I'm a speed reader, right? I'm like, damn, this Robert Small did that during actual slavery. I mean, this guy actually got a freaking Confederate ship and drove to the Union side that had cannon and munitions during the slavery time, right? And not to mention another little nuance back that you just kind of mentioned there. He had kind of like a priority status or a preferential status. He was Haitian, born free. I think they're saying here that he actually, one thing they're saying he's a slave, but he volunteered to be a worker to get a better context. He had slavery, agreed. He was a freaking Confederate apologist. Let's not forget that part. And then he flipped sides after the Civil War. And then he served in the state legislature. Very interesting thing that any black person could do something like that back in the anytime after the 1860s or anytime. And then he served the U.S. Treasury, the U.S. Representative as well, during a time really right before Jim Crow, right? Now, Jim Crow came after 1865, right? Because these were the things that put black people back in chains, mass incarceration, all these other things. Someone said, what am I insinuating? I'm not trying to insinuate anything. I'm like, look at the facts. Guys, I'm saying this one, I'm saying it plainly. Nobody's going to give you shit. And it's interesting that we know that when it comes to our own macro lives. Like, if somebody's going to give you a degree, or you have to go out there and earn it, right? Somebody's going to give you freedom, or you're going to go out there and take it. Guys, white people didn't give us shit, okay? We fought for our freedom. We died for our for freedom, and that's just the facts. I kill people for
White people didn't give a shit.
Ladies, we heard a lot of fellas.
Quote of the night.
I don't know where
We fought and died for our own freedom. We didn't do it together, ladies and gentlemen. Our people did it all by ourselves. Hello.
Between the Republican Party of the past that his parents were and Mr. Smalls was in the current Republican Party. Because no matter how many times people try to dispel that nasty little rumor, it will persist. I also think it's interesting that I actually just appreciate his perspective. I was reminded that this is an elder, and we don't really know what he's gone through. And it's kind of amazing that he reached that point in his life. And what struck me, and I put this in the chat, and honestly it's quite infuriating, and I apologize to all of the non-melanated people in the room, but kind of the way that even at his age, with all of his accomplishments, that he still had a tinge of pride in his voice when he said, and it's in the book, that Lincoln said he couldn't have won the war without those soldiers. As if we're still looking for some kind of approval from people that we know largely are not even worthy of seeking such, are telling us that we're not enough, or telling us that we're not worthy. That just really boiled my bum, that this lovely elder, this esteemed, refined, elegant gentleman still has to say, this is what Lincoln said. Fuck Lincoln, respectfully. Fuck his little pat on the head, like, oh, the Negroes perform well. Fuck all of them. Thank you, I'm done.
Fuck him and his pennies.
Oh, wow. With that being said, we should be at about the 14-minute mark, Rhombus?
Yeah, 13, 14, yeah, so we're like halfway there. And I can squeeze another 5.
Well, I just want to add real quickly to what Reformatory said. I mean, Reformatory, man, it's scary.
Reformatory.
It's scary.
Girl, I know. We're 20s, girl.
It's scary because I want to say this about Lincoln. Lincoln was a piece of shit. Lincoln he did not want you guys to be free. He did not want you guys to actually be in the war, but he was pushed to it because they were losing so badly. He wanted to save the Union. And by saving the Union, if that meant sending y'all niggas back to Africa, if that meant sending you guys back to Africa, he was willing to do that. But as it turned out, he had started looking for some place to send you guys, you know? And then he found out that they were losing so terribly in the war. Y'all look this up. Lincoln was not your savior. He started to gradually let you guys fight. And then when they were capturing the African Americans, instead of trying to tell them to treat them nicely, because once they caught you, they treated you worse than slaves, he refused to intervene. So just do a little backdrop on Lincoln and see how he wasn't that great emancipator that everybody tries to play him as. And I'll end with that.
Agreed, Nisa. He freed the slaves to piss off the South. But anywho, we don't have to litigate that. But I want to get this book and read it for sure.
Thank you. Yes, and 5 minutes so we can jump in. Thank you, I appreciate it. And everyone in the room, thanks for coming to the 420. Eventually, we're going to get to some other, but this was kind of intriguing to me. I hope you just bear with us and get through it. And y'all can get back to arguing and crashing out after this is over. Go ahead, guys.
During reconstruction overturned the Bill of Rights Act.
Yeah.
So I
That's what they do. Correct that. Overturned by Johnson and Ford. And what is it going to back? What about after the first a little more but they're doing that just going to focus on it. Going by now, and it is legal to use political song. And that
your mother and father were Republicans. All of the first states were Republicans. The Redeemer Democrats did not want Black Americans in their party. This was the party of Lincoln. It was the party of emancipation. In 1990, you participated in a debate on the original firing line with William F. Buckley Jr. And the question of the debate was, should Black Americans come back to the Republican Party? In explaining why they should not, you invoked the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Here's what you said then. Take a look.
And so it seems to me that it's the Democratic Party that has come forward with those group remedies, such as the Voting Rights Act. The Voting Rights Act is not individually applied. It's applied to the group because it was a group that was denied the right to vote.
Do you remember that debate?
Yes, I do.
The constitutionality of whether race can be considered when drawing congressional lines is before the Supreme Court this term. You write that you would not have been elected if it hadn't been for the Voting Rights Act.
Absolutely.
What is it stayed 60 years later if it is not upheld?
If you'll regress, I mean, that's what happened. In the 1870s, South Carolina was allocated 5 Congress people for reply.
That's by any means necessary, and that was I still to this day don't know how much of that was just propaganda to rally the support of the people to find like a common boogeyman versus they all actually believe this. I really don't know.
I mean, I'm not
making
to
the left here today.
But I'm not making this up, guys. Like, it's every 3 hours I have another incident, and it's coming from people with that are just extreme, and you hear it on here. You've got to put antenna up when you hear it. And so this one's from the left. And
we're definitely here.
Yeah.
And we should not underestimate it. And I've seen far
that
less
she was indeed a sweet flower of love.
Terrorist attacks than from the right. To be fair,
Historically, it's not quite. I mean, right wingers. So left wing will cause mob violence. They will have large protests. They'll assault people, especially when they can outnumber people. But traditionally, and I'm just being fair, this is where the right wing extremists were different. Who were the people that would go into a black church or a synagogue and shoot up people because of who they are, or a Walmart, or that store in Buffalo because a lot of black people live there? It was the right. I mean, the right wing did have. You didn't really quite see that type of violence where they were just going to execute people because of who they are. Because of their religion or race, like you would see on the right. That is where I would say traditionally right-wing extremists are far more violent when they would commit attacks. However, they're far and few between. But the left they mobilize a lot more often in large numbers. A lot of violence ends up happening when they do that. But you don't really see the mass shootings and that kind of stuff that you would see with the far right. I don't know what else to call them.
That's what I'm saying. Those mass shootings, I mean, we're seeing them. And we're seeing from which group they're actually coming. I'm sorry, it's usually.
I mean, you had some trans people that are, I don't know, trans men, trans women that have had their little streak the last year and a half or 2 years. That I would say are more on the left. But other than that, like they're kind of anomalous. Before then, it's generally been right-wing people that do these mass shootings. And even like if we look at the Boston Marathon bombers, I don't even know if you can put them on a left versus right because it was just like that's Islamic.
That was a terrorist attack.
No, Tsarnaev was driven through a sense of Islamic extremism. You got
exactly. It's not like I don't even consider that left versus right. It's more, at least in American
it's not
context.
Left versus right. It's like radical versus not radical. But you got any brown berets near where you live, or maroon berets? That's widespread.
I mean, that was back in the day. So I'm trying to think what you call.
There's a pejorative term. I just can't think of what the
there's like we call them machistas.
Yeah, there we go.
So there were people, even that I was friends with in college, that were part of Mecha. And if any of you don't know, it's kind of like a far left, ethnocentric, for Chicanos. Basically, a Chicano is a American-born person of Mexican descent. They differentiate themselves from Mexicans from Mexico. In a way,
they may still identify partially as Norteños because of the kind of like sense of like adventure and like doing your own thing and like not relying on government. But I don't know how much will culture permeate in Arizona versus South Texas.
So I believe like one of the there was a university professor. Which New Mexico is interesting because you've had people of Spanish descent that have been living there for 500 years, and their Hispanic population didn't really grow due to immigration. They've always been a majority Hispanic, but there was a professor from there, and he did the whole Aztlan, the whole basically he really pushed the whole idea that like the Southwest United States should remain Mexican. It's our inheritance, and you had this big like in the 60s, you got a lot of these different movements that came about. And I forget that fucker's name, but even the mayor of LA, he was a former mayor of LA.
Garcetti?
No, he was a Mexican guy. He was the one who I forget what he did to Rush Limbaugh's girlfriend.
Villegas.
Yeah, and so he was a member of them, and they did they sabotaged some train tracks in LA or near LA and caused a terrorist attack. I mean, they were kind of militant, like a lot of groups back in like the Black Guerrilla Family or
militancy went kind of hand in hand in the 60s with political groups. I mean, the 60s were a super violent time in America. If we think now it's violent, that was a lot.
You remember the Weathermen that wanted to blow up the subways underneath the Capitol? I mean, they caught that. They caught them doing
I remember asking my dad. I mean, he was in his teens and 20s in the 60s, and in 2020, I remember asking him, I don't know, was our country more politically chaotic or violent now or then? And he had a really hard time, answering an answer. In some ways, we were worse.
It's the Weather Underground. It was the SSDS.
Yeah.
And
the Weather Democratic Society, something like that, right?
Yep.
You actually had some, a lot of them were, pretty privileged white kids that were socialists.
Yeah, but, they were privileged white kids. I mean,
in Colombia,
but they were very smart. These were really smart guys, like Bill Ayers.
Hey, Jerry Rubin and Abby Hoffman and Dave Dillinger and Tom Hayden. I'm trying to remember if I can get all seven. Who am I missing? Rennie Davis. I mean, they were really bright. If you look at who went on trial.
Who's the one? Chicago 8 became the Chicago 7.
And Bobby Seale, right?
Right. Who we left out?
Wait, Dave Dillinger, Rennie Davis, Abby Hoffman, Jerry Rubin, Tom Hayden. I'm missing one. Can't think of it.
You named 6?
Yeah. Anyway,
they were all really bright. No, they were all really bright. And I remember this is like maybe 15 years ago. Megyn Kelly had Bill Ayers on her show on Fox, and she's trying to grill him. And I just remember just kind of being amazed at like how intelligently he could answer and respond to her questions. And of course, he's doing this in a way where, you know, he could possibly get in trouble if he, you know, legally, if he answers some of her questions the wrong way. And I was just, and Megyn Kelly, it seemed like she was just like, she didn't know what to do. And I was thinking like, wow, this is a sharp motherfucker. And when you get...
He's very smart. He has a PhD. He's a tenured professor.
Yeah, but he's probably actually...
retired.
Yeah, but he's actually, in my opinion, a very smart guy. And
he was one of Obama's advisors before...
I mean, the rumor is, and I don't know how true it is, that he wrote
Dreams of My Father.
Barack Obama's book, yeah. But, you know, he's... but that's actually, if you think about it, imagine you had these smart people that were committed to being terrorists. You know, the world's a pretty dangerous place.
Well, that's the Weather Underground. They split up SDS. They were part of SDS, but then they split it up and they created the Weather Underground. They destroyed that organization, SDS, in order to form the Weather Underground, which was about bombing.
There's still people to this day, if you go on the FBI's website, that have not been found. And I'm dumbfounded. Like after decades, they've not been able to track these people that have been involved in some of those attacks. They've not been. Nobody believes they ended up.
I didn't know that actually. I thought they all came above ground. They had really good lawyers. A lot of those people, when they came above ground, they showed that the FBI had done illegal wiretaps, and that's why they did minimal jail sentences.
Well, no. So, like, there was an MTA officer in, I believe, New York City who, like, there was two women, I believe, involved in that attack, and they ended up, I forget what they did, some kind of terrorist attack, but they severely injured this one officer, and of course, even when it says, you know, while they're still looking for her, she has a photographic memory, is estimated to be, you know, a genius, something like that, and nobody since the 70s. No, I mean, you know, usually these people pop up like because they were found in exile in Cuba, and of course, Cuba will use them domestically as a you know, positive PR for their.
Okay, here we go. I just Googled it. None of the original Weather Underground organization members are still in hiding as of 2026. But look, there could be other groups. No,
I wasn't talking about the Weather Underground. I'm talking about like some of these extreme. Just look up far left terrorists that have not been found, that are wanted, have not been found from the 70s and 80s. I mean, it's
What are you saying? Like, you're talking about from the SSDS, from those groups?
I don't know.
It was the SGS, by the way, not the SSDS.
I don't know.
SS students for
the Democratic Society.
SDS, you're saying?
Yeah. Now, Antifa, I mean, I don't know. Antifa is not from the 60s.
No, it is not.
No. But you even into the early 80s, like what was it? Was her last name like Rosenberg? I forget her first name.
Those people were caught.
And they
were caught. This was in the early 80s, and they were still doing this shit.
Right. Kathy Boudin. I know a lot about that stuff. Yeah, Clinton pardoned some of these people. He
did?
Yeah.
He pardoned her, Rosenberg, her last day in office. And
Dave Gilbert was pardoned by Elliot Spitzer.
And Rosenberg was on the board of Black Lives Matter. You know.
Kathy Boudin was a professor at Columbia.
It wasn't Angela Davis.
Go Go ahead.
Didn't Angela Davis, she taught at Antioch, or I feel like she was teaching at Antioch. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Or
taught somewhere.
Wait, if I recall correctly, didn't Ayers...
Bill Ayers was a tenured professor. He was
no, I know that, but didn't he raise... I forget the name of that dude. He was the local prosecutor there in San Francisco.
Yeah, he raised Jason Boudin.
Yeah, and that was her son. And
Jason Boudin is the son of two left-wing terrorists, Dave Gilbert and Kathy Boudin. He went to Yale undergrad and Yale Law. He won an election to be DA of San Francisco, and then there was when his parents were in jail, Bill Ayers and Bernadine Doran raised him. He calls them dad. He calls his real parents by their first name. He calls them dad and mom. It's a fucked up world. And then there was a repeal. He was voted out.
If I recall correctly, in that election, they have a large Asian population, and it was, I get it. It's like a liberal and progressive place, but it did turn into a fucking cesspool, and
I don't know how it happened. I don't know how you do a repeal. They've done it in California. They repealed the governor, for God's sake. Remember when Arnold Schwarzenegger, he was voted in on a repeal election. Whoever the governor was, Gray Davis, I forgot his name. They repealed him, and Arnold was voted in. We don't have that in New York. We don't seem to. I can't remember any other repeals in my lifetime.
Can't think of any repeals other than that one. Oh wait, the DA in San Francisco.
That's who we've been talking about.
Yeah, that was the son.
Right, both repeals that we can think of are in California.
So that was a terrorist. That was the son of two terrorists, and that was raised by their terrorist friends.
Yeah, the incredible thing about him is that he went to Yale undergrad and Yale Law. I really believe that.
But these are smart people.
Smart.
These are not dumb people, and that's what
they're very smart.
Yeah.
But academia is where the liberal world, those are the people that still sympathize with the Weather Underground. That's where they are. The universities, the professors, those are the people who feel like chicken shit. I was too chicken to join the SDS or to join the Weather Underground, but I do sympathize with them. And so they get a kick out of promoting the children of these people. They get a kick out of the fact that Jason Boudin is at Yale Law.
I would say that
his parents are doing life bids, and he's at Yale Law. Isn't that cool?
And I think that's one of the differences between the left and the right in the United States is when it comes to domestic terrorism, you don't have this legacy of the right wing doing this, the terrorism stuff. Whereas if you look at
aside from Timothy McVeigh, but that's few and far between.
No. I said legacies.
I misunderstood you, man. That's my bad.
Yeah, I mean Timothy McVeigh's kids are not going to Harvard.
So, but you do have people with left-wing grievances and people that so happen to be left that have ethnic or racial or religious grievances on the left that were kind of brought into the fold of I'll just say this Marxist violent ideology where you can you're fighting the good fight. Yeah, just go ahead and blood should run in the streets. You're doing what you need to do to liberate your people. Whereas the right doesn't have anything even remotely similar to that. You're going to have people that are very extreme on the far right, which are, they're just terrorists and unhinged, and most people don't take them seriously, that might have views that are similar to that. But, once again, these are fucking crazy people. They're never really taken seriously on the right. But even the mainstream, and that's kind of one of the weird things, is I guess in the 60s, maybe there was more mainstream acceptance of the violence towards the majority, like America, we're an evil country, the white people, whatever. But I mean, today it's like, what do you see? It's America, any of its allies, they should be attacked. They're horrible. They're evil. White people are evil. At least in America's context, they put Jews in the white basket, but you guys are more elite form of whites. And you guys you're colonizing these brown people in an apartheid state in Israel. You guys are just super awful. We need to get rid of you. That's kind of how they think. I don't know. I'm just waiting for this shit to end. It's getting really fucking old.
Googling, trying to find other recalls. This is interesting.
Well, yeah, the demoralization of a nation.
That whole project has been going over quite some years now, and I feel like, I hope it's not going to work, but it sometimes does look like it's slowly working. Yeah.
But I understand, like, when Yuri Best, I'm sure you know about this, and how, like, awestruck he was that he was talking about how they try to demoralize countries. This is a defector from Russia who worked for the KGB. Basically they would, whether it was gay rights, the support or the rights of different marginalized communities, they would try to draw or create rifts every way they could. But that was only a strategy to cause the downfall and social collapse of a country so they could take over. It wasn't an ideology they actually cared about. It was just these ideologies were only designed to destroy societies, not build them. But who today would really be trying to benefit from that, except for the people who are, like, I don't know, the useful idiots that are still believed in their propaganda and the offshoots of it that are maybe professors today. I don't know that
the alliance.
But who's going to come in and take over? That's the hard part.
Yeah, you never know who's going to be the end victor, but you do know that there is an alliance between several parties, actually.
But the Soviet Union would come in after a country stabilized and then, quote unquote, normalize it and rule it with an iron fist. There's no, I guess today I can see how the propaganda is still alive, and people, there's true believers, but I don't, perhaps, China and Russia, which, it's my understanding that with Russian disinformation campaigns, within trying to, a lot of the shit that they do, it's not to, their main goal is, at least today, their main goal is to get people to be so disgusted, basically, with the system and both sides that they are just not willing to participate. And I don't, but even then, it's like Russia's not going to take over us. But of course, if they can weaken our resolve and our willingness to elect people that will push back against Russia, that makes their lives easier. I don't quite know what the end goal is with people, with every group of people and all of their grievances and their ideologies. I don't even know if they're all, like, connected. That's where it becomes kind of complicated.
How about Cuba? You can take Cuba or Greenland.
Yeah, Cuba should be freed. I mean, personally.
Should be free.
Yeah.
By who?
What's not good?
By who?
It should be freed by the fucking people.
By the people or Trump?
No, by the people. I don't think Trump should rule over. No, he shouldn't rule over Cuba. It should. Basically, the regime should be out.
taken out, and then they should have elections.
What do you think about Ilhan Omar?
She's an American hating, bitter, disgusting, Somali first, Muslim first person who's joined the squad because she does want to. I think people genuine leftist bimbos like AOC. She also wants major reform. However, that major reform is going to be at the expense of everybody that's not her people. She's Ilhan Omar is one of the greatest examples of people you should not let into your fucking country. She's not some harmless, worthless immigrant. This filthy fucking bitch is a member of our fucking Congress. And she's openly hostile to the United States and the majority of the population in the United States. She sucks.
Filthy bitch is being kind. My language would be much more extreme than filthy bitch.
Yeah,
she's dangerous and diabolical. It needs to be censored. Needs to be censored.
He's not dangerous. Trump is not dangerous, huh?
She needs to be censored. Should have been censored. Just like Tlaib was censored.
Incredible.
And needs to be investigated.
She's another. There was a mayor of Dearborn, Michigan. This was funny because this was after October 7th. And I remember because after October 3.
Oh my god.
Did I miss it?
I'm gonna try, but I'll try.
Johnny, if you wanted to sing.
Yeah.
Johnny?
Yeah, I actually bought a. I'd like to sing you a Yiddish song.
Alright, I'm working out.
Okay, pick a magic number 1 through 100.
30.
Okay, you are getting Was Teug mit der Schöne Weingarten. What need have I of a pretty vineyard? A folk song published in 1927 by Y.L. Kahan. The opening stanza resembles other Yiddish folk songs. This is what it says in English. What do I need a pretty vineyard when I cannot plant it? What do I need a love affair when we cannot marry? Oh, mother, I will never fall in love again. He bragged to his friends that I call for him and he doesn't want to come. Oh, for others the night is filled with light. For me the day is dark. Oh, for others there is joy and happiness. For me there is mourning and grief. Was teug mir der schöne Weingarten, als Pflanzen kenn ich ihn nicht. Was teug mir a Liebe zu spielen, als nehmen kennen wir sich nicht. Was teug mir a Liebe zu spielen, als niemand kennen wir sich nicht. Oi weh, Mama, gewähl mir kein Liebe nicht spielen.
Whoa. Oh my god.
That was really good.
Whoa. Very well done. Very well done.
No, we
song, but I've never sung it before.
It sounds like Europe.
It's critical. Europe is critical to who?
Even Bobadilla.
What's beer?
Bobadilla by any chance? I'm just asking. Are you the European?
What the fuck? You know me? I'm Somali. You know Somali?
You're a Somali?
Okay. He's Somali. This is where I think it's interesting. Is you guys are some of the biggest. My very first job out of college, I had to work the county, working with seriously mentally ill adults. So this Somali bitch said that she left her check.
Somali.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. Go suck a fucking dick. Shut your fucking mouth. Let me finish. Okay. All right. I'll just shut. Okay, Skinny. I just shut your mouth for you.
Pepe, hold on. Before we go there, I want to know how big that forehead is. Like, is it a big forehead?
9 inches. 10 inches, probably. You know what's interesting is we can talk about the. I'll forgo the story, but we can look at. We can look at the. Hold on. You filled me, Jameer. Hold on. So you have African immigrants that do fairly well, especially from Nigeria. If you look at it, they actually outperform most, maybe even Jewish Americans in a weird way. But of course, they have to come in through a very strict merit-based process where it's the cream of the crop from that country. But then, so we have the merit-based immigrants from Africa, but then we have the refugees that came from Africa, like the Somalis. And what you get are people that just abuse the system. They commit lots of fraud, lots of crime, very dirty people. In fact, I would say, if I recall correctly, more of them joined ISIS. The Somali community in America, they had the largest, per capita wise, percentage of their people that joined ISIS in comparison to any other fucking ethnic group in the United States. Very trash people. Low IQ people, lots of benefits, lots of fraud. When I say benefits, lots of benefits used, lots of fraud. And you guys are terrorists.
Okay. Hey, speaking of benefits, I thought since 1991. How long has
You've been committing fraud since 1991?
No, you know what's funny about your country is your country had nothing to do with Western imperialism. It had nothing to do with anything, any outside group doing anything to you. You guys had a civil fucking war. And what ended up happening is that you guys ended up fighting each other. It became a lawless country. Then one of your fucking warlords decided they were going to use UN food aid and hold it hostage, and we had to. No, you fucking retard. Literally, you guys had a civil war, not sparked by outsiders. That you guys are completely different than you cannot blame anything that happened in Somalia on the West. This is fucking retarded.
We had our own problem, yes. But the reason we came to the West is because of our own problem. Just you are right. 1,000,000%. But you cannot blame the Western problems for our immigration. 1,000,000%. You cannot, because we arrived and we literally made our Americans 1,000,000%. We are not enemies to America. Never that. So you are literally delusional. You are delusional. Go fuck yourself. How about that?
What up? I just need to know.
Can I bring up something else?
Why does it?
Yeah, bring it up. What's on your mind?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Somebody brought the word benefits, right?
I brought up the word benefits about how they use them a lot more than other groups.
Well, I just read that Princess Fergie, Princess Sarah Ferguson, was friends with benefits with Diddy. I just read that. I mean, this woman has had a run of bad luck like I wouldn't believe. I mean, if that's true, her publicity just disastrous.
Are you talking about Fergie, the one from Black Eyed Peas?
No, Fergie, the former wife of Prince Andrew, she had a relationship. I mean, apparently she had a relationship with Epstein. They're saying there's a book about her now. So if Epstein had asked her to marry him, she would have married. But she also had a 4-year friends with benefits thing with P. Diddy.
Wait. I mean, Prince Andrew had a wife before Meghan? What?
Dude, you're thinking of Harry. Somebody, Prince Andrew.
Okay, yeah, you're right. The one who got it.
Yeah, she had a thing with Epstein, but now I'm finding out she had a thing with P. Diddy. I mean, how much betrayal can the public take?
You don't think that there are similar factors that they can use different means to do it? You don't think they're like clout-chasing, money-chasing whores that just get away, climb a ladder,
I know, somehow I thought that Fergie was like, her and Diddy is just one too many things for me to handle right now. I'm having my head, having a problem getting my head wrapped around it. But I guess it's just more about me. Maybe I'm just racist. I don't know. I never thought I was. I don't know why I'm particularly triggered by this.
well, probably because Diddy's a rapist.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess the news they know how to get our attention with stories like this.
You brought it up, not me.
No, I know I brought it up.
See, I'm somebody who's not, I don't notice those kinds of headlines. I don't care about that.
Well, somebody asked Rocky asked me if there was anything news, so I went to the news page and I found that story.
What I thought was really weird is that the redistricting that happened in Virginia is that you had Barack Obama, he made videos saying like the place, just our democracy, lives on this, this place, well, yes, whatever in Virginia. I don't know the name of it, what it was that they were actually voting on. But I just thought it was really ironic between the subset. It was a way to basically steal the votes of a bunch of Virginians. And just like how he would, in a way, and this is kind of the problem I have with Obama, is he would tie morality to such decisions that, or like, if you don't do this, you're bad. And I just, like, if you think about it, like, for the most part, back in 2008, black people, white people, Hispanic people, there was always racism. It happens, but it was not, it wasn't like something that made people like me even, have to stop and think about it. But under Obama's presidency, like, that became a huge fucking deal. And, like, But as if it has any relevance to the Christian today, as if any of the main denominations of Christianity ever feel it's appropriate for us to fucking kill each other over our religious differences. And we would just like overlook a lot of this shit when it came to, a lot of the BLM became a thing under Obama. I remember 2014, 2015, this is all something that happened under him. While he was still president, the whole thing about like we're a country of white supremacy, white racism, whatever, that all happened under him. Then you can either say I'm an idiot, so I fell for the bait.
You are an idiot.
Or I don't know, it's appropriate, but I am someone who did react to the changes I was seeing.
Hello? Hello? Great ass on that, Cora. Great ass. Look at that sexy Starfleet captain piloting her ship of Ezekiel through the solar heavens of infinity for all time with an android vibrator. Data is his name. This snake charming flute has seen its better days. It's Abby, the mutant from Chernobyl, who escaped to Amsterdam! Are you at the grocery store, Abby, right now? And how many coupons are in your pocket at this moment? Hello? Wow. I think I've hypnotized everyone with my snake charming skills of hypnotic power, of enjoyment and splendor. Hello? Never had one lesson. Hello? To further cleanse your chakras, we will now review your 7 chakras. They are wheels of energy, transformers, and doorways of subtle vital forces called prana. Chakras originate outside of the body as gates in a second attention system, like the 5 senses. The brain senses the different frequencies of light as colors. Chakras sense and distribute prana, energy to the physical body, as different emotions, sensations, thoughts, and vibrations. Your crown chakra, repeat after me. Sahasrara. Sahasrara. Your next one is your brow, which is your mental body. Ajna. Ajna. Next, we get to your throat, which is your emotional body. Vishuddha. Vishuddha. Next, we get to your heart. Anahata. Anahata. Then we get to your navel. Manipura. Manipura. Next, we get to your sacral. Svadhisthana. Svadhisthana. Now we get to your root chakra. Muladhara. Muladhara. Symbols, chakra lotus petals indicate the vibration and frequency rate of the color of the energy fields. So now visualize your anus, the base of the spine, your root chakra. Visualize the color red. This is Saturn or lead, and it means your survival. Stability and grounding is the function. Your protein is your adrenals. Legs, feet, and earth, a red square. Next, we have a cell of bloodstone. And then we have aureole, hematite, cedar, and myrrh. Garnet and cinnamon. That is your root, which is your muladhara. Then we get to your sacral, which is the svadhisthana. Think of the color orange, your sacrum. Moon, tin, and sexuality. Desire and emotions. Liquid gonads. Abdomen and water. Think of an orange triangle. Taste, dew, and coral. Gabriel quartz, rose, and saffron. Carnelian and dragon blood. That's your svadhisthana. Again, that's your emotions and your sexuality. Then we get to your navel, which is your manipura, which is a yellow solar plexus. The planet is Mars. The metal is iron. The main issue is willpower. This is purpose and energy, grain and pancreas, digestive fire, sight, and amber. Michael, moonstone, blueberry, cedar, citrine, and ginger. That's your manipura, your physical body. Then we get to your heart. It's green. It's Venus, the planet. The metal is copper. The main issue deals with love. Sharing and balance, that's the goal and function. The food and glands is vegetable and thymus. The body part is the lungs. Lymph and air. Think of a green plus sign. Then the sense and sound is touch and tourmaline. That's the gemstone. The angel or the ideal is Raphael. The quieting stone is malachite. The fragrance is chamomile. The incense is rose. Stimulating kunzite. The stone aroma is heliotrope. Then we get to your throat. Think of the color blue, Vishuddha. The planet is Mercury. The metal is Mercury. The main issue deals with creativity. The goal is communication. The function is healing. Foods are fruit. Gland is thyroid. Body part is ear. Symbol element is ether. Think of a cup, a blue cup. Sense and sound, hear and eye. The gemstone is turquoise. The angel or ideal is Hermes. The quieting stone is aquamarine. Fragrance, frankincense, incense is sandalwood. Stimulating is azurite. The stone aroma is eucalyptus. Then we move to your brow, your third eye, indigo, purplish, ajna, which is your mental body. Planet is Jupiter. Metal is silver. Main issue, clairvoyance. Goal, imagination. Function, intuition. Foods are pure air. Gland is pineal. Body part are your eyes. The symbol element, it's the Star of David. It's a purple Star of David. The sense sound is your intuition. The gemstone is lapis. The angel or ideal is Isis. Uh-oh. The quieting stone is spectralite. Fragrance is star anise. Incense, galangal. Stimulating is sugarlight. Aroma is lavender. The last chakra is at the top of your head. It's your crown. It's violet. Your spiritual body. Your sahasrara. Planet is Uranus. Ooh, the metal is gold. The main issue is understanding. The goal is wisdom. The function spiritual. Foods are fasting. Gland is pituitary. Body part is CNS, your central nervous system. The symbol and element is thought, or a purple lotus. Sense, sound, and gemstone is think, NG, and amethyst. The angel or ideal is Shiva. Krishna. Quieting stone is tourmaline. Fragrance is lotus. Incense is peony. Stimulating stone is quartz. And the aroma is jasmine. Those are your chakra centers. Chakras are associated with particular aspects of awareness and consciousness. Blocks on emotional, physical with human. The spiritual mental levels can cause you problems here on Clubhouse. Cleanse your chakras on Clubhouse daily by quieting or stimulating yourself with healing factors that release reservoirs of cum energy, debris to free your healthy frequencies, either on your clitoris or on your gonads, your testes. These are your chakra centers. You have been cleansed. You're radiating light. Hello?
نمیشه به این دلیل که لطفا خواهش میکنم گلو جان خیلی توجه کن که چی دارم میگم که درست براشون ترجمه کنی. این بی احترامی هست.
CM, you want to hear a song I made, an AI song? It's called Magic. I hope you like it. Moderators, feel free to kick me from the room anytime you want.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of non-sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of light, sword with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
called Magic. Now I'm going to play for you the hymn to Pan. It's going to open up your chakra that we just discussed. I hope you enjoy. This was one of the first AI songs I ever created, and it's still one of the best.
Give me the sign of the open eye, a riddle of shadows where whispers lie, the thorny thigh, the maddening cry. Open, open, open. I am awake, the serpent shakes. The eagle strikes with its jagged claw.
Okay, this comes from The Sitter. It's like a babysitter. Aphrodite Israel. This is the evening service for Sabbath festivals. Psalm, the Eternal is King. Clad is the Eternal, clad in sublimity. With might hath he begirt himself, yea, he hath firmly fixed this globe, so that it cannot be displaced. Established is thy throne from of old, from everlasting art thou. The floods lift up, O Eternal. The floods lift up their voice, the floods lift up their roar. Yet above the rush of many waters, the ocean's mightiest surge, mighty on high, is the Eternal. Thy testimonies are well assured. Sanctity beseems thy house, O Eternal, whilst time endures. Evening service for Sabbath and festivals. Bless ye the Eternal who is ever blessed. Gong and reader, blessed be the Eternal, who is blessed forevermore. Blessed art thou, O Eternal our God, King of the universe, at whose behest the evening darkeneth, who in wisdom opened the gates of heaven, and whose understanding varieth the seasons and arrayeth the stars. In their watches in the firmament according to his will, he createth day and night, causeth the light to vanish before the darkness, and the darkness before the light, causeth the day to pass and bringeth on the night, and distinguish between day and night. Blessed, praised, glorified, extolled, and exalted be the name of the Supreme King of Kings, the Holy One. Blessed be he who is the first and the last, and besides whom God there is none. Extol him who soareth above the ethereal plains by Jah, his name, and exalt in his presence, whose name is elevated beyond all blessing and praise. Blessed be the name of the glory of his kingdom forever and ever. Blessed be the name of the Eternal henceforth and evermore. God ever living and enduring, he will reign over us continually forevermore. Blessed art thou, O Eternal, who producest the dusk of evening. With ever-enduring love hast thou loved thy people of the house of Israel. Law and commandments, statutes and judgments hast thou taught us. Therefore, O Eternal our God, when we lie down and when we rise, we will discourse of thy statutes, complain on Clubhouse, and rejoice in the words of the law and in thy commandments forevermore. For they are our life and the length of our days, and upon them will we meditate day and night. And oh, do thou not withdraw thy love from us forevermore. Blessed art thou, the Eternal, who loveth his people Israel, God, faithful King. Deuteronomy, hear, O Israel, the Eternal is our God, the Eternal is one. Blessed be the name of the glory of his sovereignty forevermore. And thou shalt love the Eternal thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul and with all thy might. And these words which I command thee this day shall be engraven on thine heart. And thou shalt teach them assiduously unto thy children, and speak thereof, when thou sittest in thy house, and when thou goest on thy way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt bind them for a token upon thy hand, and they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes. And thou shalt write them upon the doorposts of thy house and upon thy gates. Deuteronomy, and it shall come to pass, if ye will diligently hearken unto my commandments, wherewith I charge you this day to love the Eternal your God, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, that I will grant the rain of your land in due season, the early rain and the latter rain, that thou mayest gather in thy corn, thy wine, thy oil, and I will give grass in thy fields for thy cattle, and thou shalt eat and be satisfied. Take heed unto yourselves, lest your heart be given up to folly, and ye turn aside and serve strange gods, and prostrate yourselves unto them. For then the wrath of the Eternal will be kindled against you, and he will restrain the heavens, so that there shall be no rain, and the soil shall not yield its produce, and ye shall perish speedily from off the goodly land which the Eternal giveth you. Lay up therefore these my words in your heart, and in your soul bind them, put a token upon your hand, and let them be as frontlets between your eyes. Teach them also unto your children, so as discourse thereof, when thou sittest in thy house or on clown house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up, that thou shalt inscribe them upon the doorposts of thy house and upon thy gates, that multiplied may be your days, the days of your children upon the land, which the Eternal swore unto your fathers to give them as the days of heaven upon earth and clown house. And the Eternal spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, say unto them, that they shall make unto themselves fringes upon the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and let them put upon the fringes of the border a thread of blue. And it shall be unto you for a fringe, that ye may look upon it, and remember all the commandments of the Eternal, and fulfill them, that ye may not go astray after your own hearts, after your own eyes, after which ye are wont to wander lustfully, to the end that ye may bear in mind and perform all my commandments, and be holy unto your God. I am the Eternal your God, who brought you forth from the land of Egypt to be unto you a God. I am the Eternal your God. True and reliable is all this, permanently incumbent upon us. For he, the Eternal, is our God, beside him none, and we, Israel, his people. He it is who freed us from the hand of kings, himself our King, who delivered us out of the power of all tyrants, the Almighty, who avenges us upon our adversaries, and wreaketh retribution upon all who hate our very existence, who doth great things that are inscrutable, and wondrous deeds innumerable, who giveth life unto our souls, and suffereth not our foot to slip, who causeth us to tread upon the high places for our foes, and exalteth our born above all who hate us, who wrought for us miraculous vengeance upon Pharaoh, signs and clear tokens in the land of the children of Ham. He it is who smote in his wrath all the firstborn of Egypt, and brought forth his people Israel from the midst of them unto everlasting freedom, who caused his children to pass through the divisions of the Red Sea, whilst the pursuers who abhorred them he plunged into the depths. And when his children saw his might, they praised and gave thanks unto his name, and of their own free will submitted to his sovereignty. Moses and the children of Israel chanted a hymn to thee in the fullness of the joy, and all did say, Who is like unto thee among the mighty, O Eternal? Who is like unto thee, resplendent in holiness, sublime in deeds of praise, ever working wonders? Thy sovereign power thy children saw when thou didst cleave the sea before Moses. They said, This is my God, responding thus, The Eternal shall reign forever and ever on Clown House. And it is said, for the Eternal hath redeemed Jacob, delivered him from the hand of one stronger than he. Blessed art thou, O Eternal, the deliverer of Israel. Cause us to lie down, O Eternal, in peace, and cause us to rise up, O our King, unto life. Spread over us the tabernacle of thy peace, and guide us aright with good counsel from before thee, aiding us for the sake of thy name. Shield us and remove from us foes and pestilence, the sword, famine, and sorrow, and remove all hindrance in our van as in our rear. And with the shadow of thy wings do thou shelter us, for thou, Almighty, art our preserver and deliverer. For Almighty King, gracious and compassionate art thou. Do thou then guard our going out and our coming in for life and peace, henceforth and forevermore, and spread over us the tabernacle of thy peace. Blessed art thou, the Eternal, who spreadeth the tabernacle of peace over us and over all his people Israel, and over Jerusalem. On Sabbath, and the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath, observing the Sabbath throughout the generations for an everlasting covenant between me and the children of Israel. It is a sign forever, that in 6 days the Eternal made heaven and the earth, and on the seventh he did cease and repose on Clown House. On Passover, Pentecost, and the Feast of Tabernacles, say, and Moses proclaimed the appointed festivals of the Eternal unto the children of Israel. On New Year, say, sound on new moon the cornet, whilst still the moon lies hidden. On the day of our festival, on the day of atonement, say, for on this day will be atoned for you, to cleanse you from all your sins before the Eternal. Ye shall be clean. O Lord, open thou my lips, and my mouth shall declare thy praise. Blessed art thou, O Eternal, our God, and the God of our fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the God that is great, mighty, and tremendous, the Most High God, who bestoweth gracious favors, possessor of all, who remembereth the pious deeds of the patriarchs on Clown House, and will bring a Redeemer unto the remotest posterity and love during the 10 days of penitence. Remember us unto life, O King, who delightest in life, and inscribe us in the book of life for thine own sake, O ever-living God, King, Helper, Savior, and Shield. Blessed art thou, O Eternal, the shield of Abraham. Thou art mighty forever, O Lord, reviving the dead. Thou art all powerful to save. Who causeth the wind to blow, and the rain to descend? He sustaineth the living in mercy, and reanimateth the dead in abundant compassion, supporteth the fallen, and healeth the sick, releaseth those that are bound, and establisheth his faithfulness unto those who sleep in the dust. Who is like unto thee, O Lord, Almighty deeds? Who to be compared unto thee, O King? Who ordainest death and restorest to life, and causest salvation to spring forth? During the 10 days of penitence, say, who is like unto thee, Father of compassion? Who remembereth his creatures unto life and mercy? Yea, faithful art thou to quicken the dead. Blessed art thou, O Eternal, who restoreth to life the dead. Thou art holy, and thy name is holy, and they who are holy daily praise thee. Selah. Blessed art thou, O Eternal, omnipotent and holy. During the 10 penitential days, say, Holy King. Thou didst consecrate the 7th day unto thy name, on completing the creation of heaven and earth, and didst bless it above all other days, sanctified above all seasons, and thus it is written in the law, thus were finished heaven and earth and all the hosts thereof, and God had completed by the 7th day his work that he had made. And God blessed the 7th day, and hallowed it, for thereon did he cease from all his work which God created for its reproduction. Our God, and God of our fathers, be pleased with our repose here on Clown House. Sanctify us with thy commandments, and render thy law our portion. Satisfy us with thy goodness. Cause us to rejoice in thy salvation. Purify our hearts to serve thee in truth, and cause us to inherit, O eternal our God, and love and favor thy holy Sabbath, and that Israel may rest thereon, who sanctify thy name. Blessed art thou, O eternal, who sanctifiest the Sabbath. Except Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk, O eternal. Okay, that's all I'm going to read. I hope you guys enjoyed that. That's evening service for Sabbaths. I was going to make a joke about Charlie Kirk saying, "Good Shabbos, babe." Hello? Okay, this is another banger from the John Kitover Band. If you're not listening to the John Kitover Band, just go on Spotify, type in the John Kitover Band. You're going to love it. This is called Fit the Crime. It's about a cop who just got killed here in Chicago. John Bartholomew was his name. Big fat piece of shit in the hospital pulled a gun out of him in the fat of his stomach and shot this cop and killed him. I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light. Thread into the night. I marked the hidden scene. I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here. So let it come around. The devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of sublime. I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of sublime.
Like, I've seen it that. Okay, well, it's everywhere I've ever lived in New York. It's twice a week. It's been normal. And then since I fucking moved to Texas, and it was, the trash was once a week, and the recycling was every other week. This year, I actually recycled because I just needed the cans.
Yeah. That's what it said.
Oh yeah, so what I was saying on
Recycling was it alternates weeks, so I actually get recycling every week. It's just half the weeks. So one day it's one day it's
this is the first time ever that recycling is every other week. It's hard because I order a lot of Amazon. I've got a lot of recycling.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Recycling is free though.
Hello?
So I can put out unlimited, and if it doesn't fit in the can, I can just put it in a box out next to it.
So what do you think about my performance? Hello? Sabu.
Hey, the N-word? That's not the N-word.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. The N-word
It's both. In Canada, it's both. You can't say either if you're not.
Hey, that's not here.
Well, that's
Regal.
I mean, he does kind of have a point there.
What the fuck?
You need to be careful. Like, let's say you've got the hood pass, right? Your friends let you use the AH at the end of the digger. That's cool.
Oh my god.
But if you go into the wrong place with that, that's on you. Anyone of your American friends will tell you that. But, like, you can say it, just
Skinny.
who you say it around.
I'm used to like being careful where you say it.
Well, I mean, on here, it's kind of.
I'm from the fucking hood. You can't just say it.
Me too. Me too. Everybody on here is from the hood, apparently.
Can you tell me?
I'm pretty sure Narrow's got a pass. Just as long as we're not walking around with the ER at the end of it,
Krishna.
You don't have to agree with me.
Krishna.
We're not talking about this anymore. I fucking hate it. It's boring.
Hello?
Hello?
What'd you think about my performance, Sabu? Did you hear any of it?
I didn't hear all of it.
Yeah, baby. Hold on a sec, sweetheart. Kitover, when was the last time that you sort of, try, you do that thing where it's almost like you're folding yourself in half.
Mm-hmm.
When you're jerking off, you try to come on your face.
What?
But when was the last time that you tried to come on your own face?
I don't try to come on my own face. Is that a projection thing? Or is that what you try to do to yourself when you jerk off? That's pretty gross.
Well, yeah. Why is it gross?
Because it's sticky, it's messy, it's dirty. It's like,
You know what a fucking napkin is, dude?
Yeah, bro. But you just said you jerk off in your face. I use a fucking paper towel,
I mean, if you think about it, man, you're just changing the location of where it was. That's all you're doing. You can't in the same place. It's changing the location.
He wears a paper towel hijab so he can masturbate and hit his face. Like, it's that simple.
I once knew a girl named Nikki.
I really like Zabu's edit. Nira.
Met her in a hotel lobby, masturbating with a magazine. She said, "How'd you like to waste your time?" And I could not resist when I saw little Nikki grind.
I didn't hear your performance.
Oh, that's okay.
Was it a Jewish song about killing Muslims?
Jesus.
It was about Jesus?
No, I was responding to what you said about a song about, K-wording M people. Like, sorry, but moderators in the Philippines, her name is Zabu, and she's a thirst trap. She ain't got no great. She claims she jogs and got a great ass. But Nero, we all know that ass don't look like that. Hello?
Yo, the crazy thing is when my
seen. Well, all right, so you have to know what I've seen, but I can confirm any of this. And not to be too graphic, but yeah, there are things called like video calls and like there are ways that you can sort of know that, bro. And I think I'd know it.
I'm fucking hairy, and my ass is big.
Dude, she's fucking hot as fuck. You think that I'm kidding, dude? He thinks that I'm joking. So my day, what?
No.
Alright.
It's supposed to be between us and
no, but like,
and
this guy
other
is like,
people that were involved.
He's such a fucking bitch.
I really like him. He's such a good actor.
No, but he's so off on this one.
Okay, yeah.
No, I'm just teasing. I think Zabu's, probably a beautiful woman. I mean, I don't know exactly what her dimensions are and how elegant she is, but she's beautiful, I'm sure.
Dumbass, John. Yes. You can put my word for it. If you don't want to, I don't give a fuck. I've seen
so sweet.
Pretty much what, the works.
Well, I have two options right now. Some people say philosophically it's either life or non-life. And my question is, like, do I just leave right now and go to my favorite bar and look at beautiful women? Or do I continue talking to you, mozzarella head, Nero, Daniel, who's got dandruff and can't touch his toes? What should I do?
Some young chicks at a bar near me will be online, acting like a dumbass.
This is true. I'm just gonna.
House arrest?
No.
Why are you home all the time?
What do you mean? Because it's like you don't own a home, do you, Zabu?
I do own a home.
You do?
You're fucking apartment,
Dum-dum apartment, sir. I live in a magnificent 100-year-old colonial from a former Freemason Grand Master General. I mean, hello? My house is magnificent. My apartment is beautiful.
I'll stay. Do you invite people to your... Are you a real person?
Bring some mozzarella and some bread and we'll make a pizza off of your head. I'll get a comb and a brush and we'll take all your cornflakes off your head. We'll make a dandruff pizza. We'll use your head as the cheese.
Alright, I'm done.
We'll grade your head. We'll get some mozzarella off that nasty, dirty scalp of yours.
No, you should say go, 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 go.
Go, girl. It's your birthday.
So we got CM here, the world famous CM. CM, I was going to ask you a question. Do you think
Why do you have a screenshot of Sam's room from back in the day?
Because I just, I screenshot everything I look at. I'm the screenshot king. I have computers with probably like millions of screenshots. That's how neurotic I am. I'm so compulsive.
I wonder what day this was from.
I don't know. But I love screenshotting clubhouse rooms. Oh yeah, that was a good one. Woo!
Oh, and you like Graham.
She's probably sleeping because she's been up for 2 days straight.
She's having a bad night, so let it be, dude. I was being racist.
Just mad that you were being racist.
How the fuck was I being racist?
You said the N-word. You and Nero here have N-word Tourette syndrome.
No, okay, Nero might have N-word Tourette syndrome. I have the N-word pass granted to me.
You got an N-word pass? I got an N-word pass on here once, but, high-level N-word.
No, the difference is I granted myself the N-word pass. I'm part of the culture, bro.
Daniel Regal.
Wait, if you're culture adjacent, does that give you an N-word pass? Dude, did you hear this, Nero? Did you hear what Sam just said? He is self-proclaiming an N-word pass because he's adjacent. Oh my, I'm reporting you to all the black rooms on Clubhouse.
If you grew up listening to Nas, Biggie, Tupac, Wu-Tang, Mobb Deep, etc., bro, do you guys have any kind of etiquette? Like, if you guys were in my fucking house acting like this, like, Zabu and Nero would still be here, but I would throw you guys the fuck out.
Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna leave. I'm just gonna leave.
Can you guys, like, talk?
No, I agree. This is too much. Say no more. I'm out of here. Say no more. I'm out of here. No, I'm just kidding. I wanted to see if I could trick Sam into leaving. He bounced quick.
That was so easy.
Bro, what do you do when you invite somebody over to your house, John? Like, do you prepare like dinner?
I don't actually. If I know that they're, I was just thinking about this actually just a few minutes ago because I want to invite people over to my house, but I don't actually want them inside my house. So, you know, you have to have a separate place for somebody to go to the bathroom, and I've got a little bathroom in my basement. So if somebody wants to see my house, or according to Daniel, my apartment, I will show people one at a time, but I will not let people just like.
Because you're gonna kill them and lock them in your basement?
No, it's because I have a large art collection, and I don't want people, you know, walking around and, you know, picking through shit and having fun. Good one.
Fair enough.
Do burps?
Usually, if I'm gonna do something like that, I would invite a bunch of people into the backyard, get the grill going.
Yeah.
You know, a cooler full of beer, no fucking shots.
Yeah, that's
I'm the only one drinking shots because I'm allowed to do that at my house.
I don't drink shots. Well, do burps smell worse than farts? Because I think they do, to tell you the truth.
Clearly smell bad.
Oh.
I want to just make a confession.
Yes.
I don't think you understand the closeness I want to have to your flatulence.
Oh.
I want to meet it at your asshole.
Yeah.
No, so like I want the purity of it.
Ugh.
I will. I have to wait for my expert.
God, this is so disgusting.
Sis, I'm not gonna have my passport for fucking
24 days.
Zabu, can't you just like film a video of yourself farting, put it on YouTube, and then just send it to Nero and like make his dreams come true?
Oh no, he already knows what.
I want a guy like John. All right, he's a handsome dude. He's an intelligent dude. He's funny. How is it that he isolates himself and just doesn't?
I know. And what's crazy is like, John, you have a beautiful face.
Yeah, you told me my skin looks great. That was such a nice compliment. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you?
I'm thinking in terms of course there's things wrong with me. I'm saying, what is wrong with you in terms of you like procuring like, if like the attention of like women?
Well, you know, the thing is, I go out and I, you know, sometimes I'm, you know, on the, sometimes I'm 10 out of 10. Sometimes I'm just like 0 out of 1. I don't know. It's love.
You say hi, but don't say hello like you say hello on.
What?
Imagine him like hello? Hello?
I created a room today called Hello, you know, and I
If
just.
you went up to a woman like that, I would die. I would die.
Stop being a total. I think you're gay.
Gay? My mom called me a couple of years ago. She's like, "We're worried about you. We think you're gay." I was like, "Uh-oh."
Hello?
Uh-oh.
I'm trying to do it like he does, but I can't. Hello?
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 You got it. There you go. You can use it any time of the day, anywhere you're at. Like, say something goes wrong, or actually, it's just amazing how, like, hello?
Hey, John.
Yeah.
John, you realize, like, your outlook is going to change when you actually, like, touch pussy? Like, you're going to stop wanting to come in here and...
Daniel, you know, I've been with a lot of ladies. I'm just, you know, the thing is, it's like when it happens... See, Daniel, I don't know if you know this, but it's summer. Like, in the summertime, flowers just come up out of the fucking ground, well, you can't, you're just like, oh my God, I just got laid. It happens, dude. I don't know what to tell you. It happens.
The last thing on your mind is going to be telling people that they're misusing their attention and time.
Yeah.
That's not going to be the thing on your mind. You're going to be getting laid.
Yeah, I know.
Stop being a weirdo.
If you were here, we would go out and we would have a good time and meet a lot of ladies. I don't know what to tell you, bro.
I told you I'll come and visit you.
Oh, maybe I could just like open up Clubhouse at the bar and be like, "Hey, I want to introduce you to my friend."
Where are you? You're in Chicago, right?
Yeah.
In Philly.
Yeah.
Well, do you have guests there? I'll stay there for a weekend.
No, you can't stay at my place, bro. You have to get yourself a hotel, or I'll meet you downtown somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
What do you want to do? Like steal your little fucking horn? Do that little fucking chime? What do you think I'm gonna do in your fucking place?
He's a serial killer. He's gonna.
I know. John, you're a weirdo. Like you need to chill the fuck out and get laid.
Well, Migzet on here called me a crazy person, yesterday, and then he started telling me about how obsessive compulsive I am about this app, and I was like, isn't that projection? Because like you're on here all the time screaming, debating. It's like you have a beautiful wife and 10 children, and you're on here debating all the time. It's like if I had that going on in my life, I would delete this app and just be so happy. Bye. Hello.
Watching, observing him do that. What does that say about you, weirdo? You're like, look, you're misusing your time, and what are you doing? Is that a perfect use of your attention?
No, I'm trying to point out that anytime anybody does ad hominem projection or hypnosis, hello.
If people are misusing their time, it's a good use of your time. You fucking idiot.
Danielle and Rico, can we cuddle now?
Oh my god. Are you wearing a bra?
No.
Oh my god, dude. Let's hook him up. Who can we hook him up?
I think you should go out with Adam.
Dude, alright, let's get him and Abby. I know he likes Fatima. But I think it's out of
for it.
Yeah. That'd be fun.
She's with Sia.
I know, right?
Oh, what about Emma? Or what about... Oh, I just saw a drone. There's a drone outside my apartment. Oh my god. It's looking at me. It's looking at me.
You have a peeping Tom? You got a peeping Tom drone?
Drones are so loud. But they sound like airplanes. Did you know that?
Do you think contrails, aka chemtrails, are real? Because I see them so much.
Have you ever gotten into the Resident Evil franchise?
Chemtrails are real and not real.
Daniel, you there?
No, Daniel just popped a load thinking about Zabu and he passed out. He went right to sleep.
John.
Have you ever jerked off and just like fell asleep right afterwards and like took a really deep cat nap after busting a nut? No?
No, I have to wash my hands after.
No, I mean, even after that or whatever.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, because the post-coital nap is like, it definitely, your brain goes into probably, REM sleep or goes into deep, also like very, like deep dream state, like vivid dreams, I think, could be making that up. It's hard to know for sure. Yeah, like, do people have more intense dreams after having an orgasm? Like, what are the biophysical, psychological responses post-coital bliss?
Yeah, probably.
Hello? Because, I can...
You ever cry after you masturbate?
No, but I did meet a girl once who I think was like, had that problem or something, and she was like, I was thinking about my ex-boyfriend or something like that. I was like, ugh.
Yeah, I think did she warn you ahead of time that she was gonna
I think she did, yeah.
Yeah, I
I understand that. At least she told you.
I guess, but I mean, at the same time, it's kind of like, yikes.
Very normal.
It's not. That means you can't control your emotions.
No, it's not about controlling. It's about you just opened her up.
Oh, wow. Sounds nice.
Yeah. When's the last, when was the last time you were in a relationship?
Maybe like last summer. Last fall, probably.
And why did you guys break up?
She sent me a text message, said, I'm no longer engaging in sexual activity. I'm taking a break from sex.
Were you guys boyfriend and girlfriend, or she was just asking for a break from sex?
She was just asking for a break from sex.
And she did it over text?
Yeah.
That's emotionally immature.
She had a nose piercing like you. She was biracial, a hardcore liberal, and yeah, I knew it wasn't going to go anywhere.
Because you want to be with a conservative?
No, she was just, you know, like, I Solomon tested her multiple times. She failed every time, so I just didn't take her seriously. I just knew she was like a Trixie, like a little flying nymph just floating around town.
So it wasn't like serious to begin with?
No.
So when was the last serious relationship you were in?
The way I would describe that is like the last person that I wanted to marry, and that was like 2020.
Wow.
Yeah,
and
6 years.
Did you guys break up during the pandemic then?
She broke up with me pre-pandemic, like a month before the pandemic, and then she took like a job promotion, moved out of state, and then she lost her job like immediately afterwards. But then she ended up meeting an amazing guy and got married.
Oh, damn.
It's amazing how, like, if one door closes, another door opens for you. People are worried about this and that, but it's just like transformation and, you know, movement.
Have you ever done like the anal door closes? Like if there's only the vaginal option, it's like you know, just been banged on it. But sometimes it's the other way around, bro.
That's true. And sometimes you can have both open at the same time.
This one chick broke up with me once, and she's like, and you didn't. She's like, it's too bad we're breaking up. She's like, you didn't even get inside my ass. And she like pulled,
that's the worst.
up. Yeah, she was like, but then I saw her on the dating app like years later, and she was like a single mom.
Oh yeah. My favorite is like, you know that candy where it's like a popsicle or like a lollipop, and you can like dunk it in the thing, and then it's like Pop Rocks.
Yeah.
That's what it's like going from my pussy to my ass.
What?
Oh my god, dude. You know, like there are those little sticks, those little vanilla sticks where you like, you lick a popsicle and it gets tacky to the point where like it's sticky, so you can dip it in different sauces or whatever that sauce happens. Dude, that is like so fucking hot.
And a really, really fun anal plug is, you know, those candy rings?
Mm-hmm.
Ring pops.
Yeah, those ring pops.
Oh wow, those would be actually a good plug, huh? You know, it's kind of.
And then you take a popsicle. So you put a ring pop in my ass, and then you take a popsicle and you put it in my pussy.
Oh my god, stop giving me ideas. That's fantastic. It's not, but your asshole's not gonna hold. It's not gonna hold. It's too small.
It will, because a ring pop has that like diamond shape, so it's like it's an anal plug.
Yeah, we got it. Like,
it's gonna fall out.
Don't you think that, like, you know, ramming things in your butthole is like a bad problem for one's health? Like, I just can't imagine why anybody decides to have, like, you know, anal sex. It's like, you know, it's a pretty important part of the body that you utilize so regularly that to think about like possibly damaging tissues and this and that, I mean, you know, is it worth it?
It's not all asses are made the same.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but like, there's things on the inside that can tear and impact, and then there's cancers and this and that. There's all the kinds of conditions. Yeah.
You want to use lube and stuff, but the joke I was making was that my pussy gets so wet that it's just natural lube for ass.
Yeah.
Like, that's. Where did Daniel go?
I mean, if you wanted to start a surefire business, there's these little entrepreneurial rooms on here. If you wanted to start a surefire business, either you just open a pizza restaurant or you sell online anal lube. I mean, either one of those two, just, you're going to make a bunch. Natural anal lube.
Where did he go?
He probably went to his bathroom to go quickly beat off, because this is the most exciting thing that's happened to him on Clown House in years.
Are you kidding me? This is the same conversation I have with Daniel all the time.
Wow.
Where have you been?
Well, I need to get out more, that's for sure. Daniel needs to get out a lot more.
No, he's out all the time. Daniel and I are real friends.
Oh, you know him in real world?
Yeah. Hey, bro, where did you go?
I had to go to the bathroom. This was just overwhelming my Friday night.
Yeah, it's Friday night. How come you're not out and about?
I'm thinking I'm going to do a hard out in 4 minutes. But honestly, if I go out, there's going to be very few people out. It's not really warm enough yet. It's only a Friday. Tomorrow it's going to be warmer. The Saturday, tomorrow's the night to go out.
You don't ever go to shows like the ballet?
The ballet? I tried to take this chick to the ballet once, and I bought us tickets, and she came to my place, and she's like, I don't want to go to the ballet. Let's just fuck. I was like, oh my God, fine, fuck it. Let's fuck. And then we didn't even go to the ballet. And I was like, well, this was what I wanted to do anyways, after the ballet. So,
you should try it again.
Kind of ridiculous that, we didn't go to the ballet, but I was perfectly pleased with the outcome.
You should try it again. That could be your move.
I won't be going to the ballet anytime soon.
Ballet tickets and see if it works.
I should just print up a bunch of fake ballet tickets and sell them on eBay.
No.
Well, this is what I text.
Oh, come on, you're not. Play with me.
Are you on Hinge, Zabu?
No.
You're not on Hinge or Bumble or Tinder or anything like that?
No.
Well, I was going to ask you, what are the most creative introductory statements or questions you've heard on this?
Yeah. Some of the questions I've heard have been which concert would you go to, or let me see. Hold on, let me double check here. No, I don't have it anymore. I deleted it already. I had Bumble for 2 seconds and I thought it was pretty creative, but I can't remember what his questions were.
Oy vey.
Because I had gone on a date with somebody, and then usually when I choose to go on a date with somebody, I don't go on the app. And then and then I get off the app. But now I don't feel like it anymore. I don't feel like swiping right or left. I think when I meet my person, it's going to be organic.
Yeah, it's a little bit like filtration, because so many of the people you just really have no interest in. It's I'm too lazy to even remove them, delete them. Some people are obsessive compulsives, so just with their email, it's everything goes in a folder, goes to the to the trash. It's why the fuck do you spend so much time categorizing the shit?
Bumble automatically deletes it for you if you don't talk to the person.
Yeah. I just say, hey, I'd love to take you to dinner and give you a gift. And then the response is, I am intrigued. What is this gift you want to give me?
And then what's the gift?
Well, it's obviously a bag full of diamonds.
Ew.
I mean, it's a book, on the Buddha, the Dhammapada, the Book of Diamonds.
Wow.
Have you ever been on a date with a guy that gave you a book on the first date? Is that a panty dropper?
I went on a date with somebody who gave me a mango.
A mango on your first date?
Yeah.
Did you sleep with Dr. Mango?
100%.
See, mango, it just says it all. I went out on a date once with a book called Sex Magic. And as I was taking my pants off at her place, I said, if I only knew I had to bring a book about sex hypnosis.
Oh my God. See, I wouldn't do that.
Well, it worked. That's what was so amazing. I was like, man, because it's all suggestion. So if you bring a book about sex, it was a book about sex magic. And yeah, that was enough to like spark her interest. And she was like, come to my place. I was like, okay.
Wild.
I would just wish there was like a smaller version of the book, like a pocket-sized paperback.
Rico, when's the last time you were in a relationship?
Who's this?
When was the last time you were in a relationship?
Talking to me?
Yeah, talking to you.
Recently.
Recently?
Yeah. Still kind of talking to her right now.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
And how are things going with that?
Pretty good, actually.
And how'd you meet her?
I know her for a long time.
Wow. I like that.
Yeah.
So how come you're not on a date with her right now?
Because I'm at home relaxing.
Okay.
I mean, I was thinking about this earlier today. I'm like, what do I want to do? I was getting really fucking anxious. I was like, do I go somewhere? Do I stay home? I'm like, fuck it. I'm making tacos. Then I'm going to watch some YouTube and chill out. And then I came on here for a bit. And I'm like, it's, it's the same thing. Same shit. Religious people fucking yelling at each other all day. Like, all right, never mind. Took a nice fucking nap, woke up, came back on, fucking seeing what everybody was doing, and here we are.
Does she live in the same city as you?
Go critique right now. I got you covered. Don't worry. This doesn't make sense to me. Got you covered. Don't worry, homie. Go. Speak from the United States of Israel. Don't you know that?
All right, so you just shut your fucking charmota mouth and move me down.
Oh, Bima's here. Hi, Bima. Bima. You want to read some Ayn Rand, Bima? I'm like on page 29 of Virtue of Selfishness. But I also have the War Room open. I was contemplating, should I go out and live stream this room while I go out and live my best life? Or should I just stay in?
Yeah.
What's a yeah? Yeah to what?
Yes, go out and live your best life in live stream.
What do you mean, live my best life in live stream? Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah.
Because that's what you just said.
But the thing is, there's not going to be many people out. It's still kind of chilly. Tomorrow's warmer. It's a Saturday. Nobody goes out Friday night.
Yeah, we do. And it's wonderful. What state are you in?
Illinois.
Illinois? Yeah. No, it's nice. What's the weather there? What was the weather there today? The temperature?
60s.
It's getting there.
It was nice, though. I mean, I had a nice day.
Yeah, like, don't you garden and do all this type of stuff? Like, I'm so excited. I went and I found garlic mustard on my property, which I haven't. It's a new thing, and I also found a different strand of. That's not the right word. A different whatever of honeysuckle, and so I found honeysuckles, and I'm planting a whole bunch of bergamot and a bunch of really cool purple flowers around my girl's spot. And sister's getting chickens. She got, oh my gosh, like 5 different breeds, which is gonna be fun. acres, I think. And I swear, in this little plot of land, and it's so little, this 4 acres, I feel like I could, the amount of time that I have to explore it and learn it, I wouldn't be able to learn this 4 acres by the time I die. Like, I go outside every day, and there's just always something fun, new, and exciting. Let me show you the picture of the garlic mustard. The garlic mustard, it is just so pretty. I want to show you. I want you to look at it.
The mustard seed.
Look how beautiful. Just look how beautiful. Look at that.
Just look at that.
Just look at that. Look.
Just look at that.
Isn't it so cute?
Look at it. Just look at it. Let's see.
Isn't it so beautiful?
Yeah, flower photography is pretty cool. I mean...
Oh, that's just with an iPhone. I need a good camera.
Oh, no. Cell phone's good enough. I mean, I photographed the garden around here, and it's like, you know, it's just beautiful. Just look at it.
Yeah. Just look at it. Here, look at my honeysuckles. My honeysuckles. It's funny. Look at my honeysuckles.
Look at my tight, wet, pink honeysuckles.
No. Nasty boy. You're horrible. Look, though. Don't, and that it tastes good, too.
You can eat those?
Honeysuckles? Of course.
Well, do you cook them, or do you just eat them like fruit? Like, you just eat them off the stem?
No, you pluck them, and then you pull the stamen out of the back, and honey comes like a syrupy, sugary, sweet liquid comes out, and you eat it.
Interesting. I never had it. I was just in a room where they were talking about putting those, you know, candy gemstone rings up your butt for a butthole plug. So it's kind of similar to a honeysuckle, actually.
That's horrible. That's effing horrible. I can't put anything up my butt. I mean, I kind of wanted to, but no, I've never wanted to.
What about the guy who wouldn't pay for your sick dog? Did he ever stick it up your ass?
They always want to, but I'm sorry. I don't like when it's coming out. I definitely don't think I'm going to want to like it when it's going in. Like, I'm sorry. Like, that's just I don't know. That's an experience to be left in the bathroom, like, and one way. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah.
But I mean, besides that, all the other holes go. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel it's more like just like a porno video thing, because like in the real world, you know, there's like time constraints. It's like, and plus it's just like, I don't know. To me, I'm protective of my asshole. So if a woman doesn't, you know, like want to like do a science experiment and do a fast and like do an intricate ritual for the anal, you know, intrusion, like it's like I'm not interested in it, because I'm interested in cleanliness, you know, and time efficiency.
You ever do coffee enemas?
How do you do that?
Well, you get an enema kit, right? And the enema kits are really nice off of, you want like a little steel container, like it'll look like a steel bucket, and then it'll have a tube, and then at the end of the tube, there's an insert, right? And all you gotta do is that you just gotta buy it, right? You heat up your distilled water, you make your coffee, right? You have to wait for it to come to a certain temperature because it can't burn your intestines. It's going up into your butt. So you have to wait, make sure that it hits the right temperature. As soon as it hits the right temperature, all you have to do is lay down, and you put the bucket higher, so like you hang it on something, and it'll naturally just flow out into, you know, down the tube, and then you just insert the insert in your butt, and then it fills up your butt. You get like a little switch, like a little on and off switch, a little clip. And seriously, the thing is, I learned about it through Gerson therapy, through like this cancer therapy program called Gerson therapy. And the reason that they do the coffee enemas is because they believe that if it bypasses
the liver and it goes right in from the other side, then it'll increase your glutathione by, they say something crazy like 600 times. Like your body will create the glutathione, which is the cleansing, right? The stuff that's going to clean up the bad cancer and all the bad cells, rogue cells, whatever else. So it increases your glutathione's transferase. And, well, that's the claim anyway. Of course, they didn't do enough study into it because God forbid that it's a real thing and it works, right? But anyway, the Gerson therapy, very interesting. If you have cancer, they put you on a program, all juiced foods. So you go, and the reason that you do the coffee enemas is because as you're doing the juiced foods, you need the glutathione and you need to constantly clean out your gut and your rectum and everything because I heard crazy stories where the tumors inside people would break off. And if you can't pass them well and your body can't process them, you'll die from the toxicity. So, because this therapy works so well, but it has to be, you have to have one with the other. So very strict juice. And the juices are like 5 different types of juices throughout the day, and then you have to do 3 coffee enemas. And anyway, the coffee enemas in the biohacking world, it got like popularized, and it does do something because it's really weird. I don't know, it's really weird to say this, but it gets addicting. It gets addicting, like it feels good. It feels good to be cleaned out in that way. And so once you stick it up your butt, you're supposed to hold it for at least, I think, 5 to 7 minutes, right? And it's really difficult because once you have that liquid in there, it's gonna be you really gotta focus and meditate to keep your spasms from wanting to just all over the place. So you gotta focus, meditate, hold it for 5 to 7 minutes, and then once you hold it for 5 to 7 minutes, then you can just let it out on the toilet. But that's Gerson therapy, coffee enemas, and it's a very specific type of coffee. You can't just get any type of coffee bean. You have to get the therapeutic coffee brand, which it's like green coffee. The way that the bean is processed, you have to make sure that it's been tested, no mold, not sitting around. You can't just buy coffee beans off the grocery store shelf. You got to make sure you get the right type of coffee beans to do this, so you do it right. But it is. I did it for a while and it was really good. Yep.
Well, it sounds to me like you should shoot a testimonial video about your, enemas. That was fascinating. Let me just clip that on all my YouTube channels here for, if we ever want to submit a proposal to Pepto-Bismol. Have you ever taken Pepto-Bismol after having a huge meal that you shouldn't have eaten all that food? And you're like, let me just take some Pepto-Bismol because I just ate so much food.
Do you know what I've been doing since Sunday night?
You've been
doing the Dr. Boss sardine diet.
You're eating sardines?
Nothing but sardines.
Oh, your breath must smell awful.
Well, it's not that.
Oh.
They're actually not as fishy as you would think.
Uh-huh.
I thought it was going to be so gross.
Uh-huh.
But let me tell you, I'll share with you.
Oh.
I got so many different.
I bought some sardines, but I can't bring myself to opening them to eat them.
No, there's different types, okay? So the ones that I found are the best are the Wild Planet wild sardines. You have to get them in extra virgin olive oil. They're skinless and boneless. They really just taste like tuna. It really is just like tuna. Those are good. But the reason you do the sardine diet is because of the full nutritional profile. So you need the skin, the bones, and everything. So I also had to get some with the full. So I got the King Oscar, right?
Yeah.
The King Oscar in extra virgin olive oil. And I mean, like, you're eating a vertebrae. You open the freaking thing up, and it's like basically little fish. Like, they keep the skin on, the little fucking tail is on there. I was surprised I didn't see a head, but they weren't as bad either. But you're not going to want to eat as many of those. It's not as easy as the Wild Planet wild sardine ones.
So wait, what do you do? Put it in a salad? How do you eat it? You just eat it raw?
No, you can only eat the sardines. Yeah, Google Dr. Boz and Google sardine. Dr. Boz sardine diet. It's supposed to help you get to keto well, lose weight. If you have any type of autoimmune deficiency, it'll help you reset your autoimmune, your metabolic function. It helps with insulin resistance. Oh, clavicular. Yeah, you wish. This guy thinks he's glad. That's hilarious. So, what else?
It's interesting.
Person might think he's clav. Like, put a name as Claviculator and then put a picture and then come in here pretending like he's chlamydia. Like, he doesn't think that we're going to figure out that, like, what are people supposed to do? But, yeah, and so, to reverse insulin resistance.
Wait, are you trying to lose weight?
I have been losing weight. I've been losing weight consistently for, since about June of 2025. So I've been doing really good.
So you're going on 1 year of weight loss?
Yeah, there were some, like the beginning of this year, I did, it was last year. I did the lion diet, like carnivore, like hard diet.
Are you going to the gym?
No, I work out at home. I can't go to the gym.
Why not?
So I do, because I have people that are in my home that have severe, very low immunity, and a cold can take them out. So I can't be around other people like that.
What? You can't go out into society?
Only for like grocery store runs.
What's the difference between a grocery store run and healthy people in the gym sweating?
Well, one is necessary and the other isn't. One, I need to go get food to live.
Oh, I think we just figured out the weight problem. One is necessary, one isn't. I think we just figured out the equation in balance.
No, sir. Hold on.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. We have been diagnosed and we are prescribing medicine. Time to get that LA Fitness membership. $14.99 a month with a 1 year $90 service fee.
I didn't say exercise is not necessary. I said going to a gym is not necessary. You can exercise at home. You could walk. You could do your reps. I do cowbell. I do 10 sets of 3 sets of 10 of the when you put your arms out in front of you and you dip all the way down with your knees.
What do you think these immune deficiency people in your residence would say if you were to say, I'm going to the gym to work out? Do you think they would be like, don't do it, you're going to kill us? Come on. I mean, it's all in your fucking head.
Yeah, you're being insensitive and you don't understand. Like when I said that a cold can literally I could kill somebody.
A cold could kill someone?
A cold, if my mom gets a cold. Stop being fucking insensitive. You're a fucking prick, okay? I wouldn't talk. Listen, don't be insensitive.
I'm just merely telling you about this joyful thing called the GYM.
It's not. No, it's
I have
not.
a membership to the Joy Gym. The JOY GYM.
You know my mom has brought me in terminal cancer, right?
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, you're an asshole.
Well, that sucks. I've witnessed family members experience that, and it's not joyful. It's very painful.
Okay, were you there taking care of them?
A little bit, yeah.
Oh, okay. And so, were you able to just go in and go to the gym and walk around?
Yeah.
You were with them 100% of the time?
Yeah. He was already dying. I don't think my gym experience was going to change his experience. He was already terminal.
So you just took care of him, like, what, for a month?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm hoping that because I'm taking care of them, it's not just be a fucking month.
My sister hired 24-hour nursing care at $10,000 a month. I was like, $10,000 a month? I was like, I'll take that job. And the nurse, he was like, come on. He's like, will you go into my other bedroom there and clean the windows? And the nurse is like, sir, I'm your nurse, not your housemaid. And he goes, all right, well, get over here and empty my piss bucket. I was like, holy shit. He was angry. You know, dying in pain, I'd probably be angry too. Slow, painful death, anger. But, you know, if you're at peace with your passing, it's a much better place to be. But that's the type of personality my uncle had. He was like an extreme go-getter. And so even in his death, he was like actively resisting and fighting out of mere habit, you know, because he was like such a disciplined person. This guy was running like 6-7 miles in his 60s, you know, but sometimes doctors can fuck you up when they perform surgery. Unnecessary surgery.
Yeah, I hear that. That's crazy. Is that what happened to him?
Yeah. He would have been better off never visiting with a doctor to begin with. Oh man, they just play you. He got played. Sucks.
Yeah, my mom, when she started, she was on a chemo and it was gonna kill her. And her oncologist kept telling us like, no, it's fine. This is what you're supposed to have. My mom got complete neuropathy from her hips down. Couldn't feel her legs. Couldn't walk at all. And she was in massive severe pain. Finally, I was just like, I'm not doing this anymore. This isn't right. This is fucked up. I don't trust this doctor. She's wrong. She's just wrong. I don't care if we're seeing a New York oncologist. New York oncologist can be wrong. So I reached out to Sloan Kettering and with my sister and I, and they were just like, yeah, let's see her. So they told us, they said if she would have stayed on that medication, that type, that would have killed her. It would have killed her, and that's crazy, right? Like, that's just insane. And my mom had a regular kind of walk and everything. She still never regained feeling in her feet. She's from her knee down. She doesn't feel anything. So she kind of like shuffles when she walks. And it's like a weird feeling, like if she steps on anything, like even if it's not, you know, like I don't know how to explain it. If you were to walk on like a driveway that has rocks on it, you know, that would be too much for her. She couldn't do that.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Stinny in my other room said, John, be a bit more empathetic.
Yeah.
And, you know, I agree. And so I was in a room earlier, and it was an atheist room. All the elite liberal intellectual Democrats on this app. When they kicked a guy, eventually they said, oh, thank God he's gone. So we have all the crazy believers. They're finally out of the room. Let's start talking about, you know, immigration communities and Jim Crow and redistrict, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so I immediately thought to myself, you know what? That's really like cold, you know, because
I'm not following what's cold. Be specific.
It's like the leader of that room, Elliot. Do you know who Elliot is on this app? It's like he doesn't have emotion. And the irony is, you would think that they would be like ruthlessly efficient. See, it's almost like they're fascist, because if you are going to mock somebody who reads the Bible and thinks that they, you know, have a philosophy on God and love, and you're just this ruthless evolutionary monkey who is upset about Donald Trump and MAGA, and all you do is create rooms about how stupid and how much you hate Donald Trump. Like, I'm not really convinced that these people are because they are like, they want to be the leaders. They want to be the ones in charge, and that's the way they talk. And their biggest statement is when things go back to normal. And that's when I start laughing, because shit ain't going back to what they call normal. And so it's really like we have a personal problem. Everybody's got this personal problem, and nobody's like actually discussing it on this app. I don't know. It's just like, this app is so fake. People here are so fake, because the truth is, like, if all these people here who are liberal, social, democrat intellectuals, everybody's basically just like self-promoting all the time. There's no real like deference to organization, priority. What could we achieve? What kind of experiments we could run? What kind of little business could we set up? What kind of nonprofit could we set? Like, there's no real organizing. And like, have you ever, dealt with ants coming into your house? Or I'm sure you have.
Yeah, ants are my favorite.
Isn't it amazing how smart they are and how much they work together, and they don't complain. They don't kill each other. Yeah, they're just
they perform. They have hierarchy. They perform medical procedures on each other. Like, I'm dead serious. They'll amputate limbs if like your limb is messed up.
Mm-hmm.
They hold burials. They're extremely intelligent ants. Yes.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, how can we be dumber than ants? Like, that's what's happening here.
Have you ever seen a fucking when they poured the foam inside the ant tunnels to like represent? Have you seen that? And then they dig them up to see. Yeah, incredible architecture. Yes, no, and their hierarchy, the way that they have all the different ants have different jobs. They know their job. Like when you're born an ant, you're literally allocated. You're put into a position, and there's a bunch of different positions that you can hold. Like, it's incredible. Also, I was just gonna say something else to what you were saying.
Well, what's interesting about the ants is like, that's all genetic coding, and they were going after my garbage in like a straight line, and I just kept like vacuuming them up and dumping them off my balcony. And finally, I sprayed insecticide on like the corner of my wall, and they stopped coming through because the poison was a deterrent. But their hierarchy and their geolocation targeting, like, they literally pass it. Somehow they're passing coordinates to each other on the march, and that trail of communication is going to wherever the sources of their nest or whatever. But it's remarkable how they're able to do geolocation targeting through communication networks, and whether how do they actually pass the coordinates? Because even when you vacuum them all up, further down in the communication network, they're able to go to where I just removed them. So at the downriver part of the network, they're actually passing on geocoordinates. And it's just remarkable. Like, all right, Regal is in my other room. It's called the Pepe Show.
It's through the have you ever said it's through scent?
Oh, it's all scent? Yeah.
Well, through pheromone trails that they put off. So yeah, and probably more. They probably have like, I wonder if it was ants. I want to think that it was ants. If some ant can recognize the face, recognize faces, like difference in faces.
Mm-hmm.
So they could definitely have like landmark memory that you're talking about, like have visual cues, like, okay, now we're going around the corner, now we're going up through this wall, you know what I'm saying, to get into your house or whatever. So yeah, it's interesting. But what I was gonna say, everybody fake, no organizing. That's the problem with government, because we've learned to pass over our direct agency to say, hey, government, you do it all. And no, not fascist. We're talking about mini tyrants. Everybody has become entitled to think that the government government is supposed to be doing what the government is only to protect us from from that happening to us. And so we're all fucked up now. Okay?
Well, we're not fucked up.
We're supposed to be doing this organizing. We're supposed to be doing these decentralized, creating these decentralized competing institutions. But because we've empowered the federal government and state and local governments so improperly and so significantly, we now see, well, to best I could just pass the ball to them, and all our job is to identify somebody who's going to carry out our tyrannical preferences to enforce them on our fellow citizen. So when you go into the voting booth, know that that's what you're doing, my friend.
Okay, hold on a second. Listen.
Your votes are violence. You're going in to say...
Oh, votes is violence. Okay. Well, hold on, Beaver. Let me tell you something interesting that happened today. As I see a senator who I know, his name is Durbin. He goes to the Humboldt Health Medical Clinic, and he puts together a photo with all the staff, and he says, Donald Trump is destroying this hospital. He's cutting services to underserviced, disadvantaged individuals, and he's killing people and hurting people's lives, and he's bankrupting this incredible, organization. So I asked Grok, how much has Humboldt Medical billed Medicare, Medicaid each year for the past 3 years? It turns out that they've billed them $130 million a year. And then I say, well, what about the last 10 years? Grok says, I can't get you that information. I say, okay, give me the 3 years prior. It gives me that information. I say, give me the 3. It gives me that. So I guess what? People take notice and they start retweeting what I'm putting out because, this Medicare, Medicaid fraud is such an epidemic. And everybody knows these doctors, these nonprofit 501(c)(3)s, their trustees, they're making a fucking fortune. They're going home with millions of dollars in their pocket, serving illegal aliens and bilking taxpayers and fucking us. So they can. It's unrestricted. It's unsupervised. Who's to stop them? Nobody. So I think they need to stop Medicare, Medicaid completely, deplatform the whole fucking thing, and just restart it on a new platform. And we need to go to a dentist type of billing system and stop with all this quarterly annual budgeting because it's all just fraud. And it's a scam, and that's the biggest. I want to keep our military, and I want to dump the medical industrial complex because it's not giving us the ROI that we claim it's giving us. It's just not. Health outcomes suck. The people making the money suck. We have international fraudsters, national fraudsters. It's an epidemic. The real epidemic is government creation of all this moral hazard by creating $4 trillion a year to fund the medical industrial complex. It's the biggest scam in society today. And then lawyers.
I actually agree with you, right? Because Medicaid and Medicare, we got to remember that was supposed to be that's supposed to be the, what do they call it, the security net. That's supposed to be the part of the society that the rest of us, when we do our own decentralized building of institutions and cultivating of whatever it is, our own insurance and policies, our own welfare, our own health systems, decentralized, okay, then the Medicaid and Medicare was meant to pick up those people who couldn't take care of themselves, right? And that's what's supposed to happen, because who's going to advocate for the people who can't afford it themselves, right? We're not going to. The people who are going to a private business, they're not, paying for people who can't get the job done right themselves. So listen, this is the thing though. The problem is we can't do that because the federal government got too happy. The conservatives and Republicans that claim to be this free society, freedom, liberty, blah, 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 they passed so much regulation that the decentralized institutions can't do effectively what they need to do through the patent system, through all the blind tape, the subsidies, the licensing, the taxing, all of this. It's created too much for us to build our competing institutions at a decentralized level. So now we have liberals, which are no different than conservatives, Republicans, which are no different than Democrats. They think that they're different because on the surface, they're very service level. Oh, I support this. Oh, no, I don't support this. I support limited government. That's the conservatives and the Republicans, that voice, right? I support limited government. I support no government or not no government, little government intervention, right? Well, actually, bullshit, no, you don't, because if we talk about patents, if we talk about subsidies, if we talk about regulations, you're going to be all for those. But what that does then is it regulates our decentralized networks from being able to build the competing institutions that they necessarily need to do. So then now you're creating more people who need to be put into the security net, and now Medicaid and Medicare, and this is becoming insane. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to stop forcing our preferences, stop regulating. And this is one thing that I like about Trump. This is something that he is doing. He is deregulating. He is deregulating them the most out of any president that I've actually been alive to see, right? He promised himself, I'm going to remove, I promised myself 10 bills. I'm going to, 10 regulations I'm going to remove for every regulation that I pass. And he said at the economic forum in January, he said that he's averaging about 100 to 125 instead of 10, right? I don't know this, but that's still good to me. That sounds wonderful. I'm happy about that. Excellent. Wonderful. This is what I want. De-fucking regulate our society so we, as the intelligent, amazing human beings that we are, can make our choices and make the decisions ourselves. We can have our accountability networks. We can build all of that, but we can't when we're passing it over to the government to say, okay, regulate everybody to do this. We find one little thing wrong, one little problem. Oh, run to daddy government. Daddy government, pass this regulation in a broad span so it's a universal fucking shit, and now you're completely making it, you're incapacitating the entire decentralized network to do what they need to do. So Republicans, you're fake. If you're listening to this and you're a Republican, you're fake. If you're a conservative, you're fake. You're not different than liberals and Democrats. You think you are, but you're not. Not unless you're pushing for deregulation, for us to deregulate ourselves. The closest to true freedom fighters are going to be your minarchists and your libertarians, which the founding fathers, just look it up. The Federalist Papers, Anti-Federalist Papers, they went through a whole bunch of these game theory and all the simulations about what if we do this, we need federal government to do this. Yeah, well, it got too crazy. It got out of hand in the 21st century, and now you Republicans think that you're something special. You ain't shit. You're a statist bootlegging bitch, just like the leftists, and you're creating a lot of unnecessary harm. You're inhibiting our innovation, our productivity, our technological evolution. You're prohibiting everything. Our medical evolution. You're stopping so many people from being able to have the ability to free themselves financially, to cure themselves medically, to build themselves and our community. So that's it. Stop being a statist bitch. Thank you.
Well, I don't know, because if the game is, binary, then it's up to the opposing party to inform, influence, persuade the electorate to essentially just go from, A plan to B plan. These party names are insignificant. It's really just a binary political system. And so it becomes the politician, because I do believe that, you should be able to fully rotate between being a conservative and a liberal, or non-interested. It's there's a time and a place for all opposites. So if society becomes too violent and too criminal, okay, well then now we become conservative. If society has now become extremely peaceful and abundant, well now we can be more liberal. There's no need, for the opposite measures. So that's what I just don't understand about people who complain about party, or especially MAGA, because it's always the left, woke, liberal, intellectual Democrat who's bringing up the term MAGA. But if you listen to Donald Trump today, gave a speech in the Rose Garden, and he is welcoming Gold Star mothers, whose sons and daughters have died in conflicts overseas, or if they were murdered by an illegal alien who crossed the border. And, he claims 11,000 murderers crossed over and 25 million crossed over. And, if I was to sit next to a mother of someone murdered by an illegal alien, I'd be like, yeah, I'm on your side because they shouldn't have been able to cross. We should have full security. But then I think of all the murders that are taking place just like of married couples. Or, if you just look at the homicide rate, you're like, oh my God, like this, society is awful. It's horrible. To quote Acek, it's terrible.
Yeah, but you totally bypassed what I'm saying. You're saying that the Democrats and the Republicans are supposed to work together. I understand that you're saying that as a proud status, but I'm saying that that's the problem. The problem is that the ball is the power to rule other people back and forth. And then by doing that, it's not a work of protective, to protect ourselves. It's now you're in the business of dominating each other and telling each other what you should do with your productive ability and your life force, right? Democrats and Republicans, but by saying Democrats and Republicans should work together, you're assuming that what they're working on is legitimate to begin with, right? But if two burglars are coming into your house and they cooperate more efficiently, is that going to say, okay, well, now making it becoming a thief and burglary is moral? No. If two gangs are going to take turns deciding who's going to get robbed, right? Is that a solution not better teamwork between gangs? No. There's a deeper issue. It doesn't matter. They're both doing the same thing.
Well, Bima,
taking the power away from people to do the things that they need to do.
Bima, my position is conservative and suspicious. And I think that's actually a much better position to be in than being.
What do you mean? But you think that conservatism is a good thing? It's not. It's just a different form of a Democrat. They're both doing the same exact thing.
No, I mean conservative in terms of the debate, because Clubhouse has a cadre of elite intellectual Democrat liberals, and I've recorded them all day today. And they are reoccurring and they are consistent. And in a way, they're like unaware of themselves, and it's all just self-promotion. And therefore, I know it's like, don't take any of it seriously. Like, nobody here is actually organizing. It's all just like useless, baseless threats. Like, I heard this black woman today saying, I got a motherfucking shotgun. And if they're gonna motherfucking Jim Crow us and re-enslave us, I'm ready to fight. And then the liberal intellectual elitist who was leading the group discussion said, I would never encourage violence unless, you're first violated by a violent offender. So my point is, I would always, in this debate, like, I'm just forced, and I have to be that conservative, suspicious person, because have you ever seen that clip from the movie Network where it's the black communists shooting a TV show and she's screaming about her syndication rights? Do you know which scene I'm talking about? Let me pin the link for you, because this is what the conversations ultimately sound like, which is a radical communist, female screaming about her revenue growth.
But what are you even saying? What is this suspicious conservative?
Meaning that I don't trust anyone or anything, even on the far right. Like, I don't think we're going to have what you would call, like, Third Reich Nazi fascism, but we can and already have experienced in what I would call liberal fascism, which is open borders and transgender equality in all fields of everything, which is totally strange.
Fascism. So saying fascism and saying that open borders is fascism?
Yeah.
Okay, closed borders is fascism. Open borders is not fascism.
Well, no. It violates my 4th and 5th constitutional right when I'm murdered by an illegal alien, because that he's here under no process of law. and this is the argument that I'm making here in Illinois, because we have what's called the Safety Act, which releases violent criminal offenders on ankle monitor and recidivists at our like 80% guarantee, and they do murder and they do cut and turn people and light people on fire, and they kill cops. We just had a cop killed, by somebody who was released 17 times for 17 violent offenses, and I think we need capital punishment and execution. And until we have that again, I don't think anything is really going to change, because it's just like either a medical industrial complex or a legal industrial complex.
Yeah, I think we're talking about different. Go ahead.
Yeah, so to push back on capital punishment, do you think that capital punishment will deter the amount of crime that happens?
Yes, because in the current system, we're re-releasing recidivists at a very high rate, calling it social equity or restorative justice, and those people do go on to commit crimes. It's just statistics, and I have seen videos of anyways. It's just society is bad. It's dangerous out there, and I see the cops going into the streets today, and I'm just like, these cops are not looking. Some of them look strong. Some of them are so weak, and they'll just be taken advantage of by the gangs. The gangs are real out there, and they're violent, and they're aggressive, and they're armed to the teeth, and they live in control by intimidation, fear, and gunplay, and it's like these cops are going up against that. And then if they chase somebody down for murdering somebody, and then they shoot that guy and murder that person, they get charged for murder. They get sued. They go to a police accountability oversight board with civilian oversight. There's no real due process. It's all just woke, liberal, social equity, justice, and outrage. Propaganda outrage. Content outrage all the time.
I don't mean to interject, but to me it's like, I don't see how that was what I asked you, though, which is that capital punishment specifically deters crime.
It's not a deterrence, it's a system of justice. I know you probably don't read the scriptures, but, oh, eternal, give us justice. If you've ever been wronged or your family was murdered, don't you know the story of Conan the Barbarian?
Well, I also know there are people who are innocent who have been released because of DNA evidence, and so how many more people on death row could be innocent right now?
Okay, so my complaint against that is I agree with you. It's really got to be a true miscarriage of justice, and it's like a very disappointing thing about reality that an innocent person could be prosecuted and even capitally punished for a crime they didn't commit. But I would just point out that the Freedom Project that helped liberate a lot of people actually liberated a lot of people who were actually murderers. And this is because the legal industrial complex, so much of it is socially woke, and restorative justice is a scam. It's really about the money, the donations, the nonprofit organization, the salaries, the money. It creates an industry about getting individuals out and then claiming because of DNA. So it just worries me that it's possible, and it has been proven, and I can show you articles, that some of these people that they sprang from prison were actually guilty of the crimes. And this is the way manipulation and lies and money and the courts, it's an industry, and that's what I'd really like to squash. And because the country's so far in debt, I think it's time that we actually change the way that we distribute the money that we're borrowing and spending, by actually eliminate the borrowing, go into extreme austerity, cut Medicare, Medicaid, and cut the whole program. It's gone. That's $4 trillion a year that we will save. We collect $5 trillion a year. That
won't stall the debt, though. Because it's completely.
I get it, but this is a proposal for a radical solution. I'm not saying it's going to happen.
What I'm saying is, though, is that it won't even work pragmatically. It's like anything you cut from Medicaid is just going to go, or Medicare is just going to go into the trust fund. Because it's independently funded by worker, employee
contribution.
So.
Well, it's not necessarily true. It's a part of the overall revenue, but Medicare, Medicaid, is funded at 4.2 trillion. I'm just saying, what would day number one look like? when the government actually stops doing it. They won't stop doing it. We are on the Zimbabwe economic model. And actually, I wanted to ask Rock today.
Actually, our inflation has been much lower. In comparison to recovery from the pandemic, our inflation has been one of the lowest in comparison to plenty of other countries.
I'm not saying we don't have it great. I'm just merely trying to because Bima here said earlier that the true leaders are libertarian or founder in essence.
Well, I know that me and Bima do share a little bit of differences. Like, she supported what happened on January 6th. I think that's nuts. So.
Well, I mean, people always bring up either tariffs or J6 and Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, and I'll be honest with you. I mean, do you consider yourself an elite intellectual liberal Democrat?
I mean, I definitely don't consider myself. I find elite to always be cringe. I mean, the most elite schools I've said I would have gone to would be schools like, I would have gone to University of Chicago or University of UCLA, but I never would have gone to Harvard, Yale, Columbia.
Do you know Breyer on this app?
No, I don't.
Yes.
Oh, you don't know Breyer, Necro? You might like talking to him sometime. But today, he's a professor or works at academia, and he was saying, the cutting edge thing today is students don't want to be lectured to. They don't want to be told to from somebody's worldview. They want to choose their teacher. That's the most cutting thing in education today is customizing your education and choosing your teacher. And I was like, anyways,
That's true. That was a thing. That was the thing. My last year in college was in 2012, and I remember that's exactly at the time they had that rate your professor app.
Yeah.
And I literally would, when I would get my courses, I would look.
Yeah. I did the same thing. Well, that's maybe because I was giggling about that. I was like, well, that's not anything new, dude. People have given an option. Yeah. Review their fucking options.
I've always taken advantage of that. It's really helped me as a person who is neurodivergent, finding professors who are more able to understand you better. So.
Well, I mean, it's like Amazon One Health. I mean, you review the profiles and the ratings, and you make your best, decision, and you hope that your outcome is there. Anyways, I'm just saying, I went to the VA hospital, and as I was waiting to see a triage nurse, an older gentleman on an electronic, wheelie. What would you call those things? Like the get-arounds. He's on a get-around, and he's saying things like, I'm dying of lung cancer. I can't even see a fucking doctor. Nobody here will fucking help me. I go downtown to that hospital. Nobody will fucking help me over there. He's like, and I got to get this done before I go to Mexico. So clearly he's, dying, he's immobile, and no one can give him the help and change. So my point is, when the No Kings rally and elite liberal intellectual Democrats say that healthcare is a human right, Medicare, Medicaid is a human right, I would just point out that the ROI on people that you could probably look at mortality tables and calculate how much longer they have to live. But the difficulty comes in there being so many variables. And the problem with the argument on the left is that they want an option, even if your chance of success is very small. And in terms of austerity and rationing, there has to be some type of way to try to make the system efficient, based on real world outcomes, not social virtue, medical equity, justice. And so I think that's why I say if we wanted to save the economy, it has to come from the inside and the outside, meaning that we have to transform the way that we are running the system. And look for investment from the outside, meaning that like this Trump golden fucking citizenship bullshit is, like a small thing. Like we need. See, the thing is, they'll just never do it because they'll never really invest. We, the people, they will only invest in Wall Street because there's no inventory. It's totally liquid, liquid, and you're in and out, and there's no liability. But it's like we will never get what we really need, which is national security, housing, food, clothing, energy. And this girl on a dating app, she's like, so I'll go on a date with you, but like you have to tell me your politics in detail. And I just wrote back equity and economy because I do believe in equity, but I also believe in pragmatic economy. If we can't agree on how to run a pizza shop, and we can't agree that the Federal Reserve is ultimately the ones fully responsible, with Congress for causing all of this immoral, illegal money, moral hazard. Like can't we agree on that? I just can't understand how we just can't agree that deficit spending is what's causing all these problems. And it's gotten so big, but it's like, how do we put the genie back in the bottle? Can we? Should we?
I mean, I think the problem is that our government has been bought out by super PACs and by pretty much by billionaires is what it's been bought out by. And that's my issue with the government right now is the fact that our government is being bought right now. But anyways, let's not get too sidetracked, but Bima, have you ever heard of, are you familiar with Elon Podbean?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah, I got a couple of his books today. I was going to read. He wrote a book called The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine.
Oh, yes. I do know who you're talking about. Yes, keep going. Poppy, I know that. I know who you're talking about. He did something too. There's something else that he wrote, but I think he did some. What's his background? Ethnically.
He's an Ashkenazi Jew.
That's what I thought. He's in Jerusalem, right?
Jerusalem? Yeah, he's an academic. Just in general, I would say that because I've been trying to read more about the history of Palestine, mostly because I mostly know after formation of Israel and up until 1967 with the 6 Days War, and I pretty much have been of the opinion that to me it's like I think really the Israeli state since at least 1967 has been pretty much, it's not been about state sovereignty.
I don't think that that's the most interesting time period of that. I think the most interesting start would be after the fall of the Ottoman Empire, right when the British mandate took over after the Ottoman rule ceased in the area, in that area. So from that time, so we're talking about like starting, I would say 1917. Between 1917 and 1919, because then there was 1921, 1917 to 1921. That's the most interesting. It's the period. No, because then there was the what's his name? I forgot his name off the top of my head, but the League of Nations. There had to do something. Okay, all the period before 1948. From 1917 to 1938, that's the most interesting period you want to look at the relationship of the United States and the British and how Israel became all the movers, the speaker, everything. What's his name? Not Ben Gurion. the guy who wrote A Jewish State, Herzl. Look up Herzl. Look up the World Zionist Organization. Look up the movers. Look up the Balfour Declaration, the writers, the Rothschild. Look up those relationships. Look at that movement. And look at how the British, it knew, like they even knew it was America that was pushing to have the Jews continue to be pushed into this area that they were economically destabilizing this region. They knew it, right? And the British even stopped Jewish immigration. And it was the Americans, the U.S., that kept and pushed it, put pressure on them to restart it up and to continue to allow it to happen. Go ahead. Are you going to say something?
No, I was just acknowledging what you said.
Okay. So, yeah, that whole period is very interesting. That period. So if you read all of, what's his name? Hold on a second. I'll get it for you.
Yeah. No, it's like I need to read more of the history myself. I mean, I know that Herzl, familiar with that's where the term Zionism, I think, was coined, was under Herzl.
And no, it was before Herzl. But I don't know why people start at 1948. That's not the interesting part, and that's not the problem. 1948 wasn't the problem. The problem was when you had people that were living in the region that wanted to create a nation state, and they were denied that ability. They were denied the ability to form. That was the issue. That's what you have to focus on. 1948. That's just problem on top of a problem. So go way before that.
Yeah, just in general, it's like, to me, though, I just think ever since 1967, it's like, to me, it's been clear that it's nothing, like, from that period, it's the state of Israel has been talking about state sovereignty, but, that's, since that period, since the 6 Days War, it's all been about, expansion into other native states. So,
let me ask you this question. I changed the title of the room to The History of Violence and Division, Propaganda, Conflict. What do you think about people who say, hey, we don't commit the violence, but we respond to the violence and the terrorism? It's not us throwing the first punch. Because, when you go to the principal's office, the principal is trying to essentially arbitrate the conflict without getting into who threw the first punch. But we make a big deal over who threw the first punch. I'm just saying, to me, it's like, how do we know who did what in first? But that's not the thing. It's like, how do we essentially stop thinking about, who threw the first punch? And really, why is there so much violence in the system, like that movie, History of the World or whatever, or the comedy, like, see, there's violence inherent in the system. Violence is inherent in the system.
There's always a saying in history that, a lot of history is gray, and that's really just the fact is that most of, a lot of stories are not completely, black and white. Is that there's no sort of like, these are the good guys, these are the bad guys. A lot of, history is like over issues that really there is no necessarily right side to it. There's just essentially there's victors and then there's losers pretty much. But who was on the right side of the issue is often not so simple. So.
Okay, so it's called the British White Paper, 1922. Then you had the 1922 League of Nations mandate for Palestine. But look up the Third Arab Palestinian Congress, 1920. These were Arabs, right, that lived in Palestine. Palestine didn't exist. Well, they didn't have an opportunity to be created as a state because they were the Ottoman Empire. They were not, like what? You think that they'd be able to be a separate sovereign state under the Ottoman Empire? Well, no, morons. Okay, so look up the Arab Palestinian Congress,
and you'll see what regions, what district that covered. That geographically it covered Jerusalem, Nablus, Nazareth, Haifa, Jaffa, Gaza, Hebron, all of those. Okay, all those regions, and they wanted to move to have their own sovereign state. They were promised that by the British. That's actually what the the Balfour Declaration was clarifying, because they were told that if they fought in the war on their side, then they would be able to get their own sovereign state. But there had been a clarification, because basically they were fooled. They were fooled, and it didn't happen the way that it was supposed to happen. So it was fucked up. But what else?
Yeah. No, it's like something I definitely need to read about more.
Yeah, but look before that. Look up, way before 1940. I mean, I'm not saying that doesn't matter, but I feel that the most important time period to understand why even people like Ben-Gurion himself admitted, quote, saying that, oh yeah, do you know what? Palestinians, they just, they're rightful. And let me get that quote. I'll actually get the quote.
I like that specifically, though. It's like, I think Albert Einstein, it's interesting how, though he would, even though he identified as a Zionist, he definitely would have been disgusted by beyond the way that the state of Israel has formed.
Look, click the link above. That's all the tablets. They call them, they go Steles is their name. But these are like laws of, Hammurabi, all that stuff. And there's many, many, of these legal plates. And so when you read the actual text on the legal plates, there's an actual code of conduct in society. And, that's the thing where it's I think we have to agree that there has to be real world consequences for violations of these laws. And I just can't understand why, based on social equity, restorative justice, community representation, all these buzzwords to excuse somebody's violent, murderous behavior. I mean, when does it end? Until you're a victim? Hello?
So, thank you. So, Ben-Gurion, do you know who that is?
No, I don't.
Okay, so he was the founder and the very first prime minister of Israel. Okay, they literally refer to him as the founding father of Israel. Okay, so he was.
I'm making it about religion all the time, just like you do.
Did I say open non-believers must die? What did I say?
Do you believe in Islam?
Alan, you were.
That doesn't matter.
Do you believe in Islam?
In Islam, yes, I believe in Islam. It doesn't matter.
And is the word of the Prophet Muhammad
Alan, you're a boomer.
perfect incarnation?
You're irrelevant. You are irrelevant, bro. So shut up. You're a modern.
Muhammad make any mistakes in
But why you ask me about my? Do I ask you if you're Christian? Do I ask you if you're Jew? Do I ask you if you're Buddhist? Do I ask you if you're atheist? I don't ask you these questions. So why you ask me those questions? I don't understand.
Jabeli and Co. I'm a Messianic Jew, but what I'm not going to do is engage in what about it. We are here to talk about Prophet Muhammad. Who sucked his grandson's penis. I would bash your soul.
Hey, Rick,
Oh, bro, I love this one. Yeah, so if I had a time machine, I'd go back to Prophet Muhammad. I would tie him to a tree. I would let all the donkeys.
I'm gonna bring your mother in here so she can use
and come inside of his butthole, and then I would bring the camels and the donkeys around to his mouth.
Yeah, but this is
and I'll let the camels and the donkeys fuck his mouth until they ejaculate down the back of his throat, and he would swallow all of them. Then I would lube up, and I would fucking go raw dog it, and I would bang in his ass, and I would come inside of his butthole. Then I would cut his throat as soon
And what do you call your show? The Aristocrats!
And then I'd cut his throat and cut his head off. Then I'd chop him up in 1,000 pieces. Then I'd burn him in the fire. Then I would fucking feed him to pigs. Then I would kill the pigs. I would chop them up.
Wow. It's quite an imagination that man has.
It wouldn't surprise me if India and Pakistan start nuking each other right now.
Well, a lot of things wouldn't surprise me. I mean, do you think, like, there's going to be a nuclear war and Trump is going to never leave office, you know, and pull a fast one on us and take that third term like FDR and say things have gotten really bad and we can't just turn it over to the crazy left because it'll destroy it all. So we got no choice. I'm here for the third time. Hello. They cheated me the second time, so here I am the third time.
Like, essentially Trump, I mean, with him, like, you know, he has no right to be calling somebody, like, you know, suggesting that, you know, they're the people who are going to start World War III. I mean, he was the one who made that about part of his campaign, that he was the president who wasn't going to start World War III, and, you know, we're starting wars, and that's literally what he's doing right now. But yeah.
Oh, so I was going to tell you that the query I wanted to do was, who was managing Zimbabwe's currency system during their rampant inflation? Because I know, like, based on the pre-colonial possessor, like, certain countries operate off of, like, the French banking system or the Italian or the German. Like, it's all, you know, based off of that. But, you know, anyways, I was just curious who was managing the currency production in Zimbabwe during the $100 trillion notes.
By the way, Spila, it's interesting. You and I both, I think, identify as libertarian, and so people are surprised that you and I unite with the left on plenty of things on foreign policy, I think.
Yeah, I find that's interesting. The left, I'm not really sure because I don't trust the right or the left on foreign policy. I haven't seen them consistent in that particular case. I've seen both Democrats and Democrats, Republicans, conservatives, liberals. They've all voted for wars at different times. I mean, ultimately, Congress, you know, like if you look up just reps, Dems, there's no difference to me. Right? There are people sometimes will say, oh, look at the president, look at it's under, how many times did we go to war under a Republican president or a Democrat president? Well, ultimately, it comes down to Congress, and what did they vote for? Look at what they, so if you look at that, there's no, you know, libertarians, on the other hand, with foreign policy, they're consistent, especially the Ron Paul libertarian. He was very clear, right? He was very clear. Non-interventionism.
Well, I'd say that Bernie Sanders has been pretty consistent as well, but overall, I mean, the reason why is I would say, at least in the United States, even though war has been neither inherently left-wing or right-wing, you've had leftists who are pro-war and right-wingers who are, of course, anti-war, but it's like in the United States, because, you know, the protesters of the Vietnam War were predominantly was associated with the left because they were the ones who protested against any intervention that was going to that was about the overthrow of communist or socialist states. But in general, you of course had plenty of libertarians who opposed it for non-interventionist reasons about, you know, just principle of non-aggression. So, like, you had people like Murray Rothbard who himself, even though he was racist and a person who opposed, who thought that the 19th Amendment should have been repealed, he was also united with the left on the Vietnam protests. So that's essentially the way that libertarians have usually worked in the United States.
Okay, here's a trivia question. What's the total amount of U.S. dollars in physical cash circulation globally?
I mean, I know that our entire country makes up about 1/4 of the entire world's economy.
This is all the currency that's out there. It's 2.5 trillion in U.S. dollar notes. 100 being the largest denominator, but half of that circulates outside the U.S. And that's only 11% of the total money supply, which is physical. So 1 out of every $10 is physical. 9 out of 10 is digital.
Gotcha.
John,
BIMA.
fractional
Reserve banking.
ratio. What is it right now?
The fractional reserve. I don't know. It just depends. They do these stress tests on the banks. What you're really asking is how large is the derivatives market? Which
No. I'm asking. What I'm really asking is what is the fractional reserve ratio that banks are supposed to hold in order to.
Is it 10 to 1? Is it 100 to 1?
What percentage is that?
I don't know
What percentage has it always been?
I don't know.
10%.
10 to 1. Okay.
Do you know what it is today?
1,000 to 1, or they don't even have it anymore.
They removed it.
Yeah.
Banks now have zero since COVID 2020, March in 2020. They reduced it to zero.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, it's BIMA. It's like, to me, it's like essentially in U.S. politics, the only kind of time I can see that the left recent times have been have been supportive of any sort of intervention is with the war in Ukraine. But that's all I can think of at the moment.
I think liberals. I definitely think that liberals, Democrats, Republicans, they could work together if they listen to each other. I think liberals and Democrats have an amazing ability to identify problems in society because of just, if you look at like career-wise, I mean, you look at teachers, you look at therapists, nurses, environmentalists. These are mostly your feedback. It's crazy. Do you notice that? That pisses me off. I can't.
Yeah, it's like I would agree with that.
Wait, did you hear what I said? You gotta mute your mic because the feedback, like you're like making noise and there's like clicking and shit. It's horrible. It's terrible, Nico.
Oh, I didn't realize it was not me.
He's a transhumanist, Bima. These are noises that transhumanist bodies make.
Oh, my mic can't handle that. Like, we give you respect, you know what I mean? Like, you just mute.
He's doing something. He's like putting together like some kind of toy model. He's like building,
Dude, I would not be able to. People, no offense, but people who do that piss me off so bad. Like, if I'm on the phone with somebody, like somebody calls me to talk, and then they're making noise in the background that's so loud, it's like, can you call me back?
See, these things don't bother me. I've gotten past that type of agitation, and you know why? Because I record it all. Because I record everything. And so, like, I'm not going to get angry over the fact that I am talking with somebody who's very difficult to communicate with. I already know that person is difficult to communicate with, and therefore, I actually just stop talking until that person has finished speaking. I will never try to, talk over that person or talk at the same time, because I think I have the more awareness in the dialogue than they do. And so I give them the space to be that horrible communicator that they are. And that's okay. Let them, but that's because I'm recording it. If I was sitting here in my silence by myself, lonely, having an aggressive conversation with somebody who's annoying to talk to, but I wasn't recording it, then I'd be very, very upset. You see how, like, recording things, like, kind of takes the liability of the time off of, like, listening to somebody and talking to somebody who's, like, annoying and difficult to talk to? Like, does that make sense?
I mean, I'm trying, but my brain isn't connecting it well.
I'm just saying, like, by turning everything into content, it makes you more content, if that makes sense.
Oh, okay, yeah, that does make sense. Okay, yeah, thank you. Okay, sure. Right. Especially when, it is communicating, isn't it? It is poor communication because it's poor listening skills and also poor attention skills. Well, I guess listening and attention is the same thing, but, they talk about our ability to multitask and how it's like slim to none. Like we can't multitask. Like we can't be. There is going to be attention that's you just ping back and forth, and you're not giving me your full attention. And so if you're not giving me your full attention, like please don't talk to me. I'm so bad. I'm the first person never to take a personal. I'm the first person in rooms. Like if I hear somebody unmuted, I'm like, can you mute up? Like I can't talk until there's silence. Because at least everybody's, I'm pretending that everybody's listening, right? And there's like a respect. Oh man, I can't handle it. I can't handle background noise.
I was listening to Politically Correct, and somebody got kicked from the room, a controversial guy, and for 25 minutes they talked about who kicked that person. It's like, this is the thing about leadership is like leadership, at least it gives you time efficiency, for decision-making purposes. And life is pretty short. So it's like we spend so much time with the debate about social inequity, structural racism, indigenous rights, immigrant rights, like all these topics, like the top 10 liberal topics. And it's like life is pretty short. It's quite a luxury to be able to come up with these interesting social inequity, talking points. Because, anyways, it is what it is. But like, it's just not priority.
But I think that's the problem. That's like the cycle, like the causation versus correlation type, idea. Like they're talking about it because they are trying to live their lives, and when they're in the real life, and they're in their real lives and they're operating, they see these things, and so then they talk about it, right? And so there's like this. Do you know what I'm saying? So I think that's important for us to identify. Also, are you going to be here in a couple years? Still on this app, still doing this, or are you gonna find a beautiful woman?
I don't know.
And have kids and find a new definite major purpose.
I think I will always incorporate like live streaming audio into my work, just because like I think it's from like a communication distribution perspective. But yesterday the app was down for 2 hours, and I was so happy and thankful because I was thinking maybe the app shut down because Sora shut down, and so. That means that other like app startups, etc., are probably struggling, and this app could be one of the ones that disappear. And it kind of makes sense to me that they would like Irish goodbye everybody, and just say sorry, we're announcing that Clubhouse is shutting down, and then you'll see like some people are networked with other people on this app. Some people do not have other people's information. They don't follow each other on other platforms. They hate each other actually. So it's like when this thing shuts down and people have to find what to do with their attention and their awareness all day long, they're going to be like high and dry because they're just one-trick ponies. And so guys like Marshall Rankin, Scott, Gary Baumgart, like the elite, it's not about that. It's about the fact that they use this app as a crutch for their awareness, their concentration. And they think that like this is a thing, but it's just a total. It's not real, Like
I mean, but isn't that what we're doing? I noticed yesterday. I was in dire straits when the app went down.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't on when the app went down, but what happened is I started to think about begonias, and I really wanted to buy a begonia. And instead of buying a begonia, I said to myself, "Oh, I'm not going to buy a begonia. Let me just go and get a dopamine hit on Clubhouse." Clubhouse was down. Bad idea. hubo con ellas. Okay, listen.
I was actually very happy, productive, and creating content prior to Clubhouse, and it was Clubhouse people that actually got my YouTube accounts deleted, which were pre-Clubhouse, and a lot of it was like financial analysis. A lot of it was audiobooks that I was creating, and I'm just saying I know how to have.
Deleted on YouTube?
Yeah, yep.
Why? What did you do?
Do you remember Brian? Who is Andrew, or what is his name? Andrew Meyer. You know Andrew Meyer from this app and other places. But anyways, he's this like ultra conservative, hardcore, Orthodox Jew. You could call him, but he's like not really. He's more of a Kabbalist, and he was friends with that guy who got accused of pederasty, like the black guy, whatever the heck his name was from. Anyways, this is like somebody who's like promoting Trump all the time. No, what was this freak show's name? Anyways, I'm just saying he reported on YouTube because he was drunk on Purim one night, and I like put his name in the title of the YouTube video. So that alone was enough to like for YouTube to say, okay, we're deleting you. Don't use our platform.
You lost everything.
Yeah, I lost a lot of videos, but I don't care anymore because now I have overloaded the internet with John Kitover content to where people message me all the time and say, why the F do you have so many effing accounts? I hate you. Welcome, Hanson.
Hey, Hanson.
Hey, guys. Sure. So I actually want to ask you when you guys take a respect something about Chicago politics very quickly.
Shoot.
I don't know if we're talking about that right now. But...
So, I'm just curious. Actually, do you mind telling me where you live in Chicago?
Does it really matter where I live? I mean, just what's your question, man?
Okay. Progressive, and they know they're making all the stupid mayor and the governor are making policies that are detrimental to the state and city's economy. And why have the population been voting for the dumbest policy, economic policy, suicidal policy all this time?
Well, I mean, I know there's like immigration's like one thing that's like integration into urban culture, and so I mean, is one thing, but it's also just the fact. I mean, people who live in the cities, I don't know. I mean, there's plenty of different dynamics that go into that, but it's just in general. A lot of people, like in general, the Democrats have a lot of appeal in sort of urban areas, regardless of where it is. So,
something kind of dumb. Crimes, lobbies going up on their district, and yet they're voting for this video gets 5 likes on the Magnificent Miles, and somebody, a girl, the 20-something girl, they shot in daylight right in front of the Ralph Lauren.
I'm just gonna say it. Well, there are in a couple.
most luxurious this week.
A man bought a pack of chopsticks and received thousands of pairs, only to discover later the merchant had done it on purpose.
So,
A customer had
I just looked up right now.
a man.
It's 2025. It's halfway in 2025. Chicago, biggest murders recorded since 1960s. Preliminary police data.
You maintain it over there, shooting, murder. Is that yeah. Since 1995. 1960. Wow. Okay. I guess we should have expected more. Not the this is the best of the
story there.
Yeah, like really.
Well, I mean, I would say specifically like violent crime in here since the 90s. So violent crime, as much as people see it on the numbers, I really think the crime is just getting worse. And it's like, all the data shows that, crimes are going down since the mid-90s, believe it or not.
Okay, let me check it out. Which, where did you find your crime statistics?
Sure. Do you want just for Chicago?
Yeah, just Chicago.
Okay. I found one from ABC 7 Chicago. Yeah. It's there's a report, ABC 7 Chicago.
Are you a trans woman looking for a date? Try Tammy. I'll bet you $100 I can make.
Yeah, and in 2025, we said the 416 murders. I think 1965, there were 385 murders. For 2024, shootings, there were 2,200 shootings. In 2025, there were 1,471. So.
No, I wouldn't trust this. This is like the
yeah, but I mean,
I've many occasions some headline news say something, and then when you look up the actual statistics, it's a completely different picture. So can you send me like a real FBI statistics or something, whatever police thing?
When a plan that makes sense,
Come on, let's be real, guys. Nobody is listening to you to play.
Do you live in Chicago?
Do I live in Chicago?
The Democrats.
I do get asked that a lot.
Huh?
I do get asked that a lot, though.
Well, why is that?
I don't know. I mean, I do regularly visit Chicago, but no, I'm not a Chicagoan.
If I may ask, which area?
I'm all over the place. I'm in Norfolk, Virginia right now.
Okay. Why are you so interested in Chicago?
So it's not really, it's just, I mean, it's really just the topic we went into, but like specifically, it's like Chicago itself. I mean, it is definitely a city that I've been interested in living for my own job opportunities.
Like, which sector are you interested in?
I'm an art major.
Art major, I see. So you're
is the innocent people that are not Hezbollah, that live in southern Lebanon.
Yeah, who's the cause?
Who's the cause? The people who destroy them. The people who destroy them.
Civilians who support Hezbollah.
The actual bomb that destroyed their home.
And then Israel retaliated. So who's the cause?
Those
doesn't know that the civilian population in southern Lebanon all support Hezbollah.
It doesn't. Listen, we're talking about
innocent people who fund and support Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. That's what we're talking about.
Rich, can you?
If you're living in that area, listen. If you're having your house blown up,
Can you at least lower your volume?
Okay, if you're living in that area, I know because
there's no conversation.
Yeah,
it's just
verbal diarrhea. Listen.
All right,
so if you're living, I know you're gonna run away. Run away.
Well, it's no. I'll have a conversation, but if you can't just
I'm
keep
trying to give you
interrupting
clarification. You don't want to take advice. You don't want to take any fucking information.
Hold on. I
If
don't
you're living
mind going back and forth with you,
Hezbollah,
but you have to go back and forth with me. I speak, you listen.
In the Donbass region, you're supporting the Russian Lebanon. They can pack their shit and fucking leave and go to Beirut, and they'll be fine. And they won't be surrounded by Hezbollah. They won't have fucking rockets coming in. But those people are staying there because they support ideology. So yes, if you want to support fucking terrorists, you can get bombed too.
Yeah, that's not true. That's a reductionist. It's mass reductionist philosophy, and it completely it diminishes any type of truth that can be achieved. Okay, we're talking about people that are Catholics that were living in the region. Like, what are you talking about? People that are not at all associated
Almost
with
all the Christians fled to Brazil.
Oh, that no. There was.
There's more Lebanese in Brazil than there is.
There was a Catholic.
She doesn't know anything. That is. Wait.
She doesn't
Who said that there's not? Hold on. Somebody just said that there's not more Lebanese living in Brazil than there is in Lebanon.
Keep talking about the Lebanese. Lebanese is so.
Google searching. You fucking idiot.
That's a fabrication.
No, it's not. There's more Lebanese living in fucking Brazil than there is in Lebanon. There's a higher population of Lebanese living in Brazil. They mostly live in Sao Paulo.
Sean.
Jesus Christ, you're dumb.
Propaganda.
You're Eritrean. You have like a median IQ of like 62, bro.
Bro, I don't care. I got a big ass dick.
There you go, Bima.
Sean, can I talk for a few minutes?
Yeah, yellow.
Okay. I'm Persian, first of all.
I don't know the equivalent in Farsi, sorry.
I've done that.
Don't talk to me Arabic. I'm not Muslim. I
said I don't know the equivalent in Farsi, so you understood what I meant.
I know. Someone says like something in Arabic, and I said like, hey, I hate Arabic and I hate Muslims.
Okay, tell me what the equivalent for yellow in Farsi is, and I'll use that.
No, but the only thing I want to tell you people, like, I hate Muslim people, and I know they're ruining everything in the whole world. And they're just using their religion for ruining the people's life. That's what I believe. I know I have accent. I living in Canada for 4 years.
You're doing great.
Nah, she sounds like a fucking idiot.
You're idiots.
You're
just shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up.
Just shut the fuck up. I'm living in Canada for 4 years. I came as a legal immigrant. I have education.
Hold on.
I know what I'm talking
I
about.
figured it out. Hold on. Ajala Khan. There you go.
Yeah, but the only thing I'm saying, like, why people are keep talking about the Lebanon and all Muslim fucking people, like they're ruining all over the whole world. Like, I don't understand those things.
Yeah, me neither. It's literally all over the world. It's in Sudan, it's in Lebanon, it's in Syria, it's everywhere. But still, they will defend it till the day they die.
Yep, we will.
Well, yes, King. Like, just shut the fuck up. And if you want to go to the Muslim, but just go someplace that the Muslim actually love you. Just go someplace. Just shut the fuck up. You don't know who am I. Like, King, you don't know anything. You're ruining all over the countries, all over the world. Like, Muslim people ruining all over the world. Like, you are destroying everything. I think they have to kill all the Muslim people. I born as a Muslim, but I hate you guys.
Also, myself. I'm your Allah. Shut the fuck up for a second. Hold on. I wanted to say something to King. King, I just wanted to tell you that I have to correct myself. It is not 65 median IQ. It's 85 median IQ, which is considered mid. That's Eritreus.
You know, the thing is, like, I born in Iran. I live in Canada for 40 years. I don't believe myself as a Muslim person, but I don't know, by default as a Muslim. And what I know, and I look at all over the whole world, like in US, in Europe, in Middle East, Muslim ruining everything. Like they ruined the whole world.
Alright, so the median IQ in Eritrea is 85. Yeah, I know. You can leave anytime you want. This isn't Hotel California. You can leave anytime you want.
Think, the Muslim, the only thing they know just in the world and just make the life
Alright, Lily, I just want to let you know you are a moderator right now, so you have the power and authority to mute this faggot anytime you want. Go ahead.
As Muhammad said,
Look at this.
I'm giving.
I put a woman over top of you. Yes, I put a woman over top of you.
women have more power here.
Yeah, women do have more power here.
We love Lily.
You look like I don't know.
You can come here anytime to be a moderator.
Eyes and face on that. I don't know.
Merci, muchachos.
How many lip injections did your wife get?
If you don't want
Do you even have a wife?
just
You
listen
look like
to
you
my
do you even have a wife?
It's not gonna hurt you.
Do you think your fake lips are hot? Like my wife is a beauty queen. Like you guys are married. Maybe that's why you're here for me. And you do the ugly ones. When you click on the TV, you very very stripper. And you find at the end of the fucking circuit.
You guys are hoping you guys get no pussy.
No, the way they talk, they don't even know how to be around me. Ashley, can you tell me what my fucking astrology sign is really quick?
What's your date of birth, sir?
Yeah, exactly. You can't even fucking tell. That's how useless you are. You know, astrology is not like how certain signs actually traits. You can tell me what I am based on my traits. You fucking psychoanalyst.
Just shut up for a
Retargeting White House anti-nuclear family.
This is exactly why white people are calling. This family is like an artificial thing that was so fucking pathetic. We need another Holocaust for sure. But this time it's gonna be bigger. It's gonna be Jews this time. It's gonna be beta male fucking white bitches who think they're fucking some superior to fucking capitalism. That's what it's gonna be called.
I know African Max. I don't know. You don't feel very white to me. Just to click on the final African news. What's your ethnicity, by the way?
your Prophet Muhammad actually
What kind of Russian?
9 years old
This nigga
but that is your fucking religion. You don't know your religion.
I love how people try to make fun of people, man. You guys are peasants. You're poor. Your opinion is never going to matter. You are insane. So why are you here right now? I'm fucking talking down to you. That's what I'm here. I'm here to talk to you. You have absolutely why are you so concerned with what we think that you're going to be here talking to us?
Hey, Max Prime.
Because you're like so unbothered by us. You want to come here and talk shit to us. Listen, this is entertainment for me. I got a whole bunch of fucking faggots I need to check. All good.
Max Prime.
You got faggots? You got a little boy there? You got faggots. You got your little pederast? You fancy yourself as a new Nero?
Giving numbers, guys.
So why are you guys entitled?
I would love to hear why they're entitled to my money.
It's sorry.
You're definitely entitled to your money because your money was gotten by providing nothing. You need money. Your assets should be seized and they should be redistributed.
You need to be Steelers 1917. Max Steelers 1917, and I'm a Latvian peasant. Watch out. Yo, Max.
Tyson, you see, all you have to do is work hard, and you will. I'm a Moscow factory worker. I one of those all you have to do is work hard because listen, this is your. Listen to me, guys. This is your competition. Fucking faggots who fucking think communism is superior to capitalism. These
have an altar to Karl Marx, and then you just translated into my original native language. Thank you. I love communism.
You know what I love about Stalin?
Respect, are you a communist?
No, I'm not. I'm an OG communist. Like a Marxist-Leninist. No, Buddhist supported like a concept. You're a bastard.
Oh wow, you're
You're a bastard. That's what you are. You're a bastard.
Pastor Morgan, I got a question. So this Gary.
Notice the women don't like the fucking communists. Notice the women don't like the faggots here.
My
Don't
God.
white women in the space who also like sell fake fucking pseudoscience bullshit like you.
Yo, ask
It's
for
more rude than anything you fucking have in your life.
Pastor Morgan.
You like more.
Yeah. It's disgusting.
Which one?
That's disgusting.
It's a one or the other answer.
You guys are sexual degenerate fucking communists. We're both taking we
It's a
don't
one or the other.
Okay, cool. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do about it?
Are you
Degenerate sexual communists.
Are you gonna take Gary the numbers guy in your ass or in your mouth?
We're the sex proletariat, and we're the sex bourgeoisie, and we're about to fucking rise up.
So
You
which
need to stop
one
walking
is
porn, you
it?
faggot cunt.
Which one?
Porn is created by capitalism, by the way. Porn is illegal in every communist country you can think of.
That's true.
Porn's illegal in China, it's illegal in Cuba, it was illegal in the Soviet Union. Porn is only fostered by capitalism, by the way. Like, porn is one of the most pure distillations of, like, capitalism you can think of.
Do you think that there's a pipeline that goes from, like, selling astrology things online to, like, doing, OnlyFans or, like, making money?
None.
You think that there's, like,
None.
a pipeline there?
None. If I wanted to know astrology, I would be I don't know if you Why is it always that these guys?
Because that's what you got.
Garbage on your fucking page. Like,
Why is it always that these guys, whenever they want to make an argument, they say, "Well, you're a woman," or "You're." Because you can't. Karl Marx's writings and his ideas inspired revolutions across the world. Your fucking numerology courses are going to have no lasting impact on this
Wall Street money.
Karl Marx was funded by Wall Street money?
He was funded by Wall Street money. There's a certain section of Zionists on Wall Street who fucking pushed that fucking
Zionists. Theodore Herzl didn't write his fucking manifesto until the late 19th century.
And they were
Way after Capital in the Communist Manifesto.
in the 19th century, you fucking faggot.
Yes, I'm sure the Jews.
Which Zionist Jews were backing Karl Marx when he was writing Capital in the fucking Communist Manifesto?
He literally wanted the destruction of the Jewish communities.
That's why
He wrote essays on the fucking JQ.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. You guys need a history lesson. In the Soviet Union, there used to be a poet. They would go from city to city. He would talk shit about Stalin, and then all the people would say, "Yeah, we're with you." They get locked up in the morning, and the poet would go to the next city and fucking start to scam all over again. You guys are stupid. You're not saying how the world works. Have you read the whole century, you would have been a retarded Russian peasant who's like dirt poor, lives in a village.
are bad boyars fallacy. You would be just like a Russian village peasant who is like
your ugly people were the ones that slaughtered the Tsar, Nicholas. Like, you guys are so
But Max, aren't you Russian? Sharia's people slaughtered Tsar Nicholas? Yeah, I sat in the Winter Palace with my Mosin and I smiled. The Scots Irish his dead body. Scots Irish famously slaughtered Tsar Nicholas. This is very true.
Yeah, the whole thing did. You guys said
after I stabbed him 50 times.
It's fucking disgusting, man. Just slaughter a beautiful Russian family, like, really?
The Irish were pretty.
Yeah, these guys need to get rounded up.
Wow. So
and who's gonna do that for you? What, you and the 30 fucking pay pigs who clip
No, do that. When the economy collapses next year and you guys are gonna fucking be eating ass.
When the economy collapses, they come for you. When the economy collapses, bro, when the economy collapses, you think that the masses are gonna sign retarded, rent-seeking petite bourgeois like you? Bourgeois! You fucking communist faggot! Bourgeois! You ain't taking up the fucking you can tell class analysis if you were like at all ideologically. All these guys are the absolute scum of the goddamn earth. They want to take your money. They want you to work. And they want you to your money. Your money specifically should be you can do is be organ donor. You think should show up at your house with guns and they should rip all of your money and all of your assets. I live in Trump Tower in Sunny Isles. Come through.
You guys are thieves. You guys are just thieves. That's all.
I live in Trump Tower in Sunny Isles. How do you own anything? How do you think the world respects? Do you think that history respects people who respect? Oh, I respect the territorial boundaries and property rights of others. I'm just like a wholesome dumbness. Or do you think that the world respects conquerors, killers who take what they want?
Respect commentator. I have a question.
Yeah.
You said you work in HVAC, right?
I didn't say we're contract. Like Sharia.
Well, somebody did here. Well, my husband
works. Terrorists.
My husband works in HVAC, and he, I guess.
That's a real job. It works. I can get on fired. That's a real job, by the way.
You're a real alpha male. You're like, can you tell me where you work? I'm gonna call your boss. Tell me. I should call your boss. You're such a fucking alpha male.
Fucking share. I'm scared of the boss's company. It's very simple, man. You're a piece of shit.
I'm scared. I'm shivering right now.
Go to China. Go to the Middle East. Go to Africa. Live with the niggers. Wow, so pretty.
Africa, niggers? Oh my god, dude, that sounds like a heckin' racism you did there. Are you sure you like him all?
Just mentioned Sunny Isles and Trump Tower. Do you know Satoshi Nakamoto?
No, I do not.
Not a real person, he's a fucking pseudonym.
But I'm just saying, there's a guy that lives there. He's a friend of mine. His name is Joby Weeks, a.k.a. Satoshi Nakamoto. Do you know who he is?
Are you talking about the guy?
You talking about the guy on Instagram? You want to sell to us? Dude, what the fuck? It's like all of the biggest grifters are just like charging at this space right now. Just fucking trusting the door.
And it's so weird because we have the money, so it's like, why would they be coming to us? Like, you're really wasting your time here.
They think we're actually, because we're like poor, retarded gay peasants, like we are the perfect audience to sell their like retarded course to.
Nobody is here to sell anything to you, fucking fat.
I don't want to buy your fucking story.
I'm subscribing to one course and one course only, and that is called the Liminal Order by Jack Murphy. And if you're not Jack Murphy, I don't want to talk to you. I want to know how to be a man, okay? Max is correct. I don't know how to talk to women. I need Jack Murphy here right now to tell me how to talk to women, attract women, and become a true alpha male. And if you can't do it for you right now,
you're a lost cause, bro. You might as well go visit Dr. Jack Kevorkian and try the next lifetime.
Alayhi salam. Here, you said that before.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not that bright.
Well, both my dad and my husband were in honest trades, and they think you communists should be lined up a fucking wall.
Amen. Yeah, because they don't understand what communism is. No, they don't understand. Communism has failed everywhere it's been tried. Venezuela, fucking Soviet Union. Everywhere it's been tried now, it's failed. But they fucking know best. Seems like it's doing pretty well. I don't know.
Then where would the communist
Seems like it's working out pretty well for China and Vietnam. That's not Vietnam and China. They're like booming. That's capitalism. Seems like it's working capitalism over there. China. How is it capitalism? Why is capitalism?
China is not full communist. China is not full communist.
They say that
China. Why is it?
You guys don't know anything about the Chinese system. They're saying the Chinese.
Oh, we know enough that we know it's going to
China's
fall.
economy's going to collapse. So the big time collapse.
China does have a capital.
Like that serpent GA or fucking YY86 guy. China is about to collapse. Oh, the Evergrande fucking real estate housing bubble is it's about to totally
They built those cities because they wanted to live.
You guys moved to China. China's so great. Why do you still live here?
Oh, because I want to subvert the American empire as much as humanly possible.
Why would I go to China? I'm not Chinese. I'm not Chinese.
This is the guy who thinks communism is good. Go to Canada. Go to Cuba.
Yeah, go to North Korea.
Canada?
Go to Cuba.
Canada, the NATO member? What?
Well,
do you think that like Canada and China are the same thing?
no, but that might be the only country that your level of self-preservation adaptation can handle.
What?
The ability to adapt, you know?
Also, by the way,
It's
is it
kind of
yours
not
like
different
bringing
in
up
the
these
United
weird
States. We
fucking
might be
crypto
broken
scams out of the
you
panel?
get free shitty healthcare over there. So maybe you should give that a try. Yeah, I have Canadian friends and they say the healthcare is horrific. It's terrible.
Yeah, you know what's like so much better is going bankrupt because you need to get a fucking hip replacement, bro. That's
You
epic.
get
Dude,
bankrupt.
that's awesome.
The ones get bankrupt. That's a you problem.
You won't be able to get the actual hip replacement. You can't go bankrupt getting a hip replacement surgery. If you're going to go bankrupt getting a hip replacement surgery, you're not going to get a hip replacement surgery to begin with. You're already bankrupt.
You got insurance, bro, or you're that fucking ghetto?
Hello?
I studied anthropology, and back then, if a male couldn't provide for his tribe, he was taken out. He was seen as a predator. So I know how to solve the problem.
We need to bring that back. We need to bring that back.
If a man can truly really value, he has no purpose in life.
Kind of expand and protect the tribe because they like kill people.
Hoarded wealth, money, which is fictional, isn't even real.
I'm telling them, if you don't pay bills, you don't buy communism here.
You don't buy gas, all money's fake, all money's not real. You don't get money, you don't get paid, you don't have a job, you don't pay taxes. What the fuck is wrong with it?
No. Money itself isn't real. Money has representative value. Okay, it represents actual real labor. Now, people like you provide.
Can you imagine trying to talk to a woman?
I think we would understand this more than you. Are you such a pussy? Are you such a pussy worshipping desperate faggot that your only thing you can talk about is like, women give me more attention than you. Women, pussy, women attention. Women, please, give me validation. Worshipping desperate faggot that your only thing you can talk about is like, women give me more attention than you. Women, pussy, women attention. Women, please, give me validation right now.
Have they ever had any pussy besides paying for it? What do you think?
Women, please validate my opinions. You're literally proving my point. Woman on the panel, please validate my viewpoint. You are such a fucking shit.
Calm down.
You live in, yes, exactly right. You talk about beta males, you are literally like the fucking Neolithic
Would you say that to my face?
Longhouse.
Yeah, I would say that to my face.
A black woman statue. Yes, I would. Yes, I would.
Yeah, I would.
Yep, absolutely I would.
Beat the fuck out of you. I would beat the fuck out of me.
Oh, well, hey, unfortunately for you, I live in a stand your ground state. I live in a stand your ground state.
Yeah, I don't know how they would go to Florida.
Oh, okay, but you would think that it would go well for you if you attack the person first?
No, I'll insult you until you attack me, then I'll take you out.
Yeah, you're such a pussy.
Okay, yeah, you're such a tough guy, man.
Yeah, you can't even throw the first punch. What are you, a bitch? Are you scared of getting shot? Are you scared of getting maced?
To your face and see what you do about it.
Nothing, because I'm not a low impulse
Yes,
faggot
you are.
like you.
You're a fucking nigger. That's what you are. And I'll fucking pull
Really? No, because only a nigger would think that that's going to work on somebody. Only a nigger would think that that is going to work on somebody, that I can provoke them to punch me by going like, your mama's a hoe. Hey, your mama's a hoe.
Oh, it will be so easy to fucking piss you off because you're worthless. You haven't accomplished anything in life, and you're very resentful because you can't get a woman. You can't have any. You can't have
you sound very at peace right now. Especially with how much you try to appeal to female validation.
I'm not trying to appeal to anything, bro. I'm just
getting mad pussy, I'm sure.
That is not true at all.
With that fucking bubble lips ass hoe and your fucking profile picture.
It just so happens in this space, you are the bitches.
Did you just call his wife a hoe?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, his wife is a
No,
fucking fake lip,
I'm not doing
bubble
that.
lip, bimbo ass hoe.
No, you're keeping his wife out of this, please.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. Also, are you the one who's inviting all these fucking crypto scammers up to the panel?
Not.
Josie, we gotta check. We're gonna have to do an audit.
He does not give a fuck about female validation. He says misogynistic shit.
Yeah, that's why he's constantly going, hey, woman, I'm
Myron Gaines manager. You agree with me, right? I'm Myron Gaines manager.
Yeah, that's why you're constantly asking other women on the panel if they think, hey, you agree with me that these are beta males, right?
He's making a point.
I make a point that usually I come in and I cook the bitches, but it just so happens that you are the bitches in this space.
All of your insults are an appeal to female attention. It's all, you get no pussy, women don't pay attention.
No, that's a fact.
Subconsciously, that kind of suggests you have some problems.
I have kids, bro. I got 2 kids. I got a wife, been married for over 20 years.
Oh, okay. Why don't you fucking pay attention to them then? Why are you here? Why don't you pay attention to them?
They're sleeping right now.
Hate you.
They're sleeping right now. They love me, bro. I'm a great dad.
I'm sure you are.
Listen, you can hate Gary all you want. One thing you can't take
you
from
actually
him
might
is
do
he's
something
a
to
good
him.
dad and a good husband to his wife, okay?
How do we listen? I don't think it makes sense to involve people's personal lives. People could shit all they want out of their personal lives, make up whatever lies they want. It's pointless. It's absolutely pointless to talk about personal lives over here. Okay, it's actually pointless.
Do you have any kids,
sir?
sir?
Didn't you say?
Do you have any kids, sir?
What did I just say?
I'm asking you a question. Do you have any kids, sir?
I'm not going to answer questions.
You don't have any kids because you can't get a woman.
I'm not going to. You see, that's the thing. That's
not a fact. And
constantly appealing to female validation. Constantly appealing to female validation kind of shows that you have some sort of insecurity. Guys who get tons of pussy, they usually don't need to go around pussy bragging.
I'm married to one woman.
Sorry. Okay, you see, even if I did have, or if I do, or if I don't have a wife and kids, I wouldn't say that because I have respect for myself and I have respect for them.
I don't have any respect for you.
I have the
Gary, I think you're confusing the voice.
No one respects you here, bro.
Gary, I think you're confusing the voice of respect and the other guy. It kind of sounds.
Oh, okay, my apologies.
Because he was defending you.
Crime pills. Can you give me one logical argument about how communism can be pro-white? I'm waiting for it.
Can you
we already
argument about how communism is inherently anti-white?
NKVD fucking slaughtered a whole bunch of fucking white people in Russia. Millions.
NVKD. Something that if there was a counterpoint, it would disprove it. So it's much easier.
It was Stalin's secret
Max Prime. Even if that was true, which by the way it's fucking not.
It is.
Russia, the Soviet Union, was infinitely more white than contemporary liberal capitalist America, and that is a fact. Communist countries are always more.
Russia and America is a Muslim right now.
Yeah, and how many of those Muslims are white people from the Caucasus?
They're actually mixed with Chinese and white now because the Chinese men are fucking going up north. The fucking.
Okay, so like now are you like a Russian, right? You're like,
I actually know. I've been to Russia. Have you been to Russia? I speak Russian. Yeah, right.
So are you like a
I speak Russian. I've been to Russia. My family's in Russia. You're gonna fucking tell me about Russia?
Russian
piece of fucking
You can't have any positive
Скотина, сволочь.
All I'm saying.
That's what 141 IQ does.
I swear to God, I'm not even joking, Bima. I don't know if you have a passport. I will buy you a first class ticket to fucking Eritrea.
Dude, do you not understand that your humiliation factors, they're disgusting. It doesn't matter. You understand that it doesn't matter? We're talking about human beings, and you're telling me that you can't even have a positive influence on someone with 85 IQ? Let's say that Ben's IQ was 85. Let's just say, which I don't believe that for a second. But let's say that it was.
Controversial studies often cited in international IQ comparisons, such as those by Lynn and
Rich, you're so toxic, dude. You're so toxic.
Estimates average IQ in Eritrea is approximately 85.
You're disgusting, dude. You're really gross. You're
gross. Entire country.
Rich, you're gross.
Fucking short bus kids.
You're disgusting.
Entire country.
You want to humiliate people? Why? This is what you want to do? 141 IQ.
I'm not saying
this is what you want to do. No, it's disgusting.
Bima,
you can't think of any. Yeah, well, he's not going to have 141.
I'm not saying that there's
Rich
not.
does.
I'm not saying
there's
not
around the globe. It's about 141
Eritrea, and there isn't fucking intelligent people there. I'm not saying that.
No,
I'm
but
saying
what you're saying is that when we're talking to people, who gives a shit? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the reason that you're bringing up in this conversation, in this moment, with this specific conversation, is to humiliate him. That's what you want to do. With 141 IQ, that's the best you got.
He thought you meant drugs when you said dopamine.
A lot of people don't know what dopamine is, Rich.
If you're fucking retarded. He thought you were talking about drugs. He said, I don't know dopamine.
This shit is so funny, bro. She said, King, you are so suck. Bro, I'm dead.
Yeah, he can speak Gen Alpha, but he can't fucking know what dopamine is. Holy shit.
Yeah, well, we live in a country of a bunch of
retards. Yes, retards.
Well, of tyrants, the left and the right.
Bima, I'm even willing to bash on the U.S. 13% of the U.S. population is sub 85. There's a fucking thing called a bell curve. The outliers lay on the fucking left and the right side of the bell curve.
Are you not conceiving that I am not rejecting? I'm not challenging your facts. I'm challenging the mention of it in this conversation, Rich. I'm not challenging whether it's true or false. I'm challenging why you're bringing it up in this conversation.
Because this guy's shown to be a fucking moron.
Tactics to humiliate people with 141 something better. Can't you teach anybody anything here? With 141 IQ, you got 41 points on me, and you can't teach me anything except how not to be, what not to do.
He's Eritrean. He's not even black.
Asian motherfucker. Asian motherfucker.
Miriam, you wanna talk to the retarded man?
No, I don't want to talk to you, motherfucker.
Yeah, that's right, with the Eritrean guy? I'll invite King.
No, we just don't do humiliation tactics at people. Especially not with 141 IQ.
I'll be the best.
Propose it.
I have my card.
Yeah.
If you want
shit.
Talk more, just open your mic, motherfucker.
Yeah, you tell her to shut her fucking mouth.
Good job. Open your mic. Good job. Open your mic, motherfucker. Good job.
Oh, God. Do we have another Sarah/BB here?
No, she said
She was just
you have another
Persian woman who is actually like very, very sensitive.
Yeah, a drunk Persian woman. The most sensitive one is a drunk one.
I can say a sensitive Persian woman. Hey, do you guys see my PTR? I found these this new strain of honeysuckle on my property. They're real and they taste delicious. Look at my honeysuckles. I discovered garlic mustard on my property too today. Bima, are you Persian too? No.
No, she's Italian.
No, I'm actually
I
can say she has a sense and she's very simple. Wait,
that's
why I asked her if she's Persian. So I just found out that I have 13. It's funny. So I'm Lithuanian mostly. Well, I'm Italian, Lithuanian, and then a little bit of Irish. Yeah, interesting.
Oh, what a surprise. People from New York and New Jersey have Irish ancestry. Wow. Would have never thought it.
Sean, you have to deal with the mostly like a sensitive woman. Please just be fair with us. Mostly Lithuanian, though, Lily. Lithuanian and Italian.
Sensitive woman on this app.
My father's 100% Southern Italian. And Mariam has so much like passion. I can feel it. She's like sweating, like very nice.
Yeah, she's sweating alcohol as drunk as she is.
No, I can't say it's alcohol because we are.
How much
so
alcohol have you
these
drank
days,
tonight?
Sean.
How much wine,
These
Mary?
days we are so sensitive because we are under like a really
I hope
heavy
you're
pressure.
drinking Shiraz wine.
Shiraz wine? No, tequila, Sean. Come on.
Yeah, Shiraz wine's delicious. I love it. Black Swan.
No, but tequila with mango is better.
No. I like Black Swan Shiraz.
Mariam,
It's like
tequila with mango is better,
cheap
right?
wine. It's peppery. It has a nice sweet taste.
See, we are in the same page. We like alcohol. Do you know what happened to me the other day, Lily? I went and I got these mangoes from the store. Organic mangoes. The outside was impeccable. There was not a blemish. It was just perfect. There was everything. There was nothing visibly wrong with this mango. But I brought it home, and when I cut it open, I took a piece. I ate like a piece of it, and it tasted off immediately.
Read the chat.
You know the best drink is. Wait, hold on, but wait, I have to tell you.
Is Miriam the one that was talking about she has her naked photos? Is this her?
But I want to tell you about my mango. So listen, I lifted up
Miriam is the one that supports IRGC.
The seed in the middle of the mango, and it was rotten. How did the mango rot from the inside? Fruit rots from the inside out?
Correct, it rots from the inside out.
Why did I just learn that? Rafi, I just learned that.
People rot from the inside out too.
Yeah, like Miriam, because Miriam's an IRGC supporting piece of shit.
Yeah, that's true.
Any living microbe rots from the inside out.
That's crazy. I didn't know that because I was just like, how could this possibly have gotten rotten? I just couldn't believe it. I've never seen I just always thought it started from the outside and worked its way in.
Lily, did you know
I didn't know that the rot starts from inside and rots outward.
You can contaminate it from outside.
Lily, did you know that Miriam is IRGC?
Yeah, that's why this
No, I don't think so. She just
is.
Mariam, no, Mariam is just an emotional moment. She actually expressing her feeling with the swearing, but I think she has good soul.
She is the religious one.
Every Jew.
She is the religious one that likes IRGC. She was in the room earlier. She left. If you ask her about the benefit of a woman, get following the boom, she will snap. What? Your fucking English is terrible, bro.
I'm gonna ask her. Mariam John, are you with the Jamhuri Islami?
I don't know where
Go ahead, Miriam. That was for you.
Rafi,
Mariam John,
are
you with Jamhuri Islami?
It sounded exactly like you, and I swear you all.
Talk to her in Farsi, Lily.
Okay, Mariam John, شما با جمهوری اسلامی هستی عزیزم؟
Stop it, that's racist.
Well, I don't know where you're from, but
telling you, it started in crypto. I know this crypto guy sounds exactly like you.
مریم جون میتونی جواب بدی عزیزم؟ اصلا اگه با جمهوری اسلامی هم هستی من هیچ دشمنی باهات ندارم چون نظرته.
Where do you live, Rafi?
Canada.
مریم جان میتونی جواب بدی عزیزم؟
He's saying what?
He lives in Canada. He drives a BMW M Series SUV diesel.
Oh my God! Why do you
And he
answer?
drives to work every day.
Okay, everybody.
These are actually all really good
Everybody
guys.
ask Rick a question.
I want to get Bima. I want to get Bima.
Nobody's. I'm talking to Rafi. I'm not talking to you.
Bima, we really want to get to the point where Lily starts calling Miriam a dirty whore for supporting the IRGC.
Oh my God.
Miriam supports the IRGC, and Lily was defending her, but she didn't realize that Miriam's also IRGC supporter, and that she's a religious Muslima. Go ahead, Lily.
مریم جان نمیخواین جواب بدی؟ Okay, she doesn't answer.
Alright, Miriam,
I told you guys.
Miriam, if you don't fucking talk in the next 10 seconds, I'm going to move you out of the room. So go ahead and respond to Lily. Hold on, Rafi.
I asked her, I told her, I asked Mariam, and I said if she's with the Jamhuri Islami, I still respect her because she believing, and that is her belief, and I respect her, but she doesn't answer.
I don't fucking respect that.
She have a white.
I'm saying,
Lily, she have a white SIM card. She have a white SIM card.
Glow.
She has white SIM
I'm
card,
saying,
Lily.
even though if it's her belief, I respect it, but she doesn't answer.
Gotcha.
I think Mariam needs to actually make her spot, and she doesn't know where she's belong.
Lily, when you're silent, you're basically agreeing.
I think Lily is like the guy earlier, Pierre. Remember when he was so drunk he passed out? I think Miriam left her phone on mic and passed out.
Oh, me or Mariam?
Miriam.
Okay, you know what the thing is? Let me tell you something. I told you I'm living in Canada for 40 years. And I know some people, they don't know where they belong. They don't know if they belong to the Jamhuri Islami or they belong to somewhere else. They don't believe anything. They just believe nothing, basically.
Darren, you have no idea. I've been beating the shit out of Muslims for the past
Exactly. They don't know nothing. I'm not Tamayam, but I'm saying people normally, if they don't use their brain, they don't know where they belong.
I use my brain. I still don't know where I belong.
Bima, I was talking to my mom today in Iran. She's living in Iran. She's living in Tehran. And she was talking to me about the prices, like how everything is going so expensive. Like if you are living in I'm coming from I don't know how to say it because Persian lying a lot, but I'm coming from a good family. Even with a good family, they actually suffering because of the prices.
A well-to-do family.
Yeah, I can imagine. I definitely can imagine. Lily, I have a question for you. You said your mom is living in Tehran. What did she say about what is it called? The Crimson Winter from December to January of this year? Like all those people being murdered. Did she say anything to you about that? What did she say?
Because I lost my dad like last year. And she's mostly in home. But mostly when we talk, the only thing she tell me, everything is fine, everything is good, we're doing well. She doesn't say anything because she's afraid of talking over the phone.
So Lily, the question that Bima's trying to get to is
don't let him pause.
Okay, hold on, Bima. You finished talking. You went on mute. Oh my God, you went on mute. You can correct me after I'm done.
Don't speak for me.
I don't know why you don't like fucking people to talk. Like, holy
I
shit.
don't like people to speak for me.
I'm not going to talk about
what I'm
Beema.
doing.
I'm not going to talk about Beema. Listen, Lily, there's people on this app who don't know if they believe that the IRGC really killed like 40,000 people in 2 days. They don't know if that's really true.
Sean,
That's not.
well,
that's not me. Thank God that's not me.
You said you didn't know if it was true.
Yeah,
You kept asking Iranians.
You
kept asking Iranians.
You want to polarize. You're such a troublemaker, dude.
Bima, let me say it. What I believe and what I heard from my family in Iran, they kill lots of people in Iran, but not 40,000. They kill a lots of people, but not 40,000. And they're still killing people because they've been in the street, they throwing the stone in the, like a government people and all those things. They're killing people, but not 40,000.
How many do you think, Lily? He asked.
I don't know. They kill a lot of people, but 40,000 is a lot.
So, Lily, do you disagree with the Minister of Health from Iran when he says it's 35,600 or 36,500?
They lie, Sean.
Why would they lie? Why would the government of Iran make the number, Lily, why would they make the number higher? They would say, oh, maybe 500 or 100 or 10 people.
Honestly, I'm not gonna say the thing. I don't know it. I don't know how many people they kill, but they kill a lot.
I mean,
excuse me,
yeah.
Lily. Excuse me, Sean.
No, she wants to talk.
I cannot talk anymore because police of United States told me if you talk anymore, we are arrest you. Thank you so much. You are here.
Thank God we have fucking democracy.
I hear you. I'm here for you guys, and you are my voice. Thank you a lot. Love you all.
I hope they send you back to Tehran. I hope you did.
Why?
I hope they revoke your visa or your green card and send you. She was fucking supporting IRGC.
I don't know, Sean. I post so many things in my Instagram about like the things happening in Iran, about like the government, all the people killed.
Yeah, but Lily, you're not supporting IRGC. She is.
No way. But you know the thing is, I never get any like messages or something from anyone. No one. But it's hard. It's a tough time for the Persian. I believe it. It's a very tough time, especially the people who live in Iran. It's very tough for them. Like we are living outside, we're doing our life, we're working, we're living, but they are the one who's actually suffering.
Lily, US or Canada?
Sorry, I'm in Canada.
Oh,
I'm in Toronto.
Good.
I'm living in Toronto for 38 years, almost 40 years.
I think Ocean lives Canada, and he is also Iranian.
What brought you guys to Canada instead of U.S.?
It's easier to get in.
Black Iranian, live in Canada.
It's easier to enter into Canada. That's what most of the like serious.
Lifetime.
Yes. Well, they take a lot of work.
The time I was applying for immigration, I was thinking about US, I was thinking about Canada, and I was thinking about Australia. And then the time I was thinking, because like Canada was like very family oriented country, and I was hearing, I wasn't in Australia before, and I heard they were very racist. And because of the complication between Iran and US in that time, then I picked to actually be immigrant in Canada. And then I came here.
So what?
I don't know if it's a good choice or not, but I'm living here for 38 years.
So what most people, not from Iran, but the Middle East, like Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Palestine, all these places and stuff like that, what they typically do is that Beema? This is Beema. It's Beema. Lily is two people. Beema is one of her.
Oh my God. So most people from the Middle East, what they do is they make it into Europe, they make it to France or Germany or the UK, and then they immigrate into Canada, and then they eventually, once they get citizenship in Canada, can immigrate into the US. That's what.
I mean, I applied for Canada. When I was in
Chicago,
I applied
on
for
Irving Park Road, you know Marino Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Great service, great salespeople.
Canada, I know my friends came and immigrated to Canada, and then they actually make it to US.
Yeah, it's easier to go as a Canadian citizen into the US
Exactly.
than it is to go from France or Germany or Syria.
Yeah, you're right.
Fuck Canada.
Okay, you don't like Canada?
Oh my God, I hate Canada.
For me, to be honest, if I was talking to you 5 years ago,
Even though I live in Canada, I feel like everyone will. Don't let him lie. He lives in Los Angeles. Everyone who lives in Canada is a faggot.
I don't know.
You live in fucking Los Angeles. You live in the gayest fucking place besides San Francisco. You're such a liar, bro. Such a liar.
No, but what I'm saying if it was 5 years ago, I was defending Canada, and I was saying like, fuck off, Canada is the best country.
Pizza night, keep it simple, no juggling trending.
Enjoy I-5, faggot.
Yeah, but you know, especially the last 3 years, England attacked Canada, and then I go,
Yeah, Ocean, why do you sound like you're under a blanket? Wait, what is in your mouth, Ocean, right now?
I said, he had something.
Something's in your mouth.
What are you eating?
Truffle.
A Brussels sprout? Truffles at what time is it there by you?
Oh, he's all foodie, toludi, shit living in fucking Los Angeles.
Oh my
God.
Fight before bed? That's bad.
Empathy ran away.
Canada became like a third world country.
Hey, Rich.
I
can't talk to you when you have your mouth full. My mother and father taught me fucking manners and shit. Finish your truffles. Rich. No, you have truffles. You sound like a fucking pig. You sound like a pig in the forest eating truffles. You sound like an Italian pig eating truffles.
Wait, can we listen to him eat? I want to just listen to him eat, please. I need to live vicariously. Can you just
I got something good for you, Rick. You don't want to hear it? Go ahead. I found Mariam's phone number for you. Oh, shit.
Hey, BB.
BB, do you love BB? Hold on. Do you love Miriam? Because Miriam loves IRGC for real.
Yeah, I don't really get her. I don't understand. She doesn't speak very well English, and yeah.
She said the U.S. government. Oh my God, BB. She said the U.S. government contacted her and told her she's not allowed to talk about Iran anymore, or she's gonna get in trouble. Mariam, are you there, Mariam?
I'm not really sure what languages she speaks, and I've never heard her speak Farsi.
Mariam, is the last 4 digits of your number 8803?
She speaks Farsi. But she says.
Hold on, Lily. Ocean has something good. Go ahead, Ocean. See that light? Did you see that light, Rick? It's the last 4 digits of your number 8803.
Sean, well, you always actually shut me down. And when
Ocean. I know, Lily, I'm sorry. I apologize. We love you. Lily, we love you, but Ocean was trying to read Miriam's last 4 digits of her social security number. It's 8803. Yeah, Miriam? You want me to give it to you, Rick? Yes, give me it. Read it out.
Why are you doing that?
Because she's an IRGC supporter. Because the IRGC wants Ocean and BB killed, and Lily killed.
BB, do you speak Farsi?
That couple was so good.
BB, پرستو چی میشه؟
You're
you're taking the frustrations and the mental illness of this app, and you want to create momentum outside of this to like what are you doing?
There is something they call it in Farsi.
No, he's not joking because Miriam gave him a thumbs up, which meant she.
Sean, let me tell you something. When women in Iran, they are actually with the government of Iran, they call them parastu. And I was calling Bibi what we call it in English because I don't remember. Parastu is not like an eagle. It's not
Traitor.
Nurse. What?
Traitor.
No, not the nurse. No.
Like a traitor.
Parastu. It's a bird. It's a bird.
Oh, Lily, Bibi didn't live in Iran long enough to understand where it's
I want to know who's going to close down the room.
Rafi, are you pecking your dick?
This motherfucker.
What the hell is that?
I'm going to sleep.
Okay, go to sleep. Night, sweetheart. I'm going to keep this shit all night. We're going to wreck Muslim terrorists.
No.
Good night, Rafi.
Good night, guys. Somebody close down the room.
Okay, we will.
I'm not responsible for the shit.
I'll lock the door. I'll turn the lights off. Don't worry.
I'm just making a public service announcement.
Yeah, I'll turn the lights off and lock the door.
Ocean, 1990.
1980, what?
She's telling you to go away. She's telling you to go to sleep.
Is Lindy also our supporter?
No.
Fuck you. Fuck no.
What's your Maya?
Fuck it, I'll stay up for a minute.
So Maya, I would love to speak with Mariam, but
Rafi,
she only comes here to give Pepe a heart. You know?
She said police of United States told me we will arrest you if you talk about Iran.
Rafi, you know I expose people for a living.
So the feds showed up at her house, it sounds like.
That guy Cyrus, you remember him? He came to the room and was like, oh, these people are rapists. And then I'm like, motherfucker, didn't you have a rape case? Didn't you go to prison for 15 years? Because you raped somebody? Oh yeah, but it's
You know how I know Miriam's full of fucking shit? Because if the FBI did actually show up at her house and threaten to arrest her, she wouldn't then come back on Clubhouse.
Yeah, baby, I'm
not. She's like 22. I don't hear that.
No, she looks like she's fucking 44 and she's a torchy then.
Yeah, at least. But I don't know what she's promoting, and she doesn't sound Russian either. But anyway, there's so many.
No, she is.
It's like she's just.
She's maybe she's Persian. Mariam is Persian.
Yeah, Mariam is Lily's sister.
Vale.
Mariam is
Lily's sister. همیشه میاد اینجا. And then
she says, United States of the government of United States told her do not talk. We're gonna be in trouble. She's gonna be arrested if she's talking about the جمهوری اسلامی.
مگه فکر نکنم اصلا تو آمریکا باشه.
Honestly, I don't know. She's parastu. That's why I was telling you. She's parastu.
Oh, you mean like a bird that's
پرستوهای ایرانی دیگه همونایی که مال سپاه پاسدارانه.
Yeah, I don't know.
Holy fuck! Everyone, shut the fuck up. Hold on, baby.
You know, Sean, when we call parastu, let me tell you what is parastu.
Alright, I'm not trying to rudely interrupt you, but Rafi, we have fucking Shuki in the audience. Please get him on stage.
Okay, let me tell you what is Sean. You want me to tell you what?
No, it's fine. We get it.
Shuki, please come up. Yalla, Shuki.
Who is Shuki?
You want to fly in the Shuki Express? Look up, Rafi, look up.
Oh, well, he's not coming up.
He's a Jewish Israeli guy who lives in Texas. He's former Mossad agent.
Nice. We love them.
Yes, we love you, Shoki. Come on stage, yalla. Come.
Is he the guy who was kidnapped?
No.
You know there was a guy on.
Yeah, that's Shuki. What's his name? The one who was kidnapped by the doctor in the fucking.
Is he okay?
Rafi, are you awake?
Traumatized?
Rafi, you faggot, are you awake? Bro, we literally got Shuki in the room, and Rafi's fucking sleeping.
No, Rafi.
Oh, he's giving thumbs up.
Talk. You gotta ask Abby. Abby would know.
Yeah, Abby's asleep. Shuki, get on stage, come on. Hey, Shuki. Come with your fellow Jews, Shuki. Damn, look at Ocean and Glow talking.
So who's the Cyrus guy? He's Persian?
I don't know.
With the rape face? That's so nice.
Where's he at? Let's see. Did you say Cyprus?
Cyrus. Oh, yeah, I think it must be Cyrus. Oh, well, Cyprus is not a name.
Cyprus showed up on my Ancestry.com too.
Isn't Pepe from Cyprus?
No, he's French Basque or whatever.
He's a French.
Not Basque. What's he?
His temper. It's not Cyprus. It's yeah. It's an island.
4% Cyprus. What the heck? What, Eastern Mediterranean? Huh.
Go, I've already.
Corsica. He's from Corsica.
Corsican, yeah.
Baby, did you see my honeysuckles that I took a photo of today? I found them on my property.
Oh wow. Are they the same as those orange flowers that smell divine in the spring?
Are you talking about the tiger lilies?
No, they're like well, they're not jasmine flowers, but they're orange something. That's very common in Iran. Like my granddad used to have them all over his walls. It's like a jasmine. You know, it's like a.
Yeah, the fucking one that's so expensive.